Hello. I think that's gonna be good. YouTube is always very slow in telling me when it's actually started streaming. But yes, hello everyone. I just want to right off the bat thank you very much to Anonymous Mike who just gave me $30 before the stream even started. Zulu beer money, he says. Well, thank you very much. I can definitely buy some beers. Now would be a good time to insert ads. No, it fucking wouldn't. The stream's been live for 3 seconds. It was retarded. Anyway, so yes, thank you very much for everybody who's coming. Breaking news, obviously. This stream, I wasn't gonna stream today. But last night when I was drifting off to sleep, I saw a little tweet on Twitter, formerly known as X, which explained that there was going to be a response to my video from Dave Smith. This one in particular. So we're going to go over this today, and we're going to do something a little bit different here. I have watched this through, specifically so I can get clips which are going to be required for some of the things I'm going to try and evidence, because some of these people, they like to be a little bit slippery when you attack them. They like to be slippery, and I've seen this with the Dave Smith fans. They've been very slippery with some of the things I've claimed in the video, claiming that the things I say just don't happen, even though I include clips in the video proving them. So I've had to collect some clips before this, and so we're going to do something a little bit different here. We're going to have a bingo night. Thank you very much, Man Sharma, for the 400 rupees. More beer money, indeed. Lots of beer money. Seeing lots of Zalzul in chat as well. So yeah, we're going to be filling out this bingo card. I posted it also to the Discord server, and it was on my Twitter as well. But if you want, you can screenshot this right now if you want to play along. So basically, like, there are a few things I want to clarify on here. So misunderstands reductio ad absurdum. I'm only going to count that, not just if there's some reductio and he has a bad answer to it or whatever. I'm only going to count that if he misunderstands the purpose of reductio ad absurdum within debate. So like if he thinks he can just make a reductio and then that's the end of the argument. It's like, oh look, he bit the bullet on that reductio. My job's done here. As against making the reductio, see them bite the bullet, and then demonstrate why they're wrong, because the reductio is only the first step there, you see. That's not the end of the argument. But yeah, and some of these are I'm just a comedian versus I'm the most consistent motherfucker you know. I consider these like contradictory things. If he claims both, like, oh, I'm just a comedian, I'm not a philosopher, I'm just reading the philosophers. Come on, guys, like, don't attack me. I'm just a comedian. As against, I'm the most consistent libertarian there is. I'm the best at this. I'm this. I'm that. And you people are also below me. I consider these contradictory, so I put them together. Because if I get both of them, I think I should get an increased chance of bingo. And also endorses pragmatism versus says he's not a pragmatist. Right? If he endorses pragmatism within this response, while saying that he's not a pragmatist, I feel like, come on, I've got to get a good bingo chance from that. Let's see, it refuses debate, actually. Breaking news. I'm not going to be able to fill this one out, unfortunately. Because, at least as far as I'm aware, he has accepted to debate me. J'accuse, I know. Big stuff here. So, until I hear differently, all I gotta do is give Dave Smith a resolution to debate me on, which I'll get back to him on, and then we've got a debate. We can schedule a debate. That also this one. Didn't watch the video award. I'm not just counting that as if he literally didn't watch the video, because I fucking goddamn know for sure they didn't watch the video, obviously. You could count that as the goddamn free space, which I put as the real world, actually. So I'm counting this as if I make a point in the video which directly responds to something he says within the stream. Like if he makes a point within this stream, which I've already responded to within the video, then I'm going to count that as he didn't watch the video award. Yeah, guys, keep an eye out for these, I guess, and we'll see as we go on. Hopefully, I can remember to fill that out. Is the audio all good? Should be good. And let's see. I was going to get up all my notes and everything. Yeah, let's see. Did I miss anything? Nope. So let's check this out.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Jacob Winograd. I'm the host of the Biblical Anarchy podcast here at the Libertarian Christian Institute, and I'm joined by the comedian who finally can be named by Ben.
Is that audio level? Is that consistent with my audio level? Is that all good? I'll see. That's good. I might need to boost that a little bit. But then the thing is, Dave Smith is like, I think he's got like a better compressor or something than Jacob. So his mic level might be different. So slightly low on the desktop audio, I assume. Let's try bump that up a little bit.
Shapiro and all of the usual suspects, Zionists and neocons and warhawks. Dave.
Jeez Louise, I might need to fucking bump that a while. It's very quiet. Yeah, okay, so filters. Let's throw a compressor on there.
Dave Smith, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, of course. You know, I was kind of happy. I remember texting you the day that Ben Shapiro finally said, like, dude, Dave's gonna be so.
Is that even any fucking better? Is it better?
Like, he's gonna be so happy. He's not gonna know.
Are you poor shaming me? I mean, I'm also, I don't have a proper compressor at all either. At least you got a fucking Shure microphone. Still quiet. Jesus Christ. Yeah, how much? Actually, I could just turn it up. Here. There we go. That should work.
To do with himself. And then, but I was also sad because I had this running bit of just collect.
Is that better? Better. Cool. All right. Yeah. So, yeah. As for now, we're just gonna have to continue this game of Chinese Whispers, and I'll debate Dave through another reaction. Let's go.
Collecting all of the receipts of every time Ben and people would just be like, and this right-wing comedian, this libertarian dude, and not saying your name. So the bit's dead, but your platform has risen, and yet I do appreciate that you have taken the time to come down and once again air your grievances with the libertarian inside baseball drama. You just can't help yourself sometimes, I understand.
Yeah, well, thank you for all that.
Let me just skip a little bit because I mean, let's see where they actually get into the
few days of my year, because I just got back from my life. This was the busiest week of that year. So I was just at this all-day festival every, for the last few days. So, but I wanted to kind of respond to some of this stuff, but then I'm in this weird position where I'm like, well, look, there's, if I wanted to talk about some of the stuff on my podcast, I'd have to spend like 2 hours giving the audience the backstory on what any of this.
Thank you very much to. Right, it's very difficult for me to actually keep track of the Twitch stuff. It doesn't show up in my goddamn restream. I guess because there isn't a message attached to it. But I do see that Nikki Goldchain's just subscribed, and so did Gotch Fuchian. Thank you very much to those two.
This is so that they'd understand what I was saying, for them to ultimately not really care about what I'm saying. And so you're like, oh, that's not really an option. Even if I were to like post it on Twitter or something, it'd be like, most of the people wouldn't, So like, I was like, weirdly, now I'm like, hey, can someone give me a platform? Like, hey, Jacob, can you platform?
Okay, so you know who could have given you the platform here, Dave? Just, I know he's agreed to debate now. This still pisses me off. It's like, oh my god, I gotta have some platform somewhere on the internet to air my grievances with Liquid Zulu's video. Which possible platform could I do that on? I don't know. How about fucking my one, Dave? You could come out again for like over almost 2 years now. I've been saying that you should debate me. Other people have also been saying you should debate me. I was like, Zulu's got this fucking video and I gotta have somewhere to air these grievances out. Where could I possibly do that? I don't fucking goddamn know. How about my platform? How about that one? And let's see. I don't think I have any bingo spots yet. Actually, no, I should fill out the, I mean, we're not fooling ourselves. He's gonna say it. Well, let's just fill out the fucking free space real quick.
Platform my toxic ideas, please. 'Cause
Well, and
I'm glad I have friends in high
Right.
places.
There's a weird irony because it's almost like Groundhog Day because
I am also very much liking the Zal Zulus immediately in this chat room. Very good. Loving it. Keep up the energy, guys.
we're back almost 2 years later in a weird way having the same conversation we had 2 years ago. Just like and weird clips from that episode have been cropping up and going viral again, which is, the first time that's happened to me. I know that happens to you all the time, but like when people have to go back into the vault to try to find something to stir controversy up on. But yeah,
To be clear, I don't think Jacob is necessarily saying this about me. I think he's probably saying this about Jack and Fa, because they're the ones who really rocketed that specific clip to prominence, which we will be going over with a fine-tooth comb later. But yeah, no, I think it's only proper for the type of videos that I do to really go back into the vaults, to really paint the whole picture, or else, because, Twitter and all these things, they're very ephemeral. Like, nobody else on planet Earth is going to go through and watch all the shit that I've watched on this specific topic. Nobody is going to do that. I've got hundreds and hundreds of hours. Like, I mean, for my AI art video, I actually bothered to compile them all into a huge list. And, like, you can see, like, it's fucking so much you've got to watch to really get a full bird's eye picture of some sort of problem you're talking about. So I think it's only proper for me to go back into the vaults, as it were, to get these clips, to really show, the nuggets. So I'm not just speaking out my ass, as perhaps someone who only watched 20 minutes of my video might. Liquid Smag, well, thank you very much for the $2. He won't come on because you aren't in the hug box. Indeed, yes. Huge Hat Harold for $20. Thank you very much. I'll need more beer money to survive this one. Indeed, yeah. I specifically, I was like, I wouldn't normally drink today, but I was like, it's probably going to be a late stream. And this is going to be like a fucking, I gotta have some way to have fun here. I'm fucking playing bingo over here. So, let's have some fun, I guess. And, if I say anything untoward, I can just go, well, it was a late night stream. I had a couple of whiskeys, so, whatever. Zulu, if you debate Dave, consider bringing Fa on. I mean, she can come on if she wants. I've had streams with her husband, Jack, a few times. So yeah, if she wants to come on, she's absolutely able to. But yeah, anyway, let's continue.
yeah, no, I'm happy to.
I should probably stop pausing so much, because this is already, by the fucking way, all the Dave Smith sycophants are getting pissed off that I spent 3 hours talking about this topic. Apparently Dave Smith can spend 3 hours talking about 20 minutes worth of this topic, so what the fuck do you want from me?
To have you on. We have a lot to talk about tonight, and I guess we'll start with the video that been circulating. Part of the issue here is that you're in two different worlds now, Dave, and I have to remind myself of that sometimes, because I remember when we were just hanging out at Libertarian Party conventions, and you were just a big fish in the little pond of the Liberty movement, and now you're at a whole different level. So you have your big audience, and you go on these big stages, and yet then it's kind of little in comparison to what you're doing, right? You're going on Candace Owens and Theo Vaughn and Joe Rogan and all that. But for us libertarians down here, anytime it's just a little video gets released like this, it's a big deal to us, right? Because we
I mean, that's a little bit dismissive. I mean, Jacob, you can admit that's a little bit dismissive. You're like, oh, a little video like this is released. It's a big deal for us little guys. That's a little bit dismissive. Because this is a very serious problem that I'm pointing to here. And whatever you think of it, if you grant me what I say in that video, then Dave Smith is indeed quite successfully up until now destroying the libertarian movement, which would be utterly disastrous for the world. These are important things I'm talking about, at least from my perspective. I don't think this is just like a little old thing, you know, it's just a little old beef. Like, you know, there is something here.
We're libertarians. We're going to debate each other over ideas and philosophy because we have to live up to that reputation. So it was a big deal in our circles and stuff. This video that Liquid Zulu, who was a YouTuber, libertarian ANCAP, released, criticizing. It was kind of a mixture of a criticism of you, the Mises Caucus, and what he calls like neo-pragmatism, a whole mixture of different things. I, of course, kind of covered it on my show earlier last week, kind of gave the spots where I thought, hey, here's some decent points, other spots where I think he was wrong. But a lot of it was directed at you, and you watched parts of it. I know you have some things you want to talk about, and I'm sure we'll do some back and forth then. So I'll hand it over to you wherever you want to go with that.
Okay, sure. So, I mean, I saw...
Just before Dave gets into this, thank you very much, W. Qsted, I assume Wasted is how you pronounce that, for the $5 US. They'll let him talk for 3 hours because these people have no morals or principles. Whatever is good for Dave is good for liberty. Well, I mean, my main point with that is clearly, you know, all of these people who are, you know, loving Scott Horton's 10-hour appearance, hating my 3.5-hour tightly edited video, and now loving every subsequent Dave Smith podcast where he still is talking for hours on end, unedited. Clearly there's a double standard here. Clearly it's not actually the length they care about. And thank you very much, Monhop, for the 1 month membership. Actually, hold on. I just realized Chronic asked to be on this, but it looks like he might be asleep. Indeed, it is very late over in Australia. Sorry, Monhop, I was racial profiling there. You did remind me, because Chronic is also Australian. But yeah, if Chronic hops in the chat, I guess he can hop on if he wakes up, I suppose. I mean, he might be just sleeping through the whole thing, which is perfectly fine.
Well, I guess I saw that he had put the video out around when that happened. And then I guess what got it on my radar was really that I think you and Jose Gallison, and there's another Zach, whose last name I'm blanking on, but he's another Twitter account who I don't know him personally, but like we've messaged back and forth over the years, and I really like him. And he's like disagreed with me on some things I think at times, but he's also been really fair and cool to me. So like I kind of like him. And I'd seen a few of you guys like kind of say things along the lines of like, oh, there's some interesting points that have been raised here. And then I saw, God, I'm trying to like recount all of this. So then Adam Heyman wrote a piece about it, and I'd seen that. That was kind of...
Which, by the way, I covered the Heyman piece in yesterday's stream. There's actually a 2-part stream in the part 1 because there was technical difficulties in between. In the part 1, I cover all of Heyman's bullshit with Monhop. And yeah, very unimpressive article there. I actually... nothing about it spoke to me. Very poor scholarship. And I'm saying that as a fucking YouTuber. The YouTube video had better scholarship than what's supposed to be a goddamn article debunking it. So, what do you want from me? But Toten gave $2 US. Thank you very much. Tell Dave the philosophical theory of history. Well, you know, from what I've seen of this, he didn't actually get to that part of the video, so indeed that might play in. Put it this way, Dave being on Candace to talk Israel and Gaza is a big video. Your video is big to us, but if I go to my normie friends about it, it is going to be little to them. No shade intended. Yeah, for sure, for sure. It's just, you know, you can get where I'm coming from.
Kind of like debating whether or not to respond to any of this. And then I saw that Dan Sanchez had a debate about the topic on your show. And then there was the thing with the Libertarian Party, like put out the video. And I did see that. A bunch of people tagged me in it. But they had put out just a video about him. And then I got a text message, I won't even say from someone in the Libertarian Party who was like, dude, I'm so sorry that video was out. I just deleted it. And I was like, I wouldn't have told you to delete it, but okay, fine.
Oh, total vindication, by the way. You know, there are people like, oh, you know, no, they just deleted it because they disagree with the video or something like that. You know, fucking Jeremiah Harding was all like, no, clearly this is just the wrong time to be talking about minimum wage abolition with the cost of living crisis and blah, 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 blah. You know, fucking supposed to be some sort of like ANCOM talking about this shit. It's like, okay, fuck you. But no, clearly confirmation here. Someone in the Libertarian Party didn't want to platform me specifically because I had beef with Dave Smith. Right? The fucking neo-prag infection goes deep. It's not about ideas for some of these people, at least for that person who fucking took the video down. It's not about ideas for them. Ideas, that's off to the side. Who cares about ideas? It's all about relationships, the economy of pool, right? That's all that matters to them. And yeah, total confirmation on that it was just an unfair removal. Totally unfair. Completely unwarranted. And by the way, to whoever did that, I still got fucking shooters in that LP account. Right? I'm still getting likes on my tweets from that LP account. I still got shooters on whatever board is running that.
And like whatever. And I guess at a certain point, I was like, well, I guess I should weigh in on this since the whole conversation is about me. And it has made it to me. Like I watched a little bit of the video and I talked to you about it. I talked to Jose about it. So like, okay, I guess I should respond. And I guess I would say there's been something that I have enjoyed. There's like an amusing nature about the whole thing, which has kind of been fun. And I guess, so I'd say this before getting into like what I watched of the video, and I'll give my thoughts on it. There is something where, you know, Jacob, like you said, look, I've been doing a lot of these like real big shows lately, and I hope I've been, you know, doing a good job for like, I hope the libertarian hardcores, at least some of them would appreciate some of the stuff I've been doing or how I've been able to move the needle on this or that issue or whatever. But there is, I don't know, I guess there was something to me, like if we were doing this show 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, like if we were doing this, like when we had first launched the Mises Caucus, you know, takeover,
Yeah.
and someone was like arguing against our strategy, I just think I would have had a much different attitude.
Well, the thing is, when you were initially doing the Mises Caucus takeover, and this was like one of the big theses of the video, when you were initially doing that, Dave, you weren't someone who I'd want to critique. You were doing good things, but then you changed. There was a turn. All right? You turned against us. You abandoned the radicals. The Mises Caucus as a whole abandoned the radicals, left us to rot. And that could have just completely demoralized all of the radicals. They had the potential to. They had this one chance to finally do something, and then it gets fucking thrown in their face. That could have completely demoralized the radicals. So we needed someone, me, to get in there and say, hey, look, Vanguard, no, there's still a libertarian Vanguard here. We still exist. And we're out here still shouting. I needed to shout as loud as possible. So no, it's not that I would have made, because I did make a video about this back when the Mises Caucus was first taking off, and it was much more like, oh my god, this is going to be dangerous towards the Mises Caucus. This is going to be, you know, there seems to be these fringe elements within the Mises Caucus who are a danger towards it. These neoprags, the Mises Caucus, you know what, they've got to get rid of this. And I thought they would have gotten rid of it. But no, the cancer spread and took hold of the host entirely. That's like the main point of the video. Does that count as didn't watch the video award? I don't know that it does. I don't think it does.
About the whole thing, and probably because of the kind of disrespectful nature of a lot of it, I'd have been like, all right, I'm gonna.
Again, the disrespectful nature of all of it. I'm gonna get into this a lot more later, proving that Dave Smith in fact started the disrespect. But yeah, we can get into that later. But I'm seeing Otto Yin cheered. Sorry for being off topic, but how closely do you follow Argentine politics? In your Celebritarian video, you mentioned Argentina as a win, but I wouldn't call Milei's current policy strictly libertarian. I do understand that he's facing many obstacles, and he deals with local elites, probably play a role as well. So I don't follow Argentine politics closely at all. Very, very loosely. Only as far as it reaches me through osmosis, basically. But yeah, no, I've given my takes on Milei elsewhere. I just to give it real quick again, I think that the election of Milei was a very positive thing, very positive sign, way better than the Peronists. But that doesn't mean that you can't critique Milei the person. I'm fine if people critique Milei for having anti-libertarian things here and there, whatever, go for it. But yeah, I will just say for the Twitch people, for whatever fucking reason, Restream doesn't bother showing me Twitch donations. And I really maybe should look into a way to fix that. I was working on my own dashboard for a while, but I abandoned it. But maybe I should get back on that because... So for now, Twitch people, if you do like donate or anything, just send a message afterwards and I'll try and pick that up. Yeah, sorry about that. Son of Perdition, sorry, for $6.66 US. What's your favorite whiskey? I'd say probably Kalila 12. That's my go-to if I want like a nice whiskey. It's very nice. And Biblical Anarchy podcast for $2. Thank you very much, Jacob. Zulu to Dave, you were the chosen one, indeed. And that's kind of the thrust of the video. That's one of the reasons why it was so demoralizing to see from Dave. And because I was right there at the beginning, loving it the whole time. And I was among the many who were massively disappointed.
I'm gonna go destroy this guy now. Like, hey, let's go do it. But the thing is that now, well, really, there's two factors. Number one is that I'm not fighting over the future of the Libertarian Party. I don't know what even the fight is about. I don't know when people say, like, I think Dave Smith is bad for the Liberty movement or something. I'm like, what movement are you a part of that I'm a part of? What movement do you have when you separate yourself from?
I mean, the Libertarian movement. We have the Libertarian movement if you get separated. Because again, Dave, you're the one who made the border thing into a wedge issue. Dave did that. Right? He made it into a wedge issue. He was trying to wedge out, get rid of the open borders people. I have simply reset that wedge where it should have been the whole time, between the radicals and the pragmatists, where the Mises Caucus was initially focused on, between the radicals and the pragmatists. And again, we can get into all of that.
From me that you don't have now. Like, all right, I don't know what the fight's about. And then number two, I just
You know what would have helped you figure out what the fight's about, Dave? There's a great 3.5 hour documentary on YouTube. It's called Anatomy of the Celebritarian. If you watch that, it will really highlight in excruciating detail exactly why we don't like you, what this fight is about. Drill L for $5. Thank you very much. Good Morning Liberty did a hit piece. Gave you a whole 10 seconds to speak before tossing you under the bus. Oh, okay. I guess send that to me. I haven't seen that one. Yeah.
I have real enemies now.
Yeah.
Like I have legit enemies in powerful places. Like,
and Man Sharma, thank you very much for the 100 rupees. Just hit a PR in the gym, 100 kilograms pec dex. Very, very nice. Congratulations.
Very powerful people who really want to like ruin me and for bad things to happen to me. And so I just don't I don't have the same energy. I don't know. All right. You know, I think like,
yeah, is that didn't watch the video award? Like he's kind of like, oh, what is the whole disagreement about? Because yeah, that kind of is didn't watch the video award, right? Because I highlight it in excruciating detail. I'm sorry, that's another spot there, Dave. I don't think I've got anything else yet, but we'll see.
While obviously there's a disrespectful tone to, I think, a lot of this discussion toward me, and that does, you know, I'm a human. Jose Gallison, I think, accused me of being a little emotional, although I think he acknowledged he was a little emotional too, at points here. But like, I don't know, I don't really agree with him on. I think we're all humans, and like, there, I think I've probably earned a level of respect in this world that maybe the discourse hasn't been giving me. But you know, I'm trapped behind my two eyes, and I live life as me.
You know who else has fucking earned some respect, some modicum of respect, Dave? How about me? How about me? You weren't showing respect to me, but again, we'll get into all of that.
So maybe that's just my perspective.
Well, if I can touch on that real quick, I think part of the issue, kind of as I alluded to, is somewhat of the disconnect between what we're almost like the foot soldiers in the Liberty movement, right? And you're like this, like, I don't know, like you're not even a general. You're like the only references coming to my head are like Dragon Ball Z and anime, like Avengers, like you know what I mean? You're out there on the front lines fighting these heavyweight battles, and so sometimes for us, we're like covering you like a national phenomenon, but at the same time, it's like you're still a person. But like,
well,
so you're a person.
I don't think it was just Dave, but the Mises Caucus overall did make a wedge between the open borders and closed borders libertarians, and that was wrong. Indeed, Jacob is entirely correct there.
Anyway, go ahead.
Well, look, I'm just saying, I appreciate all the rest, but I'm not even I'm not like any better than any of you guys or any, like, it doesn't matter. You know, Zulu, who's, I don't know how old he is, but he's quite possibly further ahead than me at his age than I was at his age, you know, like maybe he'll be bigger than me, or maybe any of you guys will be, I don't know, that doesn't even really matter. I guess the point to me is more that,
I mean, if it doesn't matter, then why for the past almost 2 years has basically the entire excuse been just big dogging me? Just being like, hey, little bro, you're so small, little bro. Like, what are you doing? Why would I ever debate you, little bro? Like, that's been the fucking message we've been getting for the past 2 odd years. But it doesn't matter, guys. It doesn't matter who's bigger. It doesn't matter suddenly.
that like I'm watching a debate, Jacob. Imagine this, like, look, the topic of conversation is me, which is already a little bit weird. And then it's a little bit weird for like, at first you're kind of like, well, I shouldn't really be the one debating me. Maybe someone else should. But then you watch someone else do it and you're like, well, I guess I should say something because I am me. But I'm watching, and I didn't get through the whole thing. Not that, you know, I'm sure it was a good debate. I just like, it's a little uncomfortable to watch a thing about you. And also I was just very busy. But so there's like a debate on your show that you're moderating about like, essentially, am I a cancer to this movement or not? Meanwhile, just imagine this from my perspective, Jacob. Like, I'm the one who introduced libertarianism to you.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
I like, and I'm, by the way, I'm not like taking credit for that.
And by the way, I won that debate, plain and simple. I go over why in the closing arguments for that debate. The sole argument in favor of Dave being a force for good was his advocacy in terms of anti-war stuff. But I showed that the anti-war stuff, which it was conceded, the philosophical theory of history, and I showed that the philosophical theory of history tells us that anti-war stuff is actually very, very remote and less fundamental than his more fundamental epistemic and metaphysical errors, which he has promulgated within the most important thing, which is the libertarian movement. So I won that debate. Didn't watch the debate award, indeed.
I probably made a good point or two that made you like, oh, let me go read some people. And then some smarter people than me like actually converted you. But it's still just like maybe 50% of the audience here is like something to do with me introducing it. And I mean, who has done more like to promote kind of the libertarian podcast guys? And so you would think like if a conversation broke out amongst the libertarian podcast guys, there'd at least be some level of like, well, look, we got to give him credit for this. Or, hey, look, he is out here collecting scalps.
Yeah, again, at no point, like this is kind of like the thing which I'm talking about with, I think I refer this specifically to Angela, where these people will like, whenever there's any criticism of the Mises Caucus, they all lump it in under the same banner of the loser brigade. I'm perfectly willing to accept that the loser brigade are out there getting mad that Dave Smith is being on these big podcasts and, you know, collecting scalps of like, you know, Chris Cuomo or whatever. But I never criticized any of that. Not even for 1 second. I'm perfectly fine with him doing that. I think it's good that he goes on these podcasts, but he should be honest about it, okay? And he shouldn't be using his position there to avoid actually promulgating the theory, staying sharp on the theory. He should not do that. Monhop for $8 Australian, thank you very much. It's your favorite Australian monarchist whose username definitely isn't ironic or satirical in any way. ZZ, indeed. Totally unironic username. You literally are a monarchist and a Hoppian, and that's just so silly, guys. It's so goofy.
Against 25 of the most like prominent fucking guys and on hardcore libertarian issues, and he's moving the needle on COVID and on Ukraine and on Gaza or whatever. But okay, you know, again, I'm trapped behind my eyes. So that's just a bit of how I feel about it. But I will say this. I'm not coming at this like a, you know, whatever. Zulu, like I don't know that much about him. He's been on my radar for a few years. I've known of him. I've mostly, and this is probably a comment on me and my narcissism, I think I've only seen the stuff he's made about me, or parts of the stuff he's made about me. But from what I understand, or from what I've seen, he's got a little rabid following of people who really like him. He makes YouTube videos about libertarianism, and I think he's had some videos about like Austrian economics and stuff, shit that I probably really, really agree with. And he's probably gotten them, like I think he's had some videos that have done well and gotten some views on them. And shit, man, I respect that. If I'm being completely honest, like I think that's cool. I bet he's reached some people who I wasn't able to reach, and introduced them to.
Well, thank you, Dave. I'm glad that you respect that. Right? Couldn't we have started out this way? Couldn't we have started out with this?
Some good ideas that I probably really agree with. So it's not really like, dude, I'm out here worried about like real threats. So I'm not trying to take him out. Good for him. Keep doing it. I hope guys like that, I hope they keep an open mind about some of this stuff. And I think that maybe they could actually even, you know.
Dave, it wasn't us who lacked an open mind. We were always willing to do this debate. We were not the side who was shutting down the debate. You guys were.
Get better and more effective. But I hope he reaches a whole lot of people with the messages that we both agree on. And so anyway, I guess I would start with that it's not, despite the disrespectful nature of this whole thing, and despite the fact that I feel like, maybe there's a different way to talk about me or to me. But that being said, you know, I like it. And I will say, it was kind of amusing to me, and this is the last thing I'll say, and then we could take on like substantive things, but it was kind of amusing to me, like just the showmanship of all of it. And I thought I was kind of playing into that when the guy from the Libertarian Party was like, oh, don't worry, we deleted the video. And I was like, dude, you know, like, all right, that's fine. And I go, maybe I should just post the video. And then I was like, maybe I should just post the video and then delete the video. And I was kind of having fun with that. I thought some of them were kind of having fun with like the ZZ, you know, we set Liberty Twitter on fire stuff. Right. And it was particularly amusing to me because in the last week, so in the week that this all came out, I had like Tucker Carlson.
By the way, this is all proof. People have been getting at me. You're being so inflammatory, Zulu. But this is basically a complete admission that my strategy was entirely correct. Would this have ever happened if I wasn't that inflammatory? If I didn't engage in a little bit of mimetic warfare? I think 0% chance. I've been saying 0% chance this whole time. And Dave is pretty much admitting that. Like, it's getting onto his radar and being pushed towards him because he's seeing the ZZs in his replies whilst he's doing all this other stuff. The meme works. Memes work, guys. As it turns out. Somebody call Richard Dawkins. His thesis has just been confirmed.
Carlson was on my show. It was the first show where he addressed the controversy over interviewing Nick Fuentes or whatever. So he was on my show. It was a big show. And then Candace was on my show, and that was a even bigger show. And then I did the show with Clint Russell, whose show is like blowing up right now with him and Ian Carroll. And then I did Trigonometry. And so I was like, if every single one of those shows had generated like 5 controversial clips so I'm getting fire from every angle. Like the Zionists are mad at me, and then the Groypers are mad at me, and then the fucking this and that. And then
and the comes weird about you.
In the middle of all of that.
Yeah, GG is entirely correct in the original chat, saying Dave, Zulu was cordial with you, closed border libs, until you raised the fucking tension to 11 when you called them as bad as communist Nazis. Indeed, and I will, let's just get into that now, actually. Let's just get into that right now. I want to evidence my point that Dave is the one who drew first blood. So, on the 3rd of January, 2024, the 3rd of January, that is. Let me show this. And I don't feel bad revealing DMs here because Dave has never reciprocated my DMs. I sent this DM to Dave Smith. Hello, following up on the quoted tweet from Sude LF, I think we have much to discuss on the topic of open borders, but I understand that you are a busy man with a family, so there is no expectation that you accept the offer. On this, I will provide a selfish reason for you to accept the challenge. It will make you a superior libertarian if you're able to counter the specific objections that I raise, which nobody prior has raised to the same degree on this issue. And if you go into this thread, it is all entirely cordial towards Dave. I recall watching that debate in the research for my open borders video. I think you make a critical error. I'm being entirely cordial. Okay, that's on the 3rd of January. You can see, 3rd of January, all of this. Okay? And then on the 9th of February, basically a month later, this video comes out with the classic clip. That raised the tension, I would say. And when do I start getting mean towards Dave? Well, let's look it up. I start getting mean, would you look at it? 29th of February. Later in that month. Dave drew first blood here. I only started getting mean to Dave after he was already calling every single person who is for open borders as bad as a communist or a Nazi. That's after I started getting mean to him. Okay, so Dave, because he's going to try and claim in this video that like, oh my god, these guys, they're being so rude towards me, so I don't know if I can even have a reasonable debate with these people. It was Dave who started that. Dave drew first blood there. Not me, not anybody else. Now, it's entirely possible that the loser brigade were being untoward towards him. Perhaps, I don't know. But I'm not them, right? I'm me. I don't know of any person who's in my corner of this debate who is being untoward in this discussion until Dave was. And Jacob Winograd is saying, I will grant you that Dave drew first blood. So there we go. Like, it just isn't the case, because that's going to be very important as we continue this video.
There'd be like some tweet about the controversy, and then there would just be some libertarian who'd be like, ZZ is inevitable. And like I would be like, all right, that is pretty hilarious. Yeah. So like I'd be lying if I said I didn't kind of enjoy the fun of all of this.
Well, yeah. So like after we covered because we talked about Zulu's video on public property back when you were on my show almost 2 years ago, and that was kind of
the first video I ever watched. Yeah,
right. And I just thought, like we talked about back then, and I've talked to Zulu on his show about this since then, and I maybe understand a little bit more where he's coming from, but still pretty much agree with you that I think it's wrong to view public property as defaulting to unowned and just letting anyone on it. And I think it's kind of all we talked about. But then the more I looked into him, like he was he was what is it called, the Hazlitt Fellowship with Fee. He went through that, and yeah, he's got really good videos on Austrian economics. He did like the like the how was a pencil made. He basically did that, but with the iPhone, and it's really high quality. It's got a lot of views on YouTube, and he's actually good at explaining the non-aggression principle and anarcho-capitalism. And it's like all that stuff is like, I think he does do a good job at explaining the principles, and he's kind of capturing a lot of like the sort of the Zoomer, maybe younger millennial like humor and energy and sort of like memery. So it's like even when I disagree with him, there's stuff there that I'm like, it's funny. It is playing into culture, and
I do appreciate this from Jacob, by the way. Like, he is, pushing back somewhat, like explaining, that these caricatures that Dave has made of me just aren't true.
Think like there's a role for that in the liberty movement. But then I was like, when I was doing the coverage of the video and hosting that debate, I was just like, hey, Zulu, what's funny is that I've watched some of your content and I really like it, and I've learned some things from it. Do you know that if it weren't for Dave Smith, I would have never discovered you or your content? So there's just something a little silly here about
Yes, but when did that happen? Right? When did you get into this movement from Dave? It wasn't, I don't think it was within the past, year. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you came into this way after me, but I don't get that impression. Right? So again, I got to push back a little bit more against Winograd here. That's my entire point. Dave has changed. He wasn't always like this. If he was always like this, he would have been laughed at in the movement ages ago, just like Sarwark.
Moderating a debate about like you're saying that you're right and that Dave's wrong and that he's poisoning libertarianism. But anyway, it's so like on one hand, I'm happy
you brought up that point though, because it almost like I would have rather just gotten into some of the stuff that I saw from the video, but since you made that point, because I think it's really important to say, right? And this is one of my issues that I have with a lot of these I just don't know what other word to call them, but like theory bros or something like that, like the people who I would view as ideologically captured, who would view me as like a sellout of who deviates from libertarian principles or something like that. Like I'm just trying to describe this as best I can. But one of the things that they do, and I've had, this has been very interesting. I've noticed this pattern for a long time in libertarianism, is that they, first of all, they present themselves as just the purest adherence to the irrefutable logical chain of principles. Like that's what I am, and you're deviating from that. And there is obvious certainty to all of this, unified theory of everything and morality and how you can deduce from first principles everything that ought to be known. But then they sneak in their strategy ideas, and they act like it's all...
No, it's not being snuck in. There's also strategy is a part of philosophy, right? Or at least it's a science. Right, you can also logically think through strategy. Strategy isn't just the whims of the moment. That's a certain sort of strategy, which we can analyze through philosophy. We can analyze whether whim worship works when it comes to strategy. But as it turns out, it doesn't work out. As I explained in the video, I justify my strategy with my more primary philosophical premises. I'd like to see Dave try and do that for a second. Please justify your strategy philosophically. He's doing the exact opposite here, right? I mean, he's kind of being a pragmatist here, right? Kind of. This is almost like half filled in. Imagine, like he's asserting in one breath, like, whatever is true for strategy is just whatever. It's not about theory. We don't have theory in this area. So then what's left? Practice? Well, practice is then taking the primary, so is that not kind of fucking pragmatism? Right? But we'll leave that for now anyway.
All the same thing. And like when very clearly, actually, theory and strategy are two clearly distinct things. Like, obviously, you have your theory of like what is, morally correct or whatever, and then
yes, you can have your theory about what's morally correct, and that's separate from your theory about what is the correct strategy. But they're both theoretical. They're both general statements. Statements about general things. What do we call that? Theoretical. Those are still theoretical arguments. Right? And theoretical, that doesn't mean, off in the sky, Platonist, rationalist. It doesn't mean any of that. Right? Theory is theory about reality. In fact, he's absolutely doing this. He's doing the theory-practice dichotomy. Boop. Right there. Like, very clearly he's doing that.
Then you go, okay, we know that, and we live in this world. How do we get from where we are now to implementing these things? But they sneak in the strategy as if it's all part of the theory. So there'll be things like, me and Michael Malice used to make fun of this all the time. And Michael Malice is like a real big Ayn Rand, fan. But you always after in '64, after the presidential election, when LBJ destroyed Barry Goldwater and like a huge blowout, I think the second biggest blowout in modern presidential races or something. And Ayn Rand goes, the reason that Barry Goldwater lost is because he didn't fully subscribe to objectivist philosophy. And there were philosophical inconsistencies in his argument. And that's why he couldn't win. Now, that is such a wildly out of touch assertion when...
Okay, calling it a wildly out of touch assertion. You're attacking her theory of strategy. You're making a theoretical argument here, Dave. You're mixing up your theory and your strategy. Come on, man. Like, what are you doing here? You're proposing some sort of theory of strategy, which seems to be just be like, oh, just be common sense, man. Which really just means parasitizing upon the philosophy of the day. Just whatever random ideas you get through osmosis, that's now your philosophy of strategy. Okay. Bad philosophy of strategy, by the way. That never works out. Throughout the history of philosophy, different people have tried doing this, where they just, oh, philosophy is terrible, let's just get rid of philosophy, we're just going to use common sense. Turns out that's also a philosophy. Philosophy, who needs it? Turns out everybody needs it. Everybody has a philosophy. This is the problem with false epistemology. For $3 from Monhop, thank you very much. Indeed. His epistemology is bad, and it poisons everything else, because epistemology is so fundamental. Man Sharma for 100 rupees, thank you very much. Zulu, there's an important part of this video which explains why Dave changed. I made a Twitter post about it if you read it. Sure, DM it to me.
He was the most philosophically consistent candidate, and no one seemed to be moved by that at all. You know what I mean? But like, it's just like, really, you're just asserting as if it is a given that philosophical consistency is what moves.
I'm not sure I haven't heard that from Ayn Rand. But I mean, did she just assert it as a given, or did she give an argument for it? Because I mean, I've seen some of the ways that Dave's characterized my positions, and Heyman has characterized my positions, where they keep saying, oh, he's just asserting this as if it's given. Whereas I gave like a whole fucking hour's worth of explanation behind it. So I'm not entirely certain that I'm going to take his word on this, that Ayn Rand just asserted this out of nowhere. You know, it's possible that she did. Ayn Rand was a woman who loved constructing arguments for things. Like, I'm not taking his word for that.
The average person. So anyway, there's just a lot of that comes out where it'll be like, hey, even if somebody is great on these three big issues and has moved people totally in our direction, and even in this case, if you're talking about someone who's gotten probably more people reading Rothbard and Hoppe and Mises and more people engaging in this world and thinking about these ideas than anyone else, you still come up with a thing where like, no, but he's creating.
Yeah, but when did you do that, Dave? When did you do that? Before you changed. Again, this is like a fucking 2x combo in the Didn't Watch the Video award. Like, I make it very, very clear and obvious that I'm saying that Dave Smith has changed. That he used to be good, and now he's bad. He has turned against his previous principles. Right? Viranote for €2. Thank you very much. ZZ, indeed.
Faux libertarians, and therefore he's a net negative, when like, anyway, I guess they slip a lot of this kind of like these ideas about strategy in with being the most virtuous, consistent libertarian.
I didn't sneak it in. I very clearly grounded my cycle of evasion in the prior philosophy. Like, I was very clear about what I was talking about. But of course, Dave Smith didn't fucking watch any of it. So he's just kind of guessing at what I'm going to say. So he doesn't actually know. It's the exact same fucking thing as Heyman, where he just takes one thesis from the video, doesn't look at any of the argument for that thesis, and then tries to imagine what I might say in defense of that thesis. Like, it's the same fucking thing. This is so weak. This is not how you do arguments, guys.
That I don't think are actually, have ever actually been well argued for.
So I kind of get your point. There's something there, which I guess this will get into one of the things in the video, though I don't know if it's one of the parts you watched.
Casimir, this transcript will contain the word Hoppe for the first time in months. Zulu will be mad at the combo breaker, indeed. Let's get that up. Yeah, so I have downloaded all of the Dave Smith part of the problem transcripts that I could, which were publicly available because he unlists the old ones, or privates them, rather. So let's see how many times he mentions Hoppe. Choppers, nope. Choppers, choppers, chopper. Hopped, nope. Hopped, chopped, chopped, hopped, hopped, chopped. Hopper, nope, not one instant. Oh, Hopper had a really important insight. I bet you that is Hoppe. So actually, addendum within within the months of transcripts I've got, we do have one probable mention of Hopper. Stop the presses, guys. Stop the fucking presses. You know, I guess Casimir's totally wrong when he says, like, Dave Smith won't, you know, ever interview Hopper or Kinsella or any modern theorist on his platform. He's wrong. Because look, in one of the thousands of transcripts I've got, as it turns out, you know, fucking Hopper's there. So I know, Casimir, you got it totally debunked. I don't know, man. Yeah, Hopper hard R.
But where I thought he had half a point, because it did resonate with something that you talked about and we talked about in the Mises Caucus all the time, which was that, like, the Gary Johnson campaign was held up as this gold standard of, like, you know, what we have to do to win elections and grow the party and grow the movement. But like when you debated Nicholas Sarwark, you know, rest in peace, and we're having the, you know, conversation about, like, and he's like, we have to get like 1 million votes, and you're like, you know, or 100,000, I don't know, and you were just like, we're never going to get those votes, you know, unless we convert people first.
Sure.
And Gary Johnson and Bill Weld, yeah, maybe they got a lot of votes and maybe some people joined the party, but how many of those people stuck around long term? Now, I've met a few. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I think, as evidenced by the Mises Caucus takeover, it clearly wasn't like this huge influx of, like, committed, you know, suddenly, like, ideological libertarians that were, like, you know, ready to go to battle for liberty. They were, you know, kind of like lukewarm, fair weather, probably like centrists or disenfranchised Republicans, or maybe some Democrats who just really didn't like Trump or Hillary, and so voted libertarian. They didn't. So maybe you made libertarians in name only for like a short cycle, but they kind of went away after that. So I get the idea that you can, that, you know, you or a presidential candidate can kind of do this, but I also think that, like, these things aren't sort of like happening in isolation, because you know, even if you have like a bad libertarian candidate, and like I did this with Chase Oliver, even though I didn't like him and I didn't support him for the LP ticket, but when people would come and be like, you know, oh, what are the libertarians saying, or they would see something at Chase Oliver.
Super chat. Did I miss a super chat? Oh, Man Sharma, I DM'd it to you. If possible, read downstream would be very informative for me and of course the audience. For 100 rupees, thank you very much. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. Because this is already like a 3-hour long video. If I'm pausing this much, I don't know. And I've got some clips I need to play as well, so I'm not sure if I'll be able to do that. But I will get back to you on that.
And then talk to me about it. I'd point out where he was right, point out where he was wrong, and like, you can do that with anybody. And I don't understand why Zulu and his crowd can't just say with Dave, hey, he's good on, like, you know, these 4 or 5 really important things, and we think he's wrong on, like, immigration, and maybe we disagree on some of the, like, philosophical.
Well, the thing is, it's not fucking our job to glaze Dave Smith and give him a new cock polish every week and be like, oh my god, Dave's so good when he says that the fucking war machine is bad every goddamn week. It's like, yeah, cool, yeah. That's not our fucking job. That's Dave Smith's job. He's doing a fine enough job of that on his own, okay? It's not our job to fucking do that, right? Division of labor here, guys, right? My job, at least, my specific job is trying to integrate objectivism and anarcho-capitalism, right? That's my big philosophical project here. And in order to do that, I need to cut out a tumor here and there, right? And I see a fucking very big, warty tumor with teeth growing out of it right now. And I need to fucking attack that with all my might, all right? And so that's what I'm doing. Right? It's not my job to say, oh, but you know, the tumor got great, you know, hair density. Oh, fuck, cool, whatever. Right? That's irrelevant.
You know, framings and presuppositions and things like that, but you're still, like, you're bringing in so many people who are just now interested in learning about libertarianism.
Well,
so I think that anyway, go ahead.
Well, look, I mean, if you're going to ask, like, why is it that they say that, then, like, you know, I don't exactly know why they act the way they do, but I would say that there's probably a mix of several things going on. I mean, one of them is a real, you know, a very tough case of ideological possession, and we'll get into that in a little bit, but like, that is a huge part of this. Another part of it is that there's emotional feelings on.
Does Dave Smith not know what ideological possession means, by the way? Like, ideological possession is not just, it doesn't just mean you're super into your ideology, that you are very well versed in it and you're very consistent in it. And that's not what ideological possession means. Ideological capture is, it's specifically talking about people who are just stand-ins for some belief that is borrowed from person to person. It's this idea of a bundled philosophy that I present in the video. That's ideological capture, where the individual is kind of like disposable. That's what ideological capture refers to. But that doesn't describe my people at all. Right? My people aren't just like how good they are as acolytes of my beliefs, and they never think for themselves. Like, have you seen how many fucking debates I get into in my goddamn Discord server? Like, all the goddamn time. Some very big supporters of mine will, you know, come to me and they'll debate me about, like, you know, ecological psychology or whatever. I have some disagreement with them on that. Like, this sort of idea of that I'm just in an echo chamber, and we're all just ideological captured, and all we can do is parrot whatever libertarian before us, whatever he said. Like, I'm actually developing new theory here, Dave. Like, this is not ideological capture. Like, I don't think you understand what that concept means. Shadow Warden 99, thank you very much for the $20. Keep up the good work. And my cousin mentioned you in one of our conversations after gently dismantling his status beliefs for months via Larkin Roses, the Candles in the Dark method. Well, thank you very much. Sounds very good. And thank you to Victor Sawyer, who became a member. Let me just check in to see if there are any more stuff on Twitch. I don't think so. Right. Yeah, ideological capture is basically like what is captured by like the NPC archetype.
Their end, and I think that they
Jordan Peterson actually has a very good a discussion of this in Maps of Meaning, if you're interested. I think it's in the first chapter.
let's
You
just
did call them commies.
Well, yes, that's right, and they got upset about that, and that really bothered them. And you know, like, look, I'm just, as I kind of indicated earlier, I'm in a little bit of a different place in my career, in my life. I don't, like I said, I'll give Zulu credit for what he's good at. I'll give these other guys credit for where they move the needle in the right direction.
Yeah, input error. Hey Dave, there's a video recently released that explains why we act the way we do. Indeed, yeah. A certain video, I don't know if you've seen it or not.
And I don't care really if they give me credit for where I move the needle in the right direction or not. I see some of these guys, like the married couple and the unhinged things that they've been saying about me. And I'm just like, guys, I don't like, this has not been an issue for me for years. It clearly still is for you. I don't care, you know, like I'm kind of, but I think that a lot of them were very hurt by that. But at the same
Man Sharma for 100 rupees, thank you very much. We literally debate and split hairs all day on Discord amongst our community on theory. Indeed, yeah. Like, this is just, we're basically the opposite of ideological capture here. Like, ideological capture is any dissent gets stamped out and purged immediately. Like, that's not what I'm doing here. I'm very specifically looking at the type of thing you're doing and analyzing it and going, okay, well, here's why this is problematic. And here's why we need to address this here and now. Like, I'm not just saying, unbeliever, get rid of him. Ha. Like, I mean, I'm friends with fucking Kantians. You know, whoa, an objectivist who's friends with Kantians. And somehow, you rank higher on my list of people I think should be ousted. Like, that should fucking tell you something here, Dave.
same time, like, I don't know, guys, like, you know, like even the other day on my show, on Tucker Carlson, when I had Tucker Carlson on my show, it was one of my biggest shows, and I gave Alex Berenson props for being so good on COVID, and he's been goddamn vicious to me. Like, he's called me a Holocaust denier and all types of horrible
Going
things.
after you today.
Like, yeah, he's going after me today, and I still was even trying to just be nice. So, like, I don't know, like, did you get your feelings hurt when I said that? Well, okay, too bad. What do you care about? Do you care about your feelings being hurt, or do you care about this movement? Do you care about these issues? Because, like, I'm moving the needle on a lot of these important issues, and if that hurt your feelings, well, you know what? I don't regret what I said. I didn't say anything wrong, and I'll defend it here today. So we'll get to all that in a second. But let me just tell you more the point you asked. Okay, so this is the truth. I watched 15 to 20 minutes of the 3.5 hour video that was made about
15 to 20 minutes. Let's check what that corresponds to. Anatomy of this
Just about every direction.
It's 15 minutes about there. 20 minutes. Okay, so he's basically watched up to the end of the pragmatism section. So he's watched, was that part 1? Part 1, pragmatism old and new. Yes, yeah, so he's only watched this and hasn't had any of this. Okay, so he doesn't know my theory of strategy. Makes sense. Why he's characterizing me this way. He doesn't know my whole theory about how he's begetting a whining downfall. Doesn't know any of that. Hasn't seen my analysis of any of his debate performances. Hasn't seen my analysis of his view of theory. Hasn't seen my answer to the border question in this video. Hasn't seen any of this stuff going over, you know, the effects of the bust, the real effects of the bust, and my explanation of the bust. And he hasn't seen the part where he actually says that he's not a libertarian. Or Dave Smith says that Dave Smith is not a libertarian. Yeah, it makes sense.
about me being a celebritarian or whatever, which is like, I don't think really is the word to describe me, but okay, fine. In fact, I think, whatever. Okay. So I'll comment on that. If there were real good points made after that, then you let me know. And I don't know. I haven't seen that. I'll be humble enough to admit that maybe there were really, really good points made after that I haven't seen. But let me just go through the first like 20-ish minutes or so and just tear apart how ridiculous the whole thing was. I mean, like, this is why I couldn't make it through the rest. I'm a real narcissist and it's about me. And I still was just like, dude, I'm bored. Because like the whole first 20 minutes, he goes through this thing where he's breaking down the philosophy of pragmatism and Cartesian pragmatism, and you know where Descartes parted from his starting point of I think therefore I am to coming out. And he's going through this whole like thing about like the flawed philosophy that is pragmatism. But he's just setting up this giant.
Dave, Mike, and I were all big Jordan Peterson fans and are using his definition / sheet of the. No, Dave is not using. Let's just look it up. Jordan Peterson. Ideological capture. Let's see Jordan Peterson explain ideological capture. How to handle the ideologically possessed. Let's see. Let's see if this describes me and mine.
It's like, I'm not hearing what you think. I'm hearing how you're able to represent the ideology you were taught. And it's not that interesting because I don't know anything about you. I could replace you with someone else who thinks the same way. And that means you're not here. That's what it means. It's not pleasant. So you're not integrating the specifics of your personal experience with what you've been taught to synthesize something that's genuine and surprising and engaging in a narrative sense as a consequence.
So tell me, Jacob, do you think I'm interchangeable with a Kantian libertarian? Am I just interchangeable there? No differences in terms of how we would justify things. You know, take fucking Joe from the Mises bookstore. We're gonna go things the exact same fucking way. He's gonna get real pissy about the primacy of consciousness and try and root why he hates aggression into whim worship. Yeah, we're just interchangeable, aren't we?
Giant bait and switch. I didn't finish the whole thing, but I saw that Dan brought this up on the debate. I don't know if he pressed him about it more later, but the obvious bait and switch is that everything he's talking about there, which he then will refer back to, he's clearly setting up that this is like what he's going to refer back to as pragmatism. So this is what the Prague Caucus means, and this is what Dave means anytime he says let's be pragmatic or whatever. But the problem obviously there, Jacob, is that whole anything Descartes, that has nothing to do with what the caucus was, and that has nothing to do.
Yes, it does. It has fucking everything to do with it. What are you talking about? And by the way, I'm not saying that fucking Descartes is a pragmatist. I never said that Descartes was a pragmatist. I explicitly said that the pragmatists have justifications from just about every direction you can imagine in philosophy. There are justifications of pragmatism from Hegel. There are justifications from Kant. There are justifications from Descartes. There are all sorts of justifications for pragmatism that the pragmatists came up with. I just chose the Descartes one, because first of all, it doesn't require me to fucking explain Hegel. Like, gee whiz. Add an extra 3 hours onto that video if I want to explain Hegel. Ugh. So Descartes is comparatively a lot easier to go down. And I explicitly say that there are other justifications. Now, I'm not saying that Descartes himself is a pragmatist. And yeah, this does have everything to do with what you guys are doing and what the Prague Caucus were doing. You don't explicitly know this, because none of you bothered fucking studying philosophy. But you are implicitly pragmatists. You got your pragmatism through osmosis. Like, I didn't explicitly say that in the video, because I feel like it would be mean, right? And I don't have actual proof that none of these people studied philosophy, but I mean, you can fucking tell, right? You can tell. But like, that's my point, is that whether you know it or not, you're being a fucking pragmatist here. And by the way, he's fucking... Right now, he is saying that he is not a pragmatist, so that's boop. Saying he's not a pragmatist. Let's keep an eye out for him endorsing pragmatism, shall we? Spoiler alert, it's gonna happen. We can chat about this sometime, because I think we're interpreting his words a little differently. Well, you know, go ahead, DM me.
To do with what any of this is. When every time a libertarian has ever said, I'm a pragmatist, or they're just saying, be pragmatic. The word.
I wonder where that word comes from. I wonder where the tendency comes from for people to say, well, just be pragmatic, just address the problem here and now. What do they mean when they say be pragmatic? Right, there's a package deal involved there. They mean, stop living in theory. I care about reality here. And the package deal is that to care about reality, you have to abandon theory. Dave was doing this in this very video. Right? He in this very response. He was saying, oh, these theory bros are too up in theory and everything. So indeed, he endorses pragmatism. And he says he's not a pragmatist. What do you want from me here? And in fact, let me get out my first clip here to evidence my point. Because I've got a bunch of clips here that I decided to take earlier today. Clip Dave is a pragmatist.mp4. Let's just open that up in the old VLC media player. So these are a bunch of clips where we'll see, you know, let's really analyze these. Put on our philosophy hats and check out whether or not Dave is indeed no pragmatist leanings whatsoever. He's just saying whatever he thinks he's saying. As someone who's in the LP, I can say there's a misconception about what the actual Prag Caucus believed. Well, I mean, I was just going off of what I saw them saying and what they publicly said they believed in. So, I mean, if that's incorrect, whatever, then history has lost that information.
I probably said it in...
And by the way, for all these goddamn clips, I've included just like the most absurd amount of context so that Dave can't come back and say I'm clipping him unfairly anymore. And you'll see that especially in the goddamn clip where he said I was deceptively everything. You're like, geez Louise. There's so much unnecessary context there.
I probably said it in, you know, in a way where I was more like, I probably should have been more trying to convince.
Like, was it a Mel Gibson moment, or it was just more of a taken out of context?
On a scale of 1 to Mel Gibson, I was only at like a 3 or a 4. But okay. I was trying to convince open borders libertarians more than I was just kind of frustrated with them. And I think I said something about how they're as bad as communists. You know,
and they didn't care for that.
It turns out that wasn't well received. Okay. But I still kind of I stand by the point that I was making. I think that there's something about being so married to, so possessed by ideology that you will support something that is so obviously right in front of your face going to be a disaster for so many people, including your own cause, you know? And so, like, I do think there's something about that has this, like, we got to break a few eggs to make an omelet type of feeling to it, which never ends up resulting in an omelet. But there are...
Okay, so let me just go over again some of the things that the pragmatists will say, which I outlined in the video when I was talking about the philosophy of pragmatism, tying it back to John Dewey. Now, they're just too married to abstract theory. There's a crisis in this moment that must be dealt with. We needn't get bogged down in theoretical arguments or general principles. We should be practical and address the problem of the day. And that the purpose of theory is action. That the purpose of philosophy should be to guide man in everyday situations. Or claiming that strategy must revolve around achieving momentary cultural war wins. So let's check out what he said there. That there's something about being so married to ideology that you'll endorse something that's going to be a disaster for so many people, including your own movement. So what does it mean for something to be disastrous towards a movement? Well, it means that people stop believing in that movement. Meaning that the strategy doesn't work. Meaning that the true depends upon what works. Whoops, that's pragmatism. Right, pragmatism. Pragmatism. Uh-oh. He's being a pragmatist.
Resulting in an omelet, but there are some libertarians, not serious libertarians or prominent libertarians, but there's enough of the rank and file member who will actually say, well, we should go further. And in fact, all these people should be allowed in government schools or government libraries or government playgrounds or things like that. And to me, that is incorrect by libertarian theory. I want to make that clear first. But then I will also say that if that was correct by libertarian theory, then I would simply reject libertarianism. Yeah. Like
if it was correct by libertarian theory, namely, that something icky would happen, that is, that libertarianism doesn't work by the standard of satisfying his whims, then he would reject libertarianism. So the result is held as the primary from which he gets the theory. Pragmatism.
If the case was that you were saying that random homeless drug addicts who are covered in their own, you know, like feces and filth should be allowed in public schools, which some not serious libertarians, but enough rank and file members will say to me, then I'd go, oh, okay, well, I would just abandon libertarianism if I believe that were the conclusion, which I don't believe. I would just kind of implore a lot of libertarians.
And here it's from his space.
To think about the fact that
the world has changed. Truly drastically, the world has changed over the last few years. There's a lot of things you could point to of what
The world has changed. We need to deal with the problem of the day, perhaps.
really changed the world. I particularly think COVID. That's the thing I would really point to, but we could debate that. But the world has changed, and in a situation like that, I think you should at least be open to new strategies rather than kind of having this what seems to me is almost a quasi-religious allergy to even suggesting that maybe just sitting in
We've got to be open to new strategies, because what works today might not work tomorrow. Where do I hear that from? Oh yeah, fucking John Dewey.
our corner and preaching our message is not the best use of this party.
You're right. Jo Jorgensen has a lot to be said for her, but she came on my show and she said, here are my 3 issues. I forget what the first 2 were. That's sort of reasonable. But her third issue was the environment. Now, this is 2020. The environment, and it wasn't.
And to be clear, Dave Smith agrees with what Tom says here at the end. That's why I'm including a Tom Woods clip as well.
Climate change is being exploited by crazy people to take over all of society. I mean, I could have been on board for that.
Right.
It was more like, well, the young people are interested in the environment. And we can show them that conservation will work better if it's with private property. I mean, and again, on paper, there's nothing wrong with that. But that's not what, as they say, what time it is right now.
Yeah.
And it is kind of important to get. And I don't want to hear the whole, I'm more principled than you are. Maybe we just have different principles. My first principle is I'd like to have a livable society for my kids. That's actually my
His first principle is I would like to have a livable society for my kids. So the result is the principle. So the result actually comes before the principles. So what works is the standard of what? The true. Where do we hear that from? Whatever you think of this argument, it's very clearly a pragmatist one. So how about we be honest and defend the pragmatist philosophy? And let me just let the clip play out in case he says, actually, everything I said back there was a joke, so I'm not clipping out of fucking context.
first principle. And if you're going to try to persuade me that I should have some first principle other than that, well, my kids are more important than your philosophy. So that is the way I am thinking.
It is still true, even with Donald Trump, and I think this is something that libertarians should point out, that there is so much of this system that both Kamala Harris and Donald Trump endorse. And when it comes to kind of like central banking or empire or government spending, and there's lots of issues that we could point out, like, hey, they're not different on these very, very important issues. However, I think sometimes libertarians struggle to adjust to the facts on the ground.
Facts on the ground. We need to deal with this problem here and now. There are facts on the ground that we need to deal with. We need to adjust our theory to suit these facts. Where do we hear that from?
And there's a lot of people who have, I think a lot of people in the libertarian world suffer from ideological capture,
There's that fucking soundbite again.
ideological possession. And so it's almost like dealing with the changes in the real world that's off to the side here. We're talking in theory and the non-aggression principle. And by the way, always patting myself on the back and feeling like a very good person because I...
He's putting adjusting to the facts on the ground as being opposed to theory. Why might that be? Could it be that I'm actually fucking correct here? That I'm actually correct? That I correctly identified him as a pragmatist? That he's being a fucking liar? I wonder.
Get an A++ score on the anarcho-capitalist test, and I never supported,
I wonder how I was able to get all these clips if he's not a pragmatist. Weird, right? I guess he was just misspeaking the whole time. Every time he said that, he was drinking whiskey, and but he still doubles down, but he didn't really mean it in the way he said he did, according to the mystic priests who are able to interpret Dave Smith, even though he doubles down. Strange. Yeah, anyway, let me just take a quick BRB, because I am fresh out of water, and I need to piss before we continue with this video. And geez Louise, we're going to have to chug through this thing, eh? But yeah, let's do a quick BRB, quick intermission. Everybody go fill up drinks, take a piss, and yeah. Hello, hello, hello. I gotta run. I think I see your arguments, but I still think you're missing the points Dan and I have tried to make on this. I'll try to put a short video together on this and send it to you. I mean, fucking good luck. I've got clips for days, man. I fucking just did. So let's see if there's anything new from Twitch. Doesn't look like it. There's a fucking... I'm not goddamn able to actually do any moderator actions on Twitch, so I don't know why. Fucking, like, reply button is over top of my moderator button, so I can't ban the bots. Very annoying. Anyway, let's, continue.
That just essentially means, gotta be realistic, dude. Like, and who can argue against that? Who can argue that we're not supposed to be realistic? And like, I don't know.
Again, this is the fucking package deal I was talking about. That to be realistic means to abandon theory. As he said himself. He posed theory bros in the last clip I just played. He posed theory bros as against living in the real world, dealing with the situation on the ground. What does that divide sound like? Sounds a whole lot like radicalism versus pragmatism, doesn't it?
No, obviously, look, I was not a member of the Prague Caucus, and we had a lot of criticisms of them. But who could argue, Jacob, that if our view is that we believe in anarcho-capitalism and we're alive today, they're like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Sure does seem like you'd need to be pragmatic at some point. And so this whole thing is like a gigantic bait and switch straw man that for some reason I spent like at least the first 15 minutes of the video are on that. And so then he cuts to me at the Soho Forum. And this is where I got to say, I think the kid was pretty dishonest throughout this thing. And I don't know much more than this, but so he cuts to me at the Soho Forum. And he cuts to me saying, and this is getting into your point that you were asking about, but he cuts to me saying, hey, you know, we will never win 70 million votes unless we convert another million people and then another million people after that. That's our only way.
Thank you very much for the $5 Philosophos one. You're saving the hot air balloon repair movement. Thank you. .red sent a counter to your NAP argument on Discord. I'd appreciate your response. Sure, just tell me where that was.
But what's interesting is that he started the video there instead of starting it 20 seconds earlier, where if he had, it would have been very clear what, and by the way, this debate is fairly well known in libertarian circles at this point. And what I said was, I start by going, hey, I was listening to the Reason Magazine podcast, where Matt Welch is interviewing Bill Weld about whether he's going to be the candidate next year or next presidential cycle. And he...
Oh yeah, deceptive editing, you are completely correct. He is claiming deceptive editing. Oh, he's surely strawmanned me already, hasn't he? What has he said about me? He kind of said that I was calling him a Cartesian, but I'm not going to count that. I'm not going to count that just yet. Cable12, thank you very much for the $10. Literally would have never heard of you or started watching you if Dave hadn't name dropped you and part of the problem multiple times. You have to acknowledge the importance of that pipeline. I didn't know that he'd name dropped me on part of the problem. If I had, then I would have cornered him into a debate a lot earlier. But still, the pipeline exists because Dave has started abandoning the principles. So people, they need somewhere to go, right? But yeah, in any case, so he's... Well, let's listen to what he's referring to here, because I've got the whole clip. Got the whole clip.
Magazine podcast, where Matt Welch is interviewing Bill Weld about whether he's going to be the candidate next year or next presidential cycle. And he goes, you know, there's this divide in libertarianism between the people who say that we want to win 1 million new converts and the people who say we want to win 70 million votes. But you're more of the pragmatist who thinks we could win 70 million votes. And then I go, yeah, that's pragmatic.
Right.
The idea that Bill Weld could win 70 million votes. And then I explicitly say there is no conflict between whether we should be pragmatic and win 70 million votes or whether we should convert another million libertarians. The point is that
no conflict between whether we should be pragmatic and win 70 million votes or convert another million voters. Keep that in mind. He said that.
We will only win 70 million votes if we convert. And like you said, if we get the votes without converting anyone, then what have we really won? Nothing. So
let's see what he said. Let's see what he said.
You know, I was listening to the Reason podcast for this debate. I was listening to the Reason podcast, and they had Bill Weld on at Freedom Fest last year.
Notice I'm starting exactly where he fucking wanted me to. Quite a bit more than 20 seconds back, actually.
I made it through the whole thing. And by the way, I love Nick and Matt. I love both of those guys. But there was one point where they're talking to Bill Weld, and they have this false dynamic where they go, you know, there's a lot of these like anarchists out there who want a candidate who can change 1 million people's minds. And then there's like the pragmatic candidate like Bill Weld who's trying to get 70 million votes. That's pragmatic. The idea that Bill Weld will get 70 million votes.
Yeah, he's clearly not being fucking flippant and dismissive of pragmatism here. Not at all like Murray Rothbard in fucking, what was it, On the Duty of Natural Outlaws Shut Up. Where he's like, pragmatism doesn't actually work. By the way, pragmatism isn't pragmatic. Most common argument against pragmatism ever. Nothing like that.
I mean,
no way of interpreting it that way.
Are you kidding me right now? And then Nick Gillespie, who I love, but he says, you know, there are these anarchists who their whole thing is they want to die on the hill of we need to privatize the sidewalks. Look, man, that's not the hill I'm trying to die on. The hill I'm trying to die on is we need to end the wars and end the Fed. And that's what our candidate should be saying. And I will gladly die on that hill. Now, look, if you look, there's no conflict between should we win 70 million votes or should we try to convert another million.
There is no conflict between should we win 70 million votes or should we convert another million people. What did he say here?
We should be pragmatic. There is no conflict between whether we should be pragmatic and win 70 million votes or whether...
Oh, whoops-a-daisy, he seems to have snuck an extra word in there. Oh, he snuck an extra word in there that changes the entire fucking meaning. It's almost like I fucking watched the goddamn debate, you retard. Christ. These people, it's so insulting that they think I haven't fucking seen this shit.
People, we will never win 70 million votes unless we convert...
Show me where he says fucking pragmatic in this goddamn clip. In a positive way. He doesn't.
Another million people, and then another million people after that, and another million people after that. That's our only choice. The only question that matters to libertarians as far as national candidates goes is who can convert more people. That's it. If we get votes without converting anyone, then what have we won? Nothing.
Yeah, so there's the entire clip for context. 0 times in that clip, I posit, Dave Smith says pragmatic, any positive connotation. 0. But here, it's like, oh, should we be pragmatic and win 70 million? Whoa, hold on, you didn't fucking say that though, did you? You didn't say that. You're claiming I'm deceptively editing you. You're claiming I'm lying. But you don't have your fucking facts straight, Dave. Whoops-a-daisies. I have the fucking receipts, Dave. I have the fucking receipts. You know why I have the receipts? Because I watched it all, and I notated down exactly where I got every single fucking clip from. So I can just go back and see, hey, why did I miss that out? Did I just not pay attention in that part? Or did he say something actually different, which changes the whole meaning? And I can go back and see, indeed, yeah. No, you've inserted a fucking word there.
Whether we should convert another million libertarians. The point is that we will only win 70 million votes if we convert. And like you said, if we get the votes without converting anyone, then what have we really won? Nothing. So when you take the whole statement, and I'm sorry, that is like, to me, like essentially a lie by omission to say that I was...
Oh, I'm lying by omission. You're lying by addition, Dave. You lied about what you said there. You added an extra word. I didn't omit shit.
Against I was making the case for...
Maybe you wanted to say that extra word, but you fucking didn't. So you can't get on me. You can't get on my back for not divining what was truly in your mind when I actually just look at your words. Okay, Dave, I just looked at your words. And what is the fucking argument here? Well, actually, guys, I rejected principles the whole time. I was never a radical. So, okay, if that's the fucking hill you want to die on, go ahead.
For radical pragmatism. I wasn't making the case for radicalism against pragmatism. And of course, as I imagine someone like...
This feels like purity testing from Sparkly Taser. Yes, I'm testing Dave's purity. He has claimed to be the most consistent motherfucker I know. So I'm testing that. I'm testing his purity. He claims to be responding to his critics, namely... Oh, who's that name? Liquid Zulu? Who's that? Right? He claims to be responding to me here, so I'm responding right back. I don't think Dave just gets to continue on this game of he has just a way bigger audience than me, so he just gets to have the final word and nobody hears me respond. No, that's over. That is over the second I publish my video. Monhalt for $3 Australian, thank you very much. We reacted to the entire Soho debate, lol. Indeed, we did. Start to fucking finish.
Zulu may have noticed if he was paying attention to this thing. I didn't just debate...
Oh, if Zulu had noticed he was paying attention to this thing. Fuck off, Dave. Fuck off. You inserted an extra word you never fucking said. I was paying attention, you goddamn weren't.
Sarwark and then not talk about the Mises Caucus strategy ever again. I talked about this on maybe 100,000 different podcasts where I very clearly explained that our vision...
Yeah, I goddamn fucking watched them. I can't take fucking Dave's word for shit on what he said back then. Because we've already seen. We've already fucking seen.
You know,
He's
I was listening.
an open and flagrant liar when it comes to this. He claimed I was lying when he was lying. I have the fucking chat logs, Dave. Anybody can go back and watch this fucking debate and see you are defending pragmatism. Like, there's just no debate from this point. What are you talking about? To be clear, there's no debate on this issue of whether I deceptively edited. I still want that fucking debate, Dave. Don't use this to fucking worm your way out of this. Don't deceptively edit this part out.
Vision was radical pragmatism. That our vision was like, yes, look, it
Radical pragmatism. I heard a more fucking retarded phrase than that. Radical pragmatism. Dave, what the fuck does pragmatism mean in your mind? What does that mean? What does the word pragmatism mean?
actually, if I said this many different times. If let's say in 2016, Gary Johnson had won 32% of the vote, and he needed 33% to win. We had come within 1 percentage point of winning the presidency with someone like Gary Johnson, who, yes, is not perfect, but is so much better than anyone else you're ever going to get as president. And then the next election cycle, the Prags were saying, hey, let's run Justin Amash this time. And then we came in and went, no, let's run Dave Smith. I'd be like, yes, they have a strong case because Jesus, dude, just do the same thing and try to get a little bit better. And we might make this situation much better than it is now. But that wasn't the situation. For all that compromise, you got 4% and none of them even stuck around in the party. So anyway.
Why is Dave responding to this random bullshit? Like, I never said to endorse the pragmatist strategy. I'm saying the opposite. I'm not saying, I'm the one saying you shouldn't fucking compromise. You're the one saying to compromise, Dave.
Wait, as I always said, as I'm sure I've said to you before, I guarantee me and you have had this conversation. I went, look, there is a form of radicalism that is stupid. And that radicalism looks like having an argument at the LP presidential debate about whether we should have driver's licenses. And then Michael Bednarik going, you know, what's next?
You know what's a stupid form of radicalism is when you demand consistency. I hate that form of radicalism. And my favorite kind of radical, guys, I don't know if you know this, my favorite kind of radical is the kind of radical who eschews principle in favor of momentary political gains. That's my favorite type of radical. And those are the best types of radicals. I wonder if there's a better word for that.
Next, a license to make toast in my own damn toaster. And then Gary Johnson goes, I mean, I'd like to see a little bit of competency demonstrated before someone gets out on the freeway.
And I get food.
And now the entire libertarian audience looks at him like, what a sellout. You're not hardcore enough. But every regular person who's ever existed goes, what are they even talking about?
Yeah, my favorite type of radical is the type who cares about what the regular person, the median voter cares about. Right? All radicals, we know the weird types of radicals don't care about what the median voter says, but the good types of radicals, they're trying to chase the median voter. You know my favorite fucking radical for capitalism? It's probably Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris. They're all chasing the median voter. That's the best type of radical libertarian there is. Like, are we fucking being real here? Have words lost all meaning? Are we being fucking serious? And Capistoni indeed puts it great, where he cites Peikoff, who says is being unprincipled on principle. Indeed. Like, what can I even say at this point? Is gradualism, incrementalism also pragmatism? No, you can be a radical incrementalist. That's true. So the incrementalist strategy is you keep trying to go for these like chipping away wins. It's like, okay, we can get like a fucking the sales tax abolished in this county if we act now. It's like, okay, fucking, go for it. Absolutely go for that. But that doesn't mean you drop the principle that taxation is theft. Yeah, sure, go for that incremental gain towards the final principle. Dave is not doing that. Dave is eschewing the fundamental principle by saying he wants a massive increase in state power. Specifically, when he says that he wants to implement martial law in the United States. He wants to declare war again. He wants a war on immigration, guys. Because the fucking wars on terrorism and drugs went so goddamn well. He wants a war on immigration now. Great. Philosophos 1 DM'd you the argument. No need to respond on stream. Thank you very much for the $2, Philosophos.
Like, this is insane. So that's radical, but it's also stupid. And now, by the way, even if you were running like an ANCAP campaign, you wouldn't lead with that. And then maybe if you had explained anarchism or something like that, and then someone was like, so you're saying you wouldn't have driver's license? And then you could maybe go like, well, look, the road owners can decide what, you have to have in order to drive that. Like, but there'd be a different way to explain. I'm saying there's a form of radicalism that is stupid and not pragmatic. There's also a different form that is
a form of radicalism that isn't pragmatic. Boy. I mean, Is there any more to say here?
But just to be clear, there's never been any change here. I was never arguing that we ought not be pragmatic in our goals, because that's stupid. And it has nothing to do with some philosophy that you think is based off circular reasoning, which I actually probably mostly agree with Zulu's take on the philosophy, but that's not what we're talking about here. And then, and this is where I got up to in the video, but this was the part that I was probably most offended by, is that then he says that because I've embraced pragmatism, I'm abandoning Ron Paul's strategy of speaking to the remnant. And then he plays like a clip or two of Ron Paul saying some great Ron Paul shit. One of them is a clip of him going, oh, building a fence. A fence might be used to keep all of us in, which, by the way, Jacob, as you know, is something that I mentioned at the victory speech.
You know what else you mentioned, Dave? Let's bring it up. The answer is, we take our fucking entire military, or entire fucking military, rather. I don't want to fucking quote him out of context here. The answer is, take our entire fucking military and put them on our border and secure our border. At a different point, you said, I want to shut this shit down, referring to anti-ICE protests. I want to shut this shit down by any means necessary. You also said that. Could that possibly be used against the American people in any way? I don't know. I'm a retard, and I've never heard any libertarian ever, so I just can't fathom how that could ever turn against us. I can't fathom it's beyond my comprehension how that could ever go bad. Like, Jesus Christ, Dave, you're a retard.
After, or the night before, we won the entire Libertarian Party. Like, how great was it when Ron Paul said that? And I'd still give him credit for that. That's a real concern of having this government build a wall.
By any means necessary, Dave. Sorry, Donald Trump says it's necessary. The wall is necessary to keep these goddamn immigrants out. Sorry, Dave. By any means necessary. You can't walk this shit back down now, Dave. I've got the fucking chat logs. I have the chat logs.
Regardless, though, right? And again, this is just this is a blatant lie of omission, because you're creating.
Oh, I'm such a liar. I'm such a fucking liar, Dave. You're the actual fucking liar here. You're inserting words. I'm not omitting words. You're inserting them.
He's going, look, Ron Paul was against the wall. Ron Paul just said radical things. But like, what's being omitted there? What's being omitted?
Okay, so Dave is trying to act like I'm lying in saying that he has abandoned the Ron Paul model. So let's hear Dave Smith. Let's hear Dave Smith on what he has to say about the Ron Paul model.
That the obvious move for me is to just be always attempting to recreate the Ron Paul revolution. You know, me and you talked about this privately, but I was fairly open about it. But you know, after this last LP convention in DC, it really got me rethinking a lot of these things. Or I was kind of like, you know, look, when a project fails, which I know people get a little upset when I use that term, but I don't know how else to, you know, fairly put it. If the plan of the Mises Caucus was to take over the Libertarian Party and the result 2 years later is this guy is the candidate, then okay, I don't know what you want to call that, but it didn't work out exactly the way we were planning it would. And when you fail in life, you're supposed to reassess and think about what you did wrong and what you might be missing. And I was like, I remember telling you, Tom, this after I go, you know, it's really just occurring to me now, but I've taken it as such a given for so long that it's like we got to try to recreate the Ron Paul revolution. And I don't know, the Ron Paul revolution was so awesome. So obviously, why wouldn't I want to do that again? But you're sitting here and you're like, it's 2024. It's not 2008. It's a drastically different world that we live in today than then.
The world has changed. We got to deal with the problem of the day, and therefore, no longer with the Ron Paul revolution.
And just right on the surface of it, you go, the whole Ron Paul coalition could never be recreated today.
Oh, it could never be recreated today. The Ron Paul revolution could never work today.
Right. Because immigration's the most important freaking issue, or the second most important issue. So you can't have open borders and people who see this as a crisis all on the same team. And look at it, the LP, it's the perfect example. Like, it's proof. You just see these people put together, you're like, this cannot work.
Well, that's strange. Because I thought I was doing a lie by omission. I thought I was omitting context about Ron Paul. But as it turns out, and that's why I'm lying, that he's abandoning the Ron Paul strategy. But actually, Dave Smith, you are omitting the context that you explicitly abandoned the Ron Paul strategy on Tom Woods' podcast. You explicitly rejected it. Explicitly. Like, I'm omitting context here. You didn't watch this part of the fucking video, so maybe you forgot you did this. But it doesn't change the fact that you did do this. I don't see any fucking Sora watermarks on this. Right? I didn't AI this. This is on the Tom Woods Show. You can look it up.
Is that Ron Paul rejected open borders, that Ron Paul ran like 15 races as a Republican, that Ron Paul endorsed Ronald Reagan for president, he endorsed Pat Buchanan for president, he voted for the AUMF in Afghanistan, he endorsed like all types of statist things that Zulu. So Zulu positions.
And Dave, shouldn't it tell you something? That I'm perfectly fine with Ron Paul, but not you? Right? Shouldn't that tell you something? Like, clearly it's not just endorsing. Like, clearly my standard isn't they have to agree with me on everything, or else I make a 3.5-hour documentary on them. Clearly that's not my standard, right? So what might my standard be? Maybe it's claiming to be the most consistent motherfucker you know, which Ron Paul never fucking did. Ron Paul never claimed to be the ultimate fucking most consistent ANCAP ever. You did. That's your entire fucking brand, Dave. Ron Paul never claimed that. Ron Paul never tried to counter-signal the radicals. Ron Paul is, if you look at the context in which I use Ron Paul's clip on open borders, I'm saying like, hey look, Ron Paul said this about open borders. There's scarcely a few mentions he said this on open borders. And it's Ron Paul responding to open borders, a question on open borders. He's like, okay, well, in a free society, open borders is not an issue. I understand why people think it's an issue, but it's not an issue. And it's actually a very good way. It's way better than foreign aid, because foreign aid, we give it to the government and the government just scams the people and all that. Like no person on earth who's familiar with Dave Smith thinks that Dave wouldn't take that opportunity to counter-signal us. Nobody thinks that. Ron Paul doesn't take the opportunity to counter-signal the open borders libertarians, because he acknowledges that there are these open borders libertarians, and they have a legitimate point. He doesn't take the opportunity to counter-signal them. He tries to work his way around it, right? He tries to keep the coalition alive. And that's the thing. We would have been all down with that, Dave. We would have been perfectly down with keeping the coalition that was the Mises Caucus alive until you fucked it up.
Himself as if Ron Paul was this pure awesome.
Yeah, cordial Tad. Zulu's dishonest. I only mean pragmatist in a layman's way, not the philosophy. Also, I'm making a case for radical pragmatism, and you're just goofy, man. Yeah. Like, pick a fucking lane, Dave.
Model, Dave Smith selling out. In reality, objectively speaking, I'm not a better person than Ron Paul. I'm not smarter or well educated. I am a more radical libertarian than he was. And like, I was around in 2008 and 2012, and all I did was champion Ron Paul. If Zulu was around back then, he'd have been an ankle biter making a video about.
False. For all the reasons I just stated, and all the reasons stated in the video, which Dave Smith apparently didn't fucking watch. Again, didn't watch the fucking video award. Is that a fucking straw man? Yeah, it's kind of fucking straw manning me in assuming that my argument is just, well, this guy isn't 100% libertarian, so therefore he deserves ire. I've never fucking said that one time in my life. Not once. Find the fucking clip. Find the fucking clip, Dave.
About how he was a poison to the movement, and he was, you know what I mean, like costing us more than he's helping. So like that. So okay, I made it about 20 minutes in, and I went, "This is all just too ridiculous, dude." Like there's
this is all just too ridiculous, man. This is just so goofy. We all know what that is, boys. Bum bum bum. That is the dipshit Dave Gambit. This is so goofy, man. This is so goofy.
I don't know. None of this makes any sense, and it's all based off like very intentional omissions and trickery. But again, that's only 20 minutes in, so I know.
I'm so trickery. I'm such a trickster. I'm such a fucking trickster. I'm trying to, fucking German ANCAP guys thought I was trying to sneak objectivism in when every goddamn video I'm saying like, oh yeah, and I'm getting this from Ayn Rand, I'm getting this from Leonard Peikoff. I'm just so sneaky. I'm so fucking sneaky, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
I know that. And then I read what Adam Heyman said, and then I saw the clip going around, and I saw a bit of Zulu.
Yeah, read what Adam, that fucking about sums it up. He read Adam Heyman's article and thought it was great. Wow.
Defending that I was calling for violence in your, which you could ask what you want to next, but at some point I do want to address that. But anything you want to say from that?
No, I think we should cover that next, but we can stay here for just a minute. I think that I would mostly agree with what you're saying. I think this gets into a tricky thing with language where words do have multiple meanings.
He's kind of doing an infighting bad, actually, I think. Is he doing an infighting bad? Yeah, it's like, oh, I'm trying to, push the theory forward. I'm trying to, push these things forward, and you would be ankle biting Ron Paul, and this is just all ankle biting. that is kind of infighting bad. I'm gonna mark that. You know, if you don't like it, you can suck my dick.
Meaning sometimes, and maybe because of the philosophy, you could argue that you should use a different word. Maybe you should.
Yeah, Zulu is sneaking libertarianism into his videos, totally defaming Dave Smith. Yeah, I'm so sneaky. I'm so sneaky with all these things, guys. Most of my long-time subscribers, they don't even know that I'm an ANCAP, by the way. Like, I'm so sneaky with it. It's not like I fucking mention it in every goddamn video. I made a fucking video. I made a video about AI art, where like a large portion of that video is literally just elucidating the objectivist theory of aesthetics. Like I'm more open with my philosophical foundations than Murray Rothbard was, by the way. Like, if we're gonna fucking start taking lick for lick here, Murray Rothbard wouldn't cite Ayn Rand. Murray Rothbard didn't do that. Deliberately so. And whatever you think of that, I do. Like, I'm not being sneaky with any of these things.
You should say, instead of being pragmatic, we should be practical or realistic. I don't know.
Sure.
That seems to be a bit pedantic at the end of the day. I think that if you're just being good faith, like as he defines pragmatism in the video, which I agree with his definition, I think you would mostly agree. Like, the philosophy says that, what is good is whatever works. And
Nope. Pragmatism doesn't claim whatever is good is what works. Pragmatism claims that the true is whatever works. That for something to be true means that it works. Namely, that it achieves the purposes of a consciousness. So if A is true, it means it achieves the purposes of a consciousness. So no, that's incorrect. I didn't say that.
Even on issues.
But that's never been what any libertarian who calls themselves a prag has ever been talking about.
No, it actually is. It actually is what they all mean. And that is what they mean. I explicate it completely. At least in the case of Dave Smith. I do agree. I use Dave Smith as sort of the archetype of this attitude. And again, Dave, I've got the fucking chat logs here. I showed all these clips where you are endorsing pragmatism implicitly, right? You are making pragmatist arguments here. You don't know you are. I am willing to accept you do not know you're making pragmatist arguments. I'm fully willing to accept you don't know your own philosophy well enough to know that it's called pragmatism. I'm fully willing to accept that. But that doesn't make it not pragmatism, okay? Thank you very much to Prometeur Ent for the 2500 CLP. I'm not sure what that is, sorry. What I actually want to say about these people, I'm afraid to say, reminds me of the Neil Kolkater video about left versus right-wing news. I'm not familiar with that one, actually. That's not actually a bad idea, but we can't say it on air, can we? That's good.
And far be it from me to defend the fucking prags. Like, those guys hate my guts, and I hate most of them. But I'm sorry, that's just not. They were.
Well, far be it from Dave to defend the prags, but I've apparently got to fucking defend Dave Smith, who I count as a fucking prag. I've got to defend Dave Smith and say, well, Dave Smith is so great on all these fucking issues. That's my job. I've got to fucking extend my 3.5 hour long video to talk about how great Dave Smith is, as if every goddamn libertarian podcast on the planet isn't already doing that every episode. No, I've got to fucking extend my goddamn video for that. That's my job all of a sudden. Everybody's got to suck Dave Smith's dick. Man Charma for 40 rupees, thank you very much. Rothbard should have cited Rand. He took an L there. Yeah, I agree. And Codul's ad for $10 US. Thank you very much. Oh yeah, you should add, I have kids, therefore I can use divination to find the truth of the world, but I don't have to back it up to the bingo card. Anyway, good stream, Zulu. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I do have, but I have children and you don't. I would count that, I think.
Never saying it's good. They were saying, hey, we're libertarians. That's our philosophy. Now, let's see what can advance that. Now, they did it in all sorts of terrible ways, but that doesn't mean that the idea that you ever have to deal with reality is wrong. And that's all it means to be pragmatic. In the same way if your dad ever told you to be pragmatic.
Harrison Wells, thank you very much for the $5 US. Busy with work, just want to contribute. Zal Zulu, thank you very much.
Pragmatic. He was never saying anything more than that.
Right,
so, like, no, it's not a circular philosophy when any libertarian talks about it.
Right, no, I agree. I mean, there's
Yeah, can we get a couple of Hal Harrisons in chat?
sort of like using the word in philosophy, and there's using the word in a more colloquial sense to talk
The way
about
every libertarian has ever meant it, who's ever
really
said
just
it.
what most people mean when they use
Well,
that word.
again, listen, I'm not trying to be a dick.
Again, Jacob, I'm not trying to be untoward towards Jacob. I'm not trying to be too mean towards him or anything. Let's just make sure I heard him right.
In a more colloquial sense, to
The
talk
way
about
every libertarian has ever meant it, who's ever
really
said
just
it.
what most people mean when they use.
What most people mean when they use pragmatic. I mean, Jacob, do you think most people study philosophy? Do you think most people have an explicit philosophy? Like, are we being real here? Vast majority of people never bothered doing the first bit of interrogation into philosophy. Vast majority. 90+%. So what most people mean when they say pragmatic, I don't think matters a fucking bit. Okay? Not one fucking iota does it matter.
But this is again, listen, I'm not trying to be a dick.
Because again, when they say pragmatic, they really are implicitly invoking the philosophy of pragmatism. That's where the word fucking comes from, by the way. Like, a lot of these words people use, they come from philosophers. Like, I can look through the history of philosophy and you'll see where they come from. Like, what was it? Fucking... I can't remember, like, Bentham made a lot of words, I believe. Like, words that we still fucking use. I can't remember the specific examples. So let's look it up, actually. Not sure. Yeah, neologisms and Bentham. International, maximize. That was the one I was thinking of. Yeah, maximize. Like, some of them, they do lose their specific connotation, but not pragmatic. Pragmatic didn't lose its philosophical connotation. Whenever you hear someone saying, well, let's just be pragmatic, they mean stop fucking getting bogged down in theory, asshole. I mean, stop fucking thinking so much. Let's just get out there and take action. Which, by the way, was the whole fucking impetus behind the philosophy of pragmatism.
This is Archie Flower saying you violated the non-aggression principle if you ever thought about anything that's impure in your head. It's like, okay, well, the way that every other person uses the word violated, they mean...
Yeah, Dave, shouldn't it fucking tell you something, Dave? That maybe I've got a little bit more depth to me than Archie Flower. That I've got all these followers who are attacking you and getting you to actually acknowledge this. Shouldn't that tell you something, that there is a difference here? Did Archie Flower ever manage that? No. No, never. And thank you very much to Man for the 5 gifted memberships. It's very cool. And to the new members, by the way, there is some members only content which you can go check out. I don't know if there's any. There are there is cut content from the Celebriterian video, which was cut specifically for copyright purposes, which you can watch. And actually, I need to upload the old intro as members only. I'll do that at some point. Please, if you're a member, remind me to do that. Start spamming at me to do that tomorrow, and I'll do that. Because I'm very proud of the original intro. I think I managed to capture a lot of the same energy, but I very much liked it. But yeah, so there is members only content if you want to look at that. But yeah, let's get cracking.
Me, that it's on the level of if I went to you and I went, hey, going 70 in a 60 is against the law, and you went, okay, and then I went, well, thinking about going 70 in a 60 is also breaking the law, and you went, no, that's not breaking the law, and I went, well,
how is it on that level, Dave? You haven't explicated how it's on that level. He's kind of misunderstanding reductio ad absurdum here, actually. He thinks just making the reductio of me to Archie Flowers is sufficient. He's not backing it up at all. He's just doing it. And of course, I'm not there to defend myself, so if we gotta fucking secure our border, we've got a bingo. And thank you very much, Philosophos 1. What videos you're planning on making next? So I was thinking of a couple ones. I'm thinking of turning some Ayn Rand essays into videos, specifically something like the Apollo versus Dionysus essay, or the Comperchicos. I think I've got a lot to say there, so that could be quite fun. And initially my environmentalism video, it runs along a lot of the same lines as an Ayn Rand essay called The Anti-Industrial Revolution. Actually, I came to the same theory independently of Rand, and then I read the Rand article and I was like, yeah, she fucking just says it in such a great way. You can see my initial formulation of it in my debate with the love meme, where that came from, where it's uploaded like as an actual video on my channel because I wasn't able to stream it for whatever reason. Environmentalism debate. Let's see here. It'll be here somewhere. Oh yeah, here. With Daniel Gear. Should the environmental protectionism be prioritized over economic growth? You can see my opening statement there is my initial formulation of that idea. And then Harrison Wells also became a member. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's get cracking.
Well, it's breaking the law in the sense that you break the philosophical construct. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, but like that's not the way anyone uses the word. So it's not even pedantic. It's just you're not actually you're using this term in a different way than any of the people you're arguing with are. So actually take on what they are saying.
I think
Which is pretty easy. You're talking about Andy Craig and Nick Sarwark. We can deal with what they're actually saying, and none of it was this circular dumb reasoning. They're just kind of sellouts and gay.
Andy Craig, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Well, he was the Prague Chair Caucus, I think.
Yeah, no, you're right. So I think, and I don't know if I want to jump into this too soon because it is almost a really deep subject. Maybe we should.
I mean, I feel like we can fucking at this point. Oop, I'm just gonna go for that one. You know, maybe he goes real hard in the latter half here, but I don't see it coming.
Say for later, it's just in terms of where maybe your and my philosophy differ from Zulu. But I think like he's trying to say that your position on immigration and public property and why you reject his position is philosophical pragmatism because you're rejecting sort of like being consistent in his. I'm not saying
right.
His word. You're rejecting being consistent on the NAP because you say, well, we have to reject the consistency because the outcomes are too outrageous or evil or not desirable. And so he's saying that what you're doing is sort of like abandoning principle and saying like, no, we have to do like what works or something like that.
And maybe that was premature. Maybe that was premature because he is getting back at him now. He's at least doing some amount of pushback. So I'll take that off for now. No, that host has to translate for Dave. So right now he's translating for me because, you know, obviously he's gonna fucking have to because I'm not goddamn there. Whereas I'm counting host has to translate for Dave, where Dave says some obscene shit, and then the host is like, well, but you really meant this, right? You know, something like that.
And so I guess that's the strongest way I can try to steelman his argument. But I think, I mean, just to put it in my own words, why I kind of disagree.
You know, it'd be an even stronger way is if, you know, maybe David just initially accepted to debate me. But yeah, thank you very much, Cordial Tad, for becoming a member. That's very nice.
On the public property thing is that it's not even just a matter of, like, we would probably, if I put it this way,
let's actually check the Twitch to make sure I haven't missed anything. I have not. Good. Goffy slot will be later. Yes, thank you very much, Autoute. Goofy, yes. Host explains slot. Okay, yeah. Up to present on Twitch. It's fucking, you know, I don't know why it's doing that. I fucking hope there's some way where I can get the Restream interface to actually show me like Twitch donations and stuff. Because it showed me YouTube super chats, but it doesn't show me any Twitch like equivalents. Praxeb objectivist book tier list, non-fiction. Well, I can't do that right now. But put it in the things to react to thing in my Discord, like the forum page, and I'll remember what that was referring to.
All agree on the public property thing. Because what I often say on this is, like, and I was actually just having this discussion with LCI guys because we're writing a second edition to our flagship book, and we're talking about how to say this. I was like, listen, sometimes the libertarian answer to a certain question is almost like there isn't one other than just privatize it, right? Like, what's the libertarian position on, you know, what the, you know, income tax rate should be? It's like, no, there is no, we shouldn't have an income tax, right? We would probably agree on immigration that there is no libertarian position on what the state should do with immigration. It's like, no, we want to privatize movement to where it's regulated by market transactions and borders. And I think the same thing applies to public property, where it's like, well, what's the position on how government should run public property? It's like, well, we're ANCAPs. We don't want the government to own property and have it be this public good.
There was some sort of like nice, easy to follow flow chart. We should go over my argument. But I really just don't know where anybody could find such a flow chart. Should we just go over every aspect of my argument? My full deductive proof on why I think what I think on public property. I mean, somebody would have to construct such a flow chart. That just seems crazy. I don't know. Where would you even find such a thing? No, how could you even articulate this argument in such an easy to understand way within a podcast. You know, you'd have to have some sort of, you know, graphic to go with it, I suppose. But I really don't know where you could find. I mean, where could you find something like that? You know, something which starts with like some sort of premise and you know, some basic fact and gives you all the possibilities for whether someone owns it and like draws out what the implications of those are. I don't know. I don't know how you do that though.
But then what you're saying is, now, while they're doing this, what should we opt for, right? And that's not you saying that that's like some kind of like
Yeah, Casimir here. I will pay to fly Liquid Zulu to New York City if Dave Smith agrees to debate him in the Soho Forum. And indeed, he expands upon this with a super chat with the same thing. And said it doesn't even have to be Soho Forum. After a while, I believe. Like, but Jacob didn't read that super chat, I guess.
philosophical normative thing. You're saying that we have to deal with the reality where, like, as much as we might philosophically disagree with the idea of public property, we live in a world of public property. So how are we going? And then, like, if our kids are being put into these public property facilities, you know, should we just be like, well, it would violate the NAP to keep the kids away from pedos?
Right.
So I guess that's where I think, like, you're not saying really anything at those points about the philosophy. You're saying that, well, we have to be practical and deal with this real world problem in front of us. Now, what they say, you're rejecting the philosophy, and I think that's wrong.
In other words, it's
Oh my god, okay. So let's just say, like, so you're just saying, okay, that is kind of this is a weird one, because it is host has to translate for Dave. Because he's saying, so you're saying that the philosophy is the one thing, and then we have to live in the real world, but in his translation, he is still fucking endorsing goddamn pragmatism. Like, I mean, it's just inescapable. It's inescapable, man.
it's a cop out, and it's a very intentional cop out to be like, well, pragmatism is this circular, self-contradictory philosophy, and therefore, anytime you say deal with real life, I get to have a get out of jail free card. It's like,
No, not just when you say, it's because the premise behind you saying deal with real life. Because when I'm giving some sort of theoretical argument, or anybody in my camp is giving some sort of theoretical argument, your counter to that is deal with the real world. So that is being set up in opposition to theory. The real world in opposition to theory. Which philosophy does that come from? I just can't fucking think about it because I've never studied philosophy before.
yeah, okay, forget that circular philosophy. Nobody's arguing for that. Now, fine, pick a different word, Jacob. Be realistic here. What can we actually do, given the world that we live in? And I will say that, like, well, there's
It's
this.
the same fucking premise, Dave. It doesn't matter goddamn which word you use, retard. It's the same premise behind the question. Like, does he think he's being sneaky here? Does he think I don't recognize the premises that he's operating upon? I mean, he's bad at debate, so maybe he thinks this is just impossible for someone to actually cop what premises you're using. Clock what premises someone is using when they make a question. That snuck premises are just invisible to everybody, but they're actually not. You know, when you've done debate as seriously and as long as I have, you get these things pretty quick. Okay, I've done this in many debates. Go back through my backlog. You'll see me type out an entire chain, and they will follow that exact fucking chain, exactly as I fucking predicted. It's like, this is possible. It's real. It exists. It's yours. Just take it.
This mix of reactions because every libertarian is like arguing their own damn thing. I guess what I think I appreciate about Zulu, which again, that's what I just described is what I've seen of the video. But I did read Adam Heyman's piece that he wrote about it, and he had a quote from Zulu where, like, I guess there's a challenge to a debate, and the debate that he laid out is like, I'll bite the bullets. I'll say yes.
Nope. This is the problem with fucking taking it from goddamn Adam Heyman, who did zero fucking research for this shit. Sorry, my watch is in my pocket, and it's beeping right now. Yeah, this is the problem with getting it from fucking Adam Heyman, who did zero research, and just took a single fucking thesis, namely, that I'm an NAP absolutist, and just imagined arguments for it. The problem with that is that wasn't what I said, Dave. I didn't say I want to debate you on whether it's good to steal a penny to save the world. I never fucking said that one time in the video. I was analyzing your performance on the debate of is libertarianism better than Christian populism? And in that debate, you utterly failed to bite a single fucking bullet one time. Right, fucking... That's why this square is here. Doesn't bite any bullets. You failed to bite a single goddamn bullet. And then it goes on to, well, I mean, Dave Smith, he says he won't debate me. Because he's just afraid of beating on weak libertarians. Well, go ahead, Dave. Try me. Get in a debate with me, and I will bite any bullet you send my way. I can bite way stronger bullets than the one Andrew was sending your way. That is the context under which that quote arises. So, this whole section is just fucking nullified because Dave Smith, A, because Adam Heyman took it out of context, and Adam Heyman doesn't understand what the fuck he's doing, and B, because Dave Smith didn't watch the fucking video, which he's trying to respond to. You know, I have a policy. I don't know if this is a weird policy of mine, but when I try and respond to a video, I generally, at the very least, watch the whole video. Normally, I watch it multiple times when I'm responding to a video. Dave doesn't really seem to bother himself with that. Okay, but at the very least, don't fucking strawman me. Don't fucking claim that, well, Adam Heyman with his single fucking citation, nothing else. That's a real good clarification. That's a real good summary of the video. Like, fuck off.
To all these things. And so there's something interesting about that. Number one,
Kofi Campbell, out of context, and answer it now. Would you steal the penny? I think it is bad to steal pennies. You should not steal the penny to save the world. Now, let's think about this scenario for a second. Let's think about this scenario. Let's imagine it's not just a reductio ad absurdum, because what the reductio ad absurdum is saying is there an exception to the NAP? Which the answer is no. Let's really think about this scenario for a second. Imagine this was actually happening in real life. This intergalactic fleet comes, using more resources than ever been possessed by humanity, cumulatively, throughout the entire existence of humanity. More resources to send this massive fleet here. Fleet capable of blowing up an entire planet. Inconceivable amounts of technology. Inconceivable amounts of capital development went into that. And they come here, and they beam down to me. And they say, Liquid Zulu, will you steal a penny, or else we'll blow up your planet? Now, let's think about just one contradiction here. The contradiction involved is, first of all, that in order to get that level of development, you're required to have the correct philosophy. If you have the incorrect philosophy, you can't get that technology in the first place. Because that's the first contradiction. They're looking for an effect without the cause. Okay. And then just, why on God's green earth would these aliens who have spent more resources than have ever been possessed by humanity to get here, why on earth would the request be a single penny? Clearly they're very irrational. And in what sense can you trust the word of someone so utterly irrational that is their request? You can't trust their word. So who knows that he's going to fucking stop at a penny? I give them the penny, it's like, here ye, now you have to rape that baby for 3 hours. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ, you know, and it just keeps escalating. And this is just their version of fucking reality TV. Right, so that's the second point. And like, you know, I try not to be mean with these things, but I've gone over this a million fucking times. Is it possible for me to steal a penny in that situation? I posit that there are 0 people on Earth who own a penny who would be opposed to me taking the penny to save the entire planet. I posit that that number is 0. Therefore, nobody who I could take a penny from would reject it, so I could never steal a penny. So therefore the scenario is basically just the aliens come to Earth, and there's no way to stop them from blowing up the planet. What do? So, well, I guess fucking nothing. It's like, Tomer, the aliens, they blow up the entire planet. What do you do about it? It's like, fine, I can't do anything. What do you mean, what do I do about it? There's nothing I can do about it. So just on every level of analysis, the hypothetical is retarded. Like, I think it's an invalid hypothetical when you actually try and elevate it to the level of this is really happening. But on the level where you're actually using it in good faith, really what it's asking is, is there an exception to the non-aggression principle? To which the correct answer is no. There's not an exception to the non-aggression principle. That's what makes it a principle, by the way. If it had exceptions, then it wouldn't be a principle.
While these other people like refuse to bite the bullets, or though like that married couple, they'll bite them, then pretend they never bited them, then act like that wasn't what the whole argument was about. Look, the point I was making was something like a little bit more than that. Like I would always say, and I would argue that I always use this example because there were a lot of libertarians who, when they discussed open borders, they would say, hey, it's just a peaceful man, a peaceful person, not violating the non-aggression principle, just crossing an imaginary border, and so it's immoral for someone to use force to stop them. And I was saying, okay, but if you believe that, and if you're going to take that energy into the debate, then you have to apply that across the board. And so that would mean that like a public school can no longer stop a random junkie from going into the 4th grade girls' elementary school bathroom or something like that. Now, the point of that example, Jacob, was always to get every reasonable person in the universe to go, well, obviously, we don't take it all the way to the end, right? But then you go, okay, so now we're talking about like, how should we feel about this? Now, I do at least grant that, from what I understand, Zulu is not only biting that bullet, but biting it, like complete, that he will actually say, and correct me if I'm wrong, maybe I'm even adding on to his example, but I think, tell me if you think I'm misrepresenting this, dude, because you know better than me, but I think you would have to take it all the way to the level that like you will have to allow your child, like if your child is going to get raped and beaten and tortured to death in front of you, and you could stop it by stealing a penny, you cannot steal the penny. That would be immoral. That you have to sit there and not steal the penny and let it happen because you're violating the non-aggression principle. I mean, I think his exact example was that you have to let Martians blow up the entire world before you. So am I really adding that much
No,
to go? You have to watch. Now, look, let me say a couple things on.
Now, let me flip the reductio here, because the reductios exist for any single ethical system. Literally any ethics you come up with, there are reductios ad absurdum you can make, unless you're just nakedly inconsistent and nakedly just, oh, I don't know, man, I'm just gonna go with the median opinion here, in which case you don't have an ethics. Let's say, because Dave is a religious man, let's say God came down from the fucking cloud and said, Dave, you gotta murder that guy. Was it good to murder that guy? Well, I mean, Dave says that ethics comes from God. So it must be good to murder that guy, which means that you should murder that guy. So Dave would have to bite that bullet, or else he would have to say that ethics doesn't come from God. But then he has no root for his ethics, so he doesn't have an ethics anymore. So then he can't even analyze the question of whether something is good or bad. See, the reductions go fucking both ways, Dave.
On this, okay? Because I think this is actually kind of, I don't know. Look, number one, there is a certain level.
Yeah, I'll be Tomer, what if you were on an island and the other guy stole all the coconuts, Tomer? What would you do to Tomer? Would you suck his cock? Would you suck his toes?
Level of like a view that you could take. And I understand that Zulu will be like, I'm afraid to debate him or something like that. Like, I guess I'm willing to do that if you want to, but like, that's the debate.
There we go. Finally. Fucking finally. Boom, boom, boom. We will not get this one. We're gonna get... If fucking Dave pussies out now, and everything I fucking said is abundantly clear. He said he will debate me. I'm gonna fucking press him on that. I will press him on that.
You have to sit here. You think we're gonna have a debate? Like, what do you, Jacob?
You're right, Kofi Campbell. I'm a cold motherfucker. I'm cold. I'm like ass. Oh.
If I were to debate you on the idea that like, okay, the resolution is that God told me to murder you and your entire family. Let's have a debate on that. You want to debate that? Or is that just so self-evidently ridiculous and wrong? And
again, that's not the fucking resolution I goddamn proposed, Dave. You're just getting that from Adam Heyman, who took that quote out of context.
And just also you're like, okay, so if that's true, then let's go to war. I don't know. Like, we're not debating anymore. Like, if you're going to tell people, I mean, I don't know. 100% of serious people just will reject that. The idea that it's immoral to like steal a penny.
What is the standard of seriousness? Serious? Serious by what? By what measure?
To save your child's life or something like that. And so this does. Now, look, even if you believe that, which is a tough place for me to put my mind in, but even if you believe that, do you really think the reason I won't debate that is because I'm so scared? Like, you can't possibly fathom that the reason I won't debate that is because it's so fundamentally unserious, and that actually I don't wish to shine a light on the fact that anyone in our
Liberty Plus TV, I'm never going to get an answer to this, am I? I never made the claim that government is the best solution. I'm just asking a question. I assume you're talking to someone in chat. private borders is what Dave believes in. Zulu and the others keep saying in open borders. I mean, I go over this in my fucking video. Private borders is such a fucking, like, weak cop-out. I mean, if you want to use that, fine. But don't use that and then say that the open borders libertarians are so fucking crazy, so wild. Wow, they're wacky! Because what does open borders mean in terms of libertarianism? It means that the fucking state doesn't come in and prevent immigration. That's what it fucking means. The state is no longer forestalling these state-owned assets. That's what it fucking means, okay? Just saying private borders, fine. If you want to use that for fucking to distance yourself from leftists, go ahead. But don't then pair that like Dave does. I'm not saying you're doing this, but Dave does this with pairing that with saying that open borders libertarians are so crazy, and then saying that he wants to use the entire fucking US military to enforce immigration restrictions. Like, come on.
movement actually would say something so ridiculous. Like,
Well,
you know,
I just,
well,
you know what? Sorry, I don't mean to cut
sorry.
you off.
No, go ahead. There's another
Well,
point I want to make, but go ahead.
Well, on one hand, and I don't say this to be derogatory or insulting, but like I think it's kind of unserious on the level that I don't think any of them would actually do that.
Right,
Like
right.
if their loved ones were actually like in danger and they had to do some small minuscule NAP violation
But,
to save their loved ones, it's just like you know. So that
so let me agree with you on that. But let me just say, yeah, I probably don't think that's right. It's all idealized. It's like cult shit. Like none of you guys really believe this, but maybe I'll say that because that's the nicest thing I could say. But maybe, like, honestly, and I just want any serious person, even if you don't have kids, which by the way, Zulu doesn't have kids. I have no way of knowing whether I'm right about that or not, Jacob. But I'm right about that, ain't I? Just like I called it with that other guy. Isn't it amazing how easy it is to tell when someone doesn't have kids?
13 kids, 32 grandkids. That's what I got.
Because you don't. But even people who don't have kids, do you have property? Do you have a business? Do you have a good job? Do you have
I run Apple and Amazon, and I am the shadow government.
There's no, like, if anybody else could think that possibly that is actually a workable worldview, to go that, like, if the slightest NAP infringement could save a child from being tortured to death, you ought not do that. Like that.
Oh, yeah. But I have children and you don't. Boop, 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 boop. Ruh-roh. Getting dangerously close here, Dave. Dangerously close. Is that a bingo? Let's analyze this. Let's see if I missed any. So, doesn't bite any bullets. I mean, I think it's fucking pretty safe to say that he's not going to bite a bullet yet. Softball means has been pretty softball so far. I've already responded to this. Has he done that? I don't think so. Has he? Maybe. I can't think of any instances. Doubles down, autistic, says I'm irrelevant. I don't think he said I'm irrelevant yet. Refuses to debate, I'm not going to get that one. Video too long? He hasn't actually said that. He hasn't said that so far. Like, fuck, because this fucking video is 2.5 hours, almost 3 hours long. Addresses zero criticisms, I mean, fucking... Boop. Oh. Does he understand libertarianism? I don't think he does, but he hasn't exhibited that yet. I think top right. I'm the most consistent motherfucker you know. Has he said that? I don't know. I don't know that he's said that yet. Or exhibited that attitude, I should say, yet. But yeah, I mean, we're gonna get fucking double bingo whenever he doesn't understand libertarian theory. You know, fucking, I've watched a lot of Dave Smith. It's gonna happen. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, guys. I mean, he strongly implied it's too long by thinking he can respond by having watched less than a tenth of it. Not necessarily, because, I mean, there could be the position that, like, well, I mean, yeah, I haven't watched all of it, because, like, you know, I've been very busy. Like, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's too long. Like, he might just genuinely be that busy. Liquid Zulu, you're trying to get the doesn't understand libertarian theory square. You're going to get the libertarian doesn't understand libertarian square around 1 hour and 50 minutes. Yeah, I mean, I have seen the rest of this, and woo boy. Anyway, Chronic, were you wanting on this stream? Anyway, you deliberate on that, Chronic, and I'm gonna go do another BRB because I gotta take a piss. Well, joining on stream and just not sure where or what VC job. I mean, this is being slow enough. Actually, I think probably best just do it solo, so I can just get through it quickly enough. But yeah, maybe another time.
That it's just
Well,
again,
it was
fundamentally
weird
unserious.
because I debated Zulu on this, and we literally got to the example of like letting the entire world blow up, and he said it's better.
Yeah, just to be clear, like that wasn't just me. That wasn't just out of nowhere. Like Nicola had offered to join the stream. I was like, sure. But I mean, just at the pace I'm going, like I don't think it can be managed. Just so that I'm not just putting him on the spot as if he's just randomly came into chat right now and asked for it. Like he asked for this previously.
Better to live a good life than a long life. And now, on one hand, I was like, listen,
Wow, what a deep insight. Yes. Generally, all things being equal, maybe that's true. But when it means all the children of the world die, that's not true anymore. And I'm
What if God said it, Dave? What if God said so? Whoops, it looks like the reductions can go both ways.
sorry. All you need to have is like the slightest bit of humility to go like, let me question the actual, and like, look,
let me just say something really quick to that, because as a Christian, there are figures in my religion that we venerate because they literally sacrificed their lives, even like they abandoned their families in a sense, not like abandoned like in a bad way, but they had a choice to be maybe pragmatic in the face of like state oppression, or to say like, we will not renounce the name of Christ. And they died.
Right.
But like to me, I'm like, okay, on one hand, when Zulu said that, I was like, well, there's something about that statement that on the surface I resonate with, but it's like, I resonate on that for like really important decisions on like, would I, like for my faith, right? Like I would not renounce, I hope I would have the courage. Like one of my favorite stories.
Yeah, input error. There we go, lol. His standard for the true is what works to bring about some outcome. There's a word for that. Wonder what that word would be. Crazy.
In the Bible is in the book of Daniel, Radshak, Meshach, and Abednego saying, we won't bow down to Nebuchadnezzar and getting thrown into the fire. I think everyone knows that story, right? It's like, I always hope I would have that kind of courage and that kind of faith. But that's different, right? That's like saying like, I won't renounce God, not saying that I won't steal a penny. Like those are just two different things.
What if God said, "Don't steal a penny"? I think there's a commandment. Let's just look at this up. The 10 Commandments. I'm a retard, so I gotta type slow here. Just check this out on the old Grokpedia. See here. I think. Oh, wait a minute. Thou shalt not steal. Huh. Weird. So God is saying, maybe I'm misinterpreting this. It is a lot of words. So maybe I'm maybe I'm cutting this out of context or something. But I do think it just says, thou shalt not steal. Like, don't steal. So I wonder, maybe there's like an asterisk on here which says, unless the Martians come. Thou shalt not steal unless the Martians come. But it does seem like if you steal, you are indeed rejecting God. Because, this is 10 Commandments. What do you think of when you think of God's law? You think of the 10 Commandments. Denny Cat, Zulu, read my $2 super chat. Sorry, I missed that one. Let me scroll up. Denny Cat asks for $2 Australian. Thank you very much. How did the Zal Zulu thing start? Yeah, it was basically in the premiere of the video. I can't remember exactly the context under which it started, but I believe it was me and/or Man Sharma who started it. And like spontaneously, and then everybody just jumped on it, which is very good. I like that people jumped on that meme. It was very powerful. Very thankful to everybody who jumped on that meme. But yeah, no, thou shalt not steal. So he's saying definitely don't reject God ever, but also thou shalt steal sometimes. Seems strange.
Have that kind of courage and that kind of faith, but that's different, right? That's like saying, like,
So you wish you had that kind of courage and that kind of faith, and not reject God. And when God says thou shalt not steal, you go, well, obviously you steal. But surely you wish that you wouldn't steal, because you wish that you had that courage and that faith. Like, am I being crazy here?
I won't renounce God. Not saying that I won't steal a penny.
But you are renouncing God if you steal a penny, because you're renouncing one of the 10 Commandments. You're renouncing that thou shalt not steal. What is that? Is that not God's law? So if you're renouncing that law, then you're renouncing God's law, and you're renouncing God. Like, am I being, I'm not a fucking theologian here, but am I being crazy here with this chain of deduction? Or have they come up with an entirely new system of logic that I'm completely unfamiliar with? Like, it seems pretty straightforward.
Penny. Like, those are just two different things.
And also you're sacrificing yourself, not sacrificing all of the world or all of your children or something like that. Like, it's just, and right, so it's...
Didn't fucking goddamn sacrifice the entire world? What was the flood? He sacrificed the entire world to save just one family. And 2 of each animal, I guess. Like, God loves doing that. Like, this is not completely unbiblical, what I'm suggesting here. Like, this is a crazy example to hear from Christians. I don't think Dave is a Christian. He's, again, with Dave, he doesn't have any fucking coherent worldview at all. He's just kind of a wobbly mess. But at least Jacob, he's supposed to be a Christian. Like, this isn't a crazy thing to say to a Christian, that you adhere to your principles. Like, come on, man.
It's fundamentally different. I will say this, and honestly, like, someone smarter than me could probably really put this in a better way, or like write a great article.
Could they? We're just assuming they could. Nah, they probably could. Somebody could probably come up with an argument against this, so therefore I don't have to. Yeah, great.
Or something about this, but I noticed that there's this dynamic. So like I see this amongst the theory bros and the people who like will constantly insist that like you must have, which I'd like to talk about a bit more, but the idea that like you must have this perfectly logical chain of the theory down, starting from first principles. And this is, I get this from like the objectivists all the time, who are like, what's that guy? I'm blanking on his name. I met him at the Soho Forum.
Leibowitz.
But he's always an objectivist who's always trying to get me to debate him.
Oh, Michael Leibowitz.
Yes. Michael Leibowitz. So
and by the way, Leibowitz was getting I'm very upset about this. I won't pull it up actually because we're already slow enough on this video. But Leibowitz was also challenging Dave over this because Dave has also been shirking Leibowitz.
Always like, like if I say something like, well, I'll be like, well, it's pretty immoral to like kill children. And I'll be like, you just made a moral claim. Why don't we debate on the foundation of morals? And I'm like, dude, no. I just have no interest in this. I mean, can we just start from the starting point that like intentionally killing little children is wrong? 99.99% of people agree with this, and then we could just go from there. And I don't have to start from like but look, even if you agree with him because you're like, hey, no, you should start from Philip. There's something about the people who are obsessed with taking it this.
from Nicola. By the way, oops, the daisies went away. By the way, Smith is about to disparage Leibowitz's character. Well, that's not very good. He's going to call him a bad person based on the fact that he's been to prison. That's very not good, because Leibowitz has clearly repented. If we're going to fucking goddamn accept career socialists, fucking Leibowitz, he's gone through the fucking ringer. Decades worth of, careful thought about his character to get to where he is. Like, that's an example of somebody who's actually redeemed themselves. Somebody who's actually proven to the world that they've understood the error of their ways. But Dave Smith and his crowd, they just love latching onto anybody who said COVID bad. Like, okay, great. Hassan Wells for $5 US. Thank you very much. Obviously you understand this, but they are contradicting themselves. But that they are contradicting themselves is the same reason the Bible does. Obviously you understand this, but they are contradicting themselves is the same reason the Bible does. They think contradictions can be true. Yeah. I mean, if it works, we don't know. Logic. Well, it might be one way today, another way tomorrow. Who knows?
This logical chain that can't be broken that end up arriving at the most horrific moral conclusions. Like, all of the objectivists have been celebrating a genocide over the last 2 years for all their talk.
Not all of them. Not all of them. I wonder if there's an objectivist who might have been included in this call who wouldn't have celebrated the genocide. I wonder if there might be just one objectivist who didn't celebrate the genocide. I can't think of one, actually. Maybe he doesn't exist. Maybe if we don't mention him, then we don't have to hear about him. I think I just fuck up my browser there. It won't zoom out anymore. There we go. Reset zoom. By the way, this is proof that I'm using Wikimedia picture of the day when it had that one picture of Ana de Armas's shoulders. I'm not a freak, guys. I'm just actually this one does have quite a bit of shoulder in it. That's maybe I'm a freak by Victorian standards. Yeah, no. Name me the one video I've done where I'm saying that genocide is so great. Name me the one video where I've done that. The one clip where I've done that. Hasn't happened. Yeah, if only there was just one objectivist who didn't do that, who could have maybe included here. Who knows?
About like this perfect moral chain of clear thinking, and then they get to this point, and then like when I debated that Pellegrino guy, I mean, just can't even defend it at all once you get to the point of like, wait, your individualist philosophy now leads to this, and then I gotta say, like Zulu in the other example, it's like the whole debate is about how morally superior he is for being perfect or being better than me because he would never compromise the true libertarian principles, and then at the end of it, he's describing a father allowing his children to be tortured to death rather than steal a penny. Now,
did I describe that? Did I describe that? I don't think I described that.
Jacob, what could be more evil than that? That might be worse than genocide. It genuinely might be worse than genocide to allow, like, you're a father, dude. I'm a father. Allow your own children.
Worse than communists and Nazis, guys. He didn't really mean that, but what I'm saying is worse than genocide. What makes the communists and Nazis so bad? Well, it's that they committed genocide. But what I'm saying is worse than genocide, so I'm worse than a communist or Nazi. Ruh-roh. I think that's a double down. Boop. I think that counts. Domer. What if you had to? What if I had to kill your Japanese wife for not liking ice? What'd you do, Domer? Well, you see, Zulu, because you're not as good on Israel as Dave is, then you aren't against genocide. Yeah. Will you deny genocide now? Will you deny genocide now?
Children to die a brutal death.
I'll just say it again. I hold the exact same standard towards the millennia-old blood feud in the Middle East as I do towards the Holocaust. Namely, I don't really fucking goddamn give a shit. It doesn't affect me. I don't care. Okay? Stop trying to rope me into this bullshit. Alright? It doesn't affect me in any way. I understand people who do care. I understand if if that interacts with you, that you would care. But really, I care a lot more about that I get taxed a bunch of money in my own country. I care more about that, because it actually is my own life. I care about my own life more than the fucking millennial blood feud on the outside of the planet. And I think all these people have the same standard towards all the conflicts they don't know about. All right, I think they have the same exact fucking standard. All right, there's a thing called opportunity cost, folks. Everybody faces it. Everybody faces it.
Rather than you steal a thing because you go, no, I'm virtuous. I'm virtuous and I don't do that. Could you think of a thing more evil than that? And look, this is a little bit above my intelligence level, but man, ain't it fascinating that the people who want to hold me down, who want to debate ethics and morals and like all this stuff, arrive at the most ridiculous conclusions. And I will say this to a lot of these guys. In the case of Leibowitz, and I don't mean to make this personal, dude, but like, there's something about the guy challenging me to debate morals and ethics, having the background that he has, that's a little like, really, dude, wow.
Yeah, okay. I mean, that's really. Dave, like, what the fuck? You wouldn't permit that from any fucking other person, Dave. You wouldn't permit that in any other context. Like, using... Like, Dave is exactly fucking Existence University. Like, oh my god. Leibowitz, this guy, he did horrible things that he regrets. And now all of a sudden that matters? When fucking goddamn Reichenwald, like 3 fucking months later, after being a career socialist, yeah, come on, man, let's go. Yeah, come on, man, let's go. We're gonna make you president, bro. We're gonna make you fucking president, bro. Career socialist 3 months ago. Yeah, come on, man. Let's go. Let's go, man. Let's go. Leibowitz, like fucking few decades back. Been in prison since then. Repented. Read more than fucking Dave Smith, I can guarantee that. And he doesn't deserve any fucking charity. Like, come on, Dave.
Wow, okay, that's kind of interesting. But with all these guys, it's like, the older I get, I become, and I think this is the natural order, I think this is correct, I get more and more certain about a narrower and narrower set of views. And I become more and more humble about a wider and wider set of views.
Yeah,
and,
of course.
That's just like,
I mean, I'm not surprised, Dave, because you're not very... I don't think you have a philosophy. That tends to happen. You'll get more and more humble about things as you keep going into these debates, and you'll get less and less certain about your core set of beliefs. Like, yeah, I'd say that lines up pretty fucking well with what I analysed in the video. Because you don't have a full philosophy, you became less confident in the core beliefs, libertarianism, and, you know, you just kind of became a wavy, like, just a blob. I'm just a blob who will absorb any opinion I hear. Yeah, that lines up pretty fucking well, actually, Dave. I agree. That's probably a pretty good description of your psychology there.
just like the natural, that's what wisdom is, essentially. Like, you kind of know what you know, and you also know what you don't know. And I understand that there are these guys who love to have this kind of like, I have this unified theory of everything, and I gain this moral superiority out of having it. And essentially, a lot of them like to say it to me now that I just don't really understand that unified theory. Even though guys like Leibowitz, it's like, dude, I've read Ayn Rand. I already know what you're going to say. I've heard it said to me before.
I mean, it's strange. If Dave already knows what Leibowitz is going to say, what I'm going to say, what all of us are going to say, it is strange that whenever he escapes the hug box, that all of a sudden he's no longer able to debate. Like, he just loses all of his fucking wit in that exact moment when he steps out of the hug box. And let me just evidence that claim that he only debates in the hug box, because this is another one. Clip Dave in the hug box. Let's open that with VLC.
So there's basically three major foundations of libertarianism 101. And they are self-ownership, the non-aggression principle, and private property rights. Now, most people, if you argue with them philosophically, who are not libertarians, they will actually grant you self-ownership and the non-aggression principle.
Most people, when you argue with them philosophically, will grant you self-ownership and the non-aggression principle. Most people. Let's just, yeah, I'm not seeing a whole lot of these. You know, I was in all of these. I'm not seeing a whole lot of them where they granted me self-ownership or the non-aggression principle. Boy fucking howdy. If I was granted the non-aggression principle in half of these debates, that would have been so fucking easy. Do you know how easy that would have been? If in half of these debates, I was granted even just the non-aggression principle? And Dave thinks that in the majority of debates, you're granted that. Let's see him elaborate. Let's see him elaborate upon this.
I've had these debates even with like left wingers. When I debated Ben Burgess, who's a democratic socialist, a college professor, who I like, by the way, but I think is wrong on stuff. But he basically agreed. I mean, he said, when I talked about self-ownership, he said I would call it bodily autonomy, but we realized that our definition of that is basically the same thing.
So even when he's debating socialists, he gets granted to him self-ownership and the non-aggression principle. Fucking hell, Dave. If I was in your position, I would have won 100% of debates. Holy crap. Like, easily won. Like, this is... You get that just granted to you? Is there anything more in the hug box than that statement? They just give you the entire foundation of your theory. I wonder if there's maybe a reason for that. Maybe he doesn't debate people who are actually competent. Could that perhaps be something there? Ariel Suarez, thank you very much for the $10 US. Even though I would be considered a newbie in libertarian objective philosophy, yet I feel overwhelmed and just way out of my depth with all the stuff I'm having to struggle with. Yeah, no, definitely. I would say for the libertarianism, my course is free. You can read that. That goes over the libertarian stuff. For the objectivism, there are, OPAR goes over all of it. It's very well structured, I think. It'll get you there. And there are also a bunch of lectures. The way I got into objectivism, I can't speak for everybody, but I think this is a very good way to get into it, is Leonard Peikoff's History of Philosophy series. It'll really motivate you and show you what problems objectivism is answering. Because if you just go into the objectivism off rip, it's kind of like, well, why are they even making this point? But like you'll see from the History of Philosophy series, like, no, it's actually very important to make that point. Like it'll give you like a good general understanding of what philosophers are doing. And Monhalt for $3 Australian. Have you ever not won a debate, Zulu? I mean, I can't fucking think of any, so there you go. Maybe I'm also in the hug box, Maybe I'll debate Dave and he'll fucking completely destroy me. He'll destroy me exactly as he predicted. And then the movement is fucking dead. And, hello, 10,000 years of darkness.
I get Zulu is more like, I combined Rand and Rothbard. Okay, I've read them both, and you're not the first one who's thought of combining the two. Like, no.
I never goddamn fucking said I was, retard. Not once have I said that I was the first one who's thought of it. I was the first one who was successful. I absolutely was. I am the first one who was successful in unifying those philosophies. Unless somebody can point to a previous example. I certainly didn't see it. I certainly came to that proof independently. Now, definitely many people before me have seen that these things should probably go together. But I properly unified them with an objective proof. So, like, that's my contribution there, Dave. And by the way, I do it, but whilst getting, almost 250 live viewers here. That's not nothing, Dave.
No fucking kidding. Yes, obviously. Here's the thing. There's flaws in all.
Nikola Pavkovic, for $5 Australian. Thank you very much. By the way, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, sorry. You see, the reason Dave lost his debate on the Crucible is because he had to have a weed gummy to calm his nerves. Yeah. The most ridiculous fucking copium ever from that German ANCAP guy. Like, I mean, even Dave will say to your face that Rechtenwald was a huge fucking failure. Like, crazy.
All this shit. Have a little bit of humility. Like, it's not, again, this is almost like the basic, like after a semester of philosophy 101, you're almost supposed to come away going like,
Did you take a semester of Philosophy 101, Dave? Doesn't show.
Look, everyone had some insights, but everyone had some holes. And I'll tell you that.
Yeah, okay. I will give him this. You probably are supposed to take away from a semester of Philosophy 101 that everybody has some insights and everybody has some holes. Because guess what, Dave? They're comprachicos. They're supposed to mutilate your mind. That is their job. Especially if a philosophy professor. They're trying to mutilate your mind. They're trying to make you stunt thinking. Make you unable to think. They are the destroyers of philosophy. So indeed, you are supposed to take away from a semester of Philosophy 101 that everybody had some ideas and everybody had some holes. But that's not true, Dave. It's not true that everything has holes. And by the way, like, fucking goddamn, what is this? It's the philosophy of pragmatism. It's like, well, everybody's wrong. We can't have truth. We can't have any of that. Like, this is the entire impetus behind the formation of the philosophy of pragmatism, Dave. They came out in this era of philosophy. Right? Where it was like, okay, well, everybody's wrong. They've all got holes in their philosophy. So how about a theory of truth which says the true is that which works? That was the impetus behind the formation of the philosophy of pragmatism, days. You're just running down the exact same steps they took whilst claiming not to be a pragmatist. This is insane. Eddie says, except Ayn Rand. She made 0 points and isn't even a philosopher. Yeah. That says something. That the one good philosopher from the past few centuries, she's not even a philosopher, guys.
The older I get, the more I do, and this is where there might be a kernel of truth to them saying like, oh, Dave's deviated from where he used to be. Yeah, I think I'm more at a point where I think that probably libertarians, argumentation ethics is probably my favorite, although there are some holes in that too. It's probably not quite the proof that Hoppe thinks it is. Bob Murphy pointed out a few good ones. Natural rights theory, very compelling. There's some holes in it. Objectivism, there's just holes up and down, like the whole thing. Go watch Gene Epstein's
Can you point to those holes?
debate with what's his name about that, where he tears them apart.
Your own book, I assume. So yeah, I'll... Hey, Monhop, I got a debate for us to review. Gene Epstein versus, I assume, your own Brook. Though it might be someone different. Yeah, Monhop, DM me that, and we'll set something up. And we'll see if Dave was right. That there's just holes up and down objectivism. Gene Epstein, you pointing them all out. Let's find out.
Part on the idea of selfishness and their whole thing. It's like, I think it's a more compelling argument than anything else. And I also think that on some fundamental human level, we all kind of know that like violations of other people's self-ownership is wrong. But there is, Jacob, like, I know me and you have talked about this before. In the Declaration of Independence, the founding fathers, they just settled on self-evident. And there were like a few drafts of that. There were like arguments about what exactly it should say. And at the end, they just went, it's self-evident that God wants us to be free. Now think about what a claim that is. That's a ridiculous claim. But it's so powerful too. And I actually agree with it. But it is ridiculous to say that is self-evident. You know what I mean? Like that, because it's not self-evident that God exists. It requires some faith. And it's certainly not self-evident that if he existed, he doesn't want us to be brutalizing each other, because that's what we've been doing for a lot. So like, but at the same time, I guess the older I get, I do more and more just feel kind of like, yeah, if you're saying we should sacrifice the world rather than steal a penny, it's self-evidently stupid.
Dave, I mean, I know he's not watching this. He watched fucking 20 minutes of my entire video. But Dave, what does self-evidence mean? What does it mean for a proposition to be self-evidently true? It means that it is evidence of itself. Okay, so what would be an example of this? Perhaps, I am capable of making propositions. Well, that is self-evidently true. That I made that proposition is evidence for that proposition. So, is it self-evidently true that my reductio ad absurdum, the reductio ad absurdum against my position prove that my position is false? Is NEP absolutism self-evidently false? No. Non-aggression principle is not, by the way, that's what NEP absolutism means. It just means adhering to the non-aggression principle. So the non-aggression principle isn't evidence that the non-aggression principle is false. That is what it would mean for it to be self-evidently false. That just isn't the case. So Dave, I mean, just, you have Google, Dave. You have Bing. You have Ask Jeeves. Ask Jeeves about this, man. Just ask Jeeves what self-evidence refers to.
Okay, that can be dismissed now and move on to the next thing. I actually don't think that requires a debate. And when 99.9% of the world already agrees with you. And as you all already indicated,
Dave, 99.9%, in fact, before libertarianism was a philosophy, 100% of the world agreed with things that were completely against libertarianism. 0% of the world agreed with libertarianism. Therefore, 100% of the world agreed in non-libertarianism. So therefore, non-libertarianism is correct. Whoops-a-daisies. Dave has, by his own standard, rejected libertarianism. I wonder if I have a chapter in my video about that. Maybe chapter 7? You know, maybe I snuck it in there somewhere. Yeah, Nicola is entirely correct. It's an appeal to popularity. Like, all these people can't be wrong. Like, look at all these people, they say it's wrong. Like, that's not an argument, retard.
including you guys in the future. Like, you guys who don't agree with me now will agree with me in the future that, yeah, actually, we wouldn't do that because that's actually the face of evil and not a moral act. It does.
Ariel Suarez, thank you very much for the $5. Isn't pragmatism contradictory in that its victory is its own defeat? Comply, capitulate, and cave in. You're winning to lose. Indeed, yeah, that is completely correct.
It does leave you at a point where you're almost like, all right, dude, if you say you're morally superior to me because you would let everybody die and I wouldn't, I would kill to protect my kids, but you wouldn't steal a nickel to protect yours.
Oh, fucking, I've got a fucking mission. I'm gonna fucking, whoa, fucking Liam Neeson over here, badass. Okay, cool. I'm so fucking scared, Dave. I've got a certain set of skills, and I would kill to protect my kids, and you would steal plenty to protect your kids, and I'm gonna fucking piss on myself and smack that black bastard. Like, jeez, Liam Neeson, calm down.
If that makes you more of a libertarian or morally superior to me, then fine. You have that. Good, best of luck.
And I'm sorry, like, I'm just going to repeat myself from the last time you were on my show. The Bible says that the man who does not provide for and protect his family is worse than an unbeliever, which, to them was like a big deal. And so it's like, I believe in the non-aggression principle. I think it's an objective truth. I obviously spend a lot of time from the Christian point of view trying to explain why I think it's commensurate with Christian ethics. And yet, because I don't have this sort of like religiously like warped view of libertarianism where like the nap becomes my sort of like guiding light. Like, no, it's like it is one moral duty.
One moral duty.
Be in competition with other moral duties that I think.
In competition with other moral duties. What does it mean? Forget the duty framing here. For now, objectivists. I know it's going to piss you guys off. And let's just put that to one side for now. I've got one moral duty, let's say one premise, in competition with other premises. What does it mean for premises to be in competition with each other? Well, it means they contradict. So he's got contradictory set of ethical premises. So he's endorsing contradiction. This is the kind of problem you get when you don't deeply think about these things and deeply study philosophy and care about consistency. You end up inevitably with contradiction in just another form. Call it competition, call it contradiction, it's the same fucking thing.
Think come from God, that he's written on our hearts. And I think that...
So I guess, finally we have a theist who's saying, yeah, God can make true contradictions, I guess. He can make the stone too heavy to lift, I guess.
Gene Epstein in his debate with David Friedman, I thought he'd already kind of solved this dilemma for libertarians because he's like, well, because I don't think, and I'm sure you would agree, we're not, the penny thing's kind of silly, right? But like, one of the examples...
He's saying he's going to bite the bullet, so bite the toughest bullet, dude. Like, you can extend this principle down to some really wacky shit.
Let's use the penny, right? We would agree, even though it kind of seems silly, but just to entertain it, that sure, if you steal a penny, that you have committed theft. And if I stole a penny to save my child, I wouldn't say, well, it wasn't theft. It was still theft. And I would probably be like, dude, here's your penny back. And if he was really mad...
hang on a minute. I'm getting a brain blast here. Wasn't there a part in the Bible about this? It was still theft. I think, guys, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think stealing, I think that means theft. Like, am I wrong here? I think when it says don't steal, I think that means don't commit theft. Like, am I wrong here, guys? Am I going crazy?
Be mad, I'd be like, fine, here's $1, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I fucking hate this goddamn counter to my thesis here. Where it's, oh, I'll just accept the punishment. It's like, oh yeah, I'll just steal the penny and I'll accept the punishment. That there is a punishment, that means what you did was wrong. If you think what you did was right, you should argue, no, there should be no punishment here. I did nothing wrong. Because again, law is a subset of ethics. And I've never heard a single person who doesn't think the law is a subset of ethics actually tell me what law refers to. These people who think it's like intersecting sets. I've never heard them explain what question is law actually answering. And like, you know, at least the legal positivists, the open legal positivists, they're honest about this. They'll say, well, no, law is basically just edicts from like the most powerful group of people. So, okay, yeah, okay, they're being honest there. But these people, like, they want to have it both ways. And it really pisses me off because none of them are able to answer that question. What are you actually studying when you study jurisprudence? What are you studying?
Or I'd be like, I don't know. Like, what do you
I don't know, Jacob.
like,
This is just, it's insane that we even need to say this. I mean, I remember back in the day, and this might have even been before I was a libertarian. I'd have to check the dates on this. It might have even been before I was a libertarian and I was just an anti-war Bush guy. But Glenn Greenwald and Sam Harris had these like dueling columns, like they debated writing columns back and forth. And Sam Harris had written this piece called "The Case for Torture," which Sam Harris was always just so unimpressive and fucking whatever. But it was essentially the same thing as when he wrote like, "What if the vaccine had been right?" You know, like that whole argument. But he goes, "Oh, so you guys, you bleeding heart liberals, are against the Bush administration instituting torture? Well, riddle me this: what would you do if there was a terrorist and the only way to stop a nuke from going off over Kansas was to torture him to get the information?" And like, I remember literally just.
You can see the ridiculous of that scenario, Dave. That reductio. But something that's fine against me.
My mind, I mean, this was 20 years ago or something like that. I don't know. But like, I remember just reading it as a kid. And like, obviously, like, well, first off, you see like the 5 objections right away, which is like, whenever we ever needed to torture information out of someone, what guarantee do you have that torture would actually get the information? But then you go, given all the things that you laid out, it's like, so torture them and get the information and then go to jail, motherfucker.
Yeah, so it's like here. There are basically 2 routes you can go down. Pardon me, I'm just turning off my alarm, which is going to go off in 7 minutes. And what the fuck? I'll be up at the top. Yeah, so there are 2 sorts of answers you could give here. As to, well, we're coming to these reductios. This is giving me cognitive dissonance. What should I do here? You could either abandon principle, abandon philosophy, and just go based on pure faith. Or you could actually do the hard work of trying to work out what the correct formulation of these principles are. Check your premises. Find out where you went wrong. Dave took the former. Like, that's just abundantly true. Which, by the way, guess what philosophy that is? I think it might be pragmatism.
Or throw yourself on the mercy of the court. Like, if it's something so horrible, it's worth torturing them over, then it's something horrible enough for you to sacrifice your life for.
Okay, let's say, I don't know. I want to rape every woman and blow up New York City and release smallpox to kill off 2/3 of the population. But don't worry, guys. That was all purely libertarian because I am going to accept the punishment. I'll just accept the punishment, guys, and it's fine. Does that make it okay? I don't think so.
Or to save the nuke from going off, right? So you go to jail for torture forever. It should still be illegal. Or you throw yourself on the mercy of the court. They go, hey, these were extenuating circumstances. They go, but this is like, I mean, Jacob, this is like the complexity that an 8th grader should have. The answer isn't let Kansas get nuked. What the fuck are we talking about? And by the way, dude, it's not that I couldn't, if I sat here, like, you know, you could come up with some like biblical argument for why you're not actually supposed to let Kansas get nuked. Or I could come up with some rational philosophical argument. I could come up with it if I wanted to.
You could come up with it if you wanted to. Well then, do it. Do it, Dave. Like, I don't think that Dave could come up with some rational philosophical argument for any of these things. I don't think he could do it in the slightest. That was proven by his performance on Andrew Wilson's show. Proven. Yeah, Nicola, what is the standard of extenuating circumstances? Indeed. Once you get rid of the principle, then it's all just whim. It's all just whim worship. There can't be a principle about when to be unprincipled. It just doesn't exist.
Do well, that a philosophy should always serve life. Or I saw some of the objectivists arguing with him about this shit the other day.
Man Sharma for 100 rupees. Don't bother reading my tweet I sent. You just said it, lol. Still read it if you want to see I'm fully right, though. Okay, yeah. There we go. Great minds, eh?
philosophy should always serve life, and human flourishing is the highest goal. And there.
Kofi Campbell, can you, real quick, in your next message, I want you to do @LiquidZulu. I'm getting a little strategy from Fabian Liberty here to defend against bots. I want you to do @LiquidZulu in your next message, or else you're timed out for 24 hours. Make sure to enforce that, Nikolai. I believe you're a mod. So @LiquidZulu at the start of the next message, or timed out for 24 hours.
Therefore, blah, blah, blah. But honestly, I just don't even care to come up with it, dude. It's so stupid. It can be rejected on its face, just like anyone would.
Well,
Like,
and I think-
this is just, I'm sorry, dude. Once you get to that point, and this is the thing I said, by the way, that upset
There we go. So he's not a bot. Just acts like one.
a lot of people on your show that I stand by. But it's like, look, dude, when you get to this point,
Right.
that's when you stop and you throw out everything you have and you go back to square one. Because I'm sorry, there's got to be like some, and I say this as an Austrian, right? Like I'm saying, there are things that we can deduce logically, but if
Right.
your chain of logic, like you could have enough humility as a human being, as a fallible human being, that if your chain of logic leads you toward allow children to be tortured to death, you go, nope, start
Especially-
over. That can't be right.
Especially given the premise of like, I'm going to figure out the philosophy that's going to promote peace and human flourishing.
Yeah, so Dave, start over, that can't be right. What does that consist of? It consists of checking your premises. So which premise did I get wrong, Dave? You have to contend with this, Dave. Which premise did I get wrong? He can't answer.
And voluntary interactions, and they get to the end conclusion of we just have to let the whole world die. It's like, yeah, there's something there that I think is
Yeah, fallible human being. Cartesian doubt, indeed, yeah. We're all just fallible, so we can't know anything with certainty. So we can't know morality with certainty. So we just kind of vibe it out. We just kind of do what works. Wait a minute. Wasn't there philosophy about that?
is wrong. And I think we've, you know, like,
And also, like, I mean, look, Jacob, it's like seriously, just zoom out for a second and try to imagine this, as we've kind of beat this horse to death, but try to imagine this from my perspective, that you're
I was
literally,
about to go
someone's,
there, yeah.
well, someone's going, hey, Dave, look, I know that you've, you know, like, I think pretty undeniably, you'd have to say on COVID, on Ukraine, and now on Gaza, obviously Gaza being the biggest of all of them, but I have like legitimately moved the needle on the national conversation. Now, how much exactly I've moved that needle is debatable, and how much that means is debatable, how much anything any of us do means is debatable, but like, I'm out there, I'm taking bullets from everywhere, you know what I mean? And I'm like, and I'm taking scalps in high profile debates, and then you're going to sit here and go, no, Dave's a cancer on this movement, because he won't also, while he's doing that, say that we should allow children to be tortured to death before we steal a nickel. You should add that.
How about, Dave, it's because you won't say that conscription is always bad. How about that one? How about, Dave, it's because you say that you want to take the entire US military and put them on our border and secure our border. How about that one, Dave? How about, Dave, it's because you said that you want to shut this shit down, referring to ICE protests, by any means necessary. How about that one, Dave? How about those are the reason why you're a cancer on this movement? And how about I fucking explain this in a 3.5 hour long video, which you didn't fucking watch?
That into your repertoire, or you should come and debate that and let everybody know that this is a serious debate happening within your community. And the result of that will not be that a lot more people dismiss this as insane kookery. They'll actually take it up and this will move the needle forward or something like that. Like, I mean, dude, what are we fucking talking about here? This is too goddamn
well, I
ridiculous.
guess
The fact that anyone thinks there's like an argument to that is concerning to me.
Well, they use the Isaiah's job, you know, gathering the remnant argument to try to say like, well, then you just have to be radical. And I'm like, but I think Dave's pretty radical. I think half the reason Dave gets smeared so much is because he's insanely radical right now. Now, radical in one sense, in the other sense, it's like, you know, you're just getting up there and saying, can we please stop killing children, right? And apparently that's the most radical thing in the world to say.
Yes.
But
our
it
form
is
of
and it isn't.
radicalism, our form of radicalism is also common sense. And like,
Right,
yes,
it's
so there's
crazy.
something,
But
there's something to that. But like also the idea, like, I just don't even understand some of these guys. Like I saw in one of these things, I saw that someone was giving me shit for blocking that Mon Hop guy. And it's like, dude, I don't know. You say the dumbest shit in my goddamn replies every fucking day. Like, how much disrespectful dumb shit do you have to say before I'm like, yeah, also, you're a monarchist Hoppian for open borders? Like, I'm sorry.
Loud incorrect buzzer right there. He's not a monarchist. Not a monarchist. Not a monarchist. You didn't listen to anything he said.
Yeah, you don't understand the first thing about any of the things you're even saying. First off, you can't be a monarchist Hoppian. That's a contradiction because Hoppe is not a monarchist. But his whole argument for monarchism was that it's preferable to
Common sense should have been on the bingo card, probably, yeah. I would have definitely gotten that one by now.
public ownership
Yeah, can we get a Mile Monhop? Real quick.
of state property. It's
Right.
better to have it privately owned and managed as if it's private ownership. That's the whole argument. So like all these theory bros don't even have the fucking theory down. Like, and this is the thing that's so like infuriating. Like, you know, they'll give me shit. Of course, you'll play clips from the Andrew Wilson debate. You'll play clips from like, you know, this is
Thank you very much for the $3, Monhop. Monhop mentioned, indeed. Mile Monhop.
the thing now. You pick on, if I've done 35 to
This is very much like a Ace Arcus Twitter bio where he has like a Talmudist in there. He's had that forever. And it just selects out the correct set of people. where they just look at the bio and go, oh, he's a Talmudist. I'm noticing something here. Like, fucking wow. Sherlock Holmes over here. And things which just select out for people not worth talking to. That's why my Twitter name used to be fuck poor people. I just wanted to filter out the people who were irrelevant. People who didn't matter. People who I just did not want to have any conversation with. Beyond just dunking on them. That's why I used to call myself fuck poor people on Twitter. Because it's selected for the correct set of people. And Monhop does the same thing. It filters out the prags. And Dave fucking Smith doesn't notice that.
Debates and taken 33 skulls of, but you'll pick the one where I didn't have a good canned answer. But you know, even in the Andrew Wilson debate, dude, the thing.
Whoa! I picked the one where he doesn't have a good canned answer. I think he just revealed something about himself there. That when he does good in debates is because he has a good canned answer. It's almost like I fucking said that in the goddamn video. That he can only debate with sound bites. With canned answers, if you will. I wonder if I fucking pointed that out. That's, again, like fucking quadruple in trillion on the didn't watch the video award here.
Thing is that it's not that. I mean, look, obviously I could have done a better job in that debate. I probably said some things I was like, now I would say that differently if I could say that again. And I'm not trying to, like, whatever. I'm not like going to make excuses for why I could have done better in that debate. But it's like, the thing actually that you guys are missing is that they think they're like, Dave doesn't understand libertarianism 101. Like, he doesn't even know that the answer is this. But no, the difference is that I'm not like you guys. I'm not ideologically captured. When I talk about these things with people, I've read all the libertarian shit, and then I'm going, hey, here's how I feel about this. And let me explain. And if someone goes to me and they go, hey, well, are you saying that it would be immoral for a parent to stop their adult children from having incest? And you're like, you didn't immediately go, no, that would be. Or you're like, well, huh.
Dave, the question was, did you want the state to come in and stop them from doing that? I remember because I watched the fucking debate. The question Andrew posed was, do you want the state to come in and stop an adult couple from having incest? It was nothing about whether it was moral or immoral. You get into that. But the initial question was, would you want the state to come in and stop them from doing that? And you said, yeah, I guess. I have the chat logs, Dave. Show where I'm misquoting you. Like, that is clearly in contradiction to self-ownership. And that's what the debate is over.
All right. I'm willing to go, yeah, yeah, no, I guess it wouldn't be immoral exactly. I don't know. That is a complicated situation. And like, yes, there is more than just Rothbardian ethics to the world.
Yes,
don't,
that's,
like,
that's the whole thing here. Is that like,
God damn, I never fucking said anything different. I never fucking said anything different. Like, in the one breath, he'll be like, oh, this guy's a fucking objectivist. The objectivists, they've got so many holes. And the other breath, he'll like, there's more to philosophy than just libertarianism, bro. Motherfucker. God damn you.
libertarianism is part of ethics. The legal theory is part of ethics, but there is more to ethics than just the non-aggression principle.
Hang on.
Yes, that's the whole thing here. Is that like libertarianism is part of ethics. The legal theory is part of ethics.
The legal theory is part of ethics? It's almost like he just said that law is a subset of ethics. Huh. I wonder what happens when you project that principle out. Huh. I wonder what happens. Maybe you have to bite a few fucking bullets. Weird. Strange. Oh, if law is a subset of ethics, Jacob, should you steal a penny? For anything? To save the world? To stop a rape? Should you steal a penny? No, according to you, because law is a subset of ethics.
Here is that like libertarianism is part of ethics. The legal theory is part of ethics, but there is more to ethics than just the non-aggression principle. And there's also, again, the practical concerns, right? Because I'm sure we could sit here and like, because I had the same problem when I debated Andrew. And on one hand, I was like, well, I don't think that I want to, okay, I don't want a state to exist. So you could say, I don't want, the laws that ban, incest to exist. But it's also like, but dude, I'm not going out there like making that, as we talked about earlier with driver's licenses. That's not what you lead with. That's not like.
Let's see if I lead with that. Let's find the video which is titled, you shouldn't steal a penny to save the world. Let's find that video. No, that's not it. Problem with stop killing games. No, that's not environmentalism. No. Guys, I don't think I made that video. I don't think I did lead with that. Weird. Isn't that strange? Almost like they're just fucking lying about me.
Also, I don't even know, would that be immoral is a difficult question. Shit's more complicated than this, man. Like, have a little bit of humility. Like, yeah, no, it's not so clear what that would be. In the same sense that, like, if my adult son was a heroin addict or something like that, and I like locked him in a room and made him detox, is that immoral? Well, like, yes, I understand the basic libertarian principle of his self-ownership. Also, no.
I don't think you do, Dave, because you weren't able to defend the basic libertarian principle of self-ownership in a debate with Andrew Wilson. You had zero argument for why you own yourself. You could not justify that. The first step of the debate, the first question of the debate, Dave, could you justify why you own yourself? And at 0 point in the whole debate, do you justify that you own yourself? Never. Never does that happen. Anybody can go back, watch the entire VOD of me and Monhop watching over that debate and analyzing that debate. Never does he justify that he owns himself. Not once. He just cedes every point one after the other. Man Sharma for 40 rupees. Thank you very much. Go ahead, out Zulu. We'll watch the rest later. Zal Zulu. Thank you very much. Pardon me. Yeah, we got a fucking.
Oh, it's not so clear that would be immoral, man. Life is complex. There's more complicated situations than that, and I don't agree that it's simpler than that, and I don't think I'm a sellout or something, or a moderate, or like whatever. It's just like, no, I'm actually a thinking human being, not just somebody who's reciting my ideology. I don't believe in ideology.
There's different roles here, right? That I think there are people in the world who are going to just do philosophy, and there's probably in academic circles and in certain contexts, and I find this stuff interesting, that like you can go down these rabbit holes, but I don't think that, like, well, that might be, maybe even say it's important, right? But get some people to spend all their time trying to get the theory exactly right and building upon it, and like I think that's good. Like people like Kinsella, people like maybe Block in the past, but you know, like we need those people. But like your job, and I don't like say this as like a derogatory thing, kind of just repeating your own words. Like you're not a philosopher, you're not an economist, you are a comedian who's read a bunch of economists and philosophers, and you're going out there on big stages and you're trying to take all of their ideas, filter them through your own ideas, and persuade people, and especially on these huge stages.
I'm just a comedian, guys. I'm not a philosopher. I'm just filtering these ideas. I'm just a comedian, guys. And thank you very much for the membership, Exiled to the Void.
Where you're with Candace Owens or Tucker Carlson or Theo Vaughn or Joe Rogan, and you're like, hey, you know, I'm not going to convince these people in one conversation or their audience to become Rothbardian anarcho-capitalists, but maybe on
the host said it though. I mean, I think he nodded.
Or Joe Rogan and Candace Owens, and persuade people, and especially on these ideas, filter them through your own ideas and persuade people, and especially on these the correct position or more to the correct position.
Yeah, of course.
And you're not going to do that by leading with, hey, would you steal a penny to save the world? Because if you do, you're immoral, right? I mean,
look, dude,
you're not going to be taken seriously on those stages if you do that.
Well, also, I would just say, yes, that's true. Also, I'm not perfect, and there's, you know, like there's things I could have said.
Someone should tell Dave that debate is not about persuasion. Indeed.
I don't know, almost every show I've ever done that I probably didn't. Also, it's very easy to be a backseat driver, and it's a whole different thing to like go in there and do it. Like, you know, it's
very different thing to actually go in there and do it. I'm just being a backseat driver with debates, guys. Being a backseat driver. Let's see here. 124 episodes. I'm just backseat driving. I've never gone in there and actually debated anybody. I'm just backseat driving all these debates. We need somebody who's actually familiar with debate be criticizing Dave here. Like I'm just being a Monday morning quarterback, as the Americans say. We need somebody who's actually familiar with debate to deal with these things. I just don't know who that would be. Who would it be?
Even like going on, you know, it's and don't get me wrong, I'm the same guy, by the way, and I see some of myself in some of these guys. Like I'm the same guy. I was a theory bro in my 20s, and I was interested in that, and I was probably very critical of a lot of people who were on.
Bingo. I'm the same way, guys. I'm a theory bro. I'm the most consistent mofo, you know. I'm counting it.
On big stages and doing things, but like also guys like I said, Zulu, he's a lot younger than me, I think, and has a following and has got a little bit.
You think? I mean, you're like fucking going on 60. I mean, yeah, duh.
Action going. It's like maybe he'll be way bigger than I've ever been.
Oh, yeah, like I mean, he's really intelligent.
But then he will also face pressures, the likes of which he has never fathomed, dude. Like there's just other shit that comes along with this. It's again, life is complicated, and it's best to be have some humility in as many areas.
If you don't know fucking pressure, you don't know pressure. You know what would happen if I were reported to my government? They could arbitrarily arrest me for an indefinite amount of time for having thought crimes. You know pressure? I've had people every goddamn fucking day trying to smear me as a child predator. You don't know pressure, Dave? I've had fucking pressure. You don't fucking know me.
As you can. All of that being said, you know, I just
Yeah, that is kind of like, oh, this guy doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what it's really like up here.
think that there's something, look, like Ayn Rand was debatably like the greatest hero in liberty. I mean, some of her work was so incredible. Some of her insights were so incredible. The way she was able to like popularize like a radical hatred of big government was just something that like no one of her time was able to do at all. The worst thing about Ayn Rand is that she insisted that everybody have to accept her entire unified theory of everything or they were out. Like that was what she insisted on. And look at where her
Her biggest failure was that she insisted that people don't contradict themselves. So terrible.
movement is today. It's an absolute disgrace. You know, just a joke, because had absolutely no influence on anything, totally irrelevant, and they've been cheering on a genocide for the last 2 years. And again, you know, people can object to me saying the thing about like, oh, you're as bad as a commie or something like that. But again, like I said, we got that Jack Lloyd guy. What's he been doing these last 2 years? Well, maybe not cheering on the genocide, but making every damn excuse for it that he can.
Yeah.
And what are we talking about here with Zulu? We're talking about letting your own children die rather than stealing, rather than committing like a crime that doesn't even result in violence against a person. You should let your, yeah, dude, was I really wrong, guys? Or was I kind of onto something? With being so committed to your ideology that you would rather, and look, Jacob, as we've talked about before, you just see this shit all the time, man. It's a real problem. The reason why I talk about any of this shit is only because, like, I think it's a real problem in the liberty movement, or whatever we want to call this thing, that these type of, like, you see it all the time.
Oh, so now it's okay. Now it's okay when you see a real problem in the liberty movement. It's okay to call that out. It's okay to infight now. It's okay to infight when Dave Smith does it. Not okay when I do it. Double standard, guys.
Time, man. I see it with some of these people who I'm so embarrassed that I ever like threw my support behind or whatever. But like, they'll be tweeting every day about the latest libertarian drama. Like the world around you is changing in these like monumental ways. We're living through one of the most interesting times in history, and all you want to talk about every day is who was wrong on the LNC and who did, and always with a real sense of self virtue. You know, like that you're so much better. And that it's like, guys, I just think there's something wrong if you're like, if you've subscribed to an entire philosophical worldview that you can never.
By the way, he's almost certainly talking about Karen Ann Harlos there. Just to drama monger a bit, I guess. I think that's what I think he's talking about.
Ideologically deviate from, and is giving you this grand sense of feeling good about yourself. Like two young men, if that's you, like you're getting it wrong, dude. I'm telling Jacob, like me and you, look, we're both, I mean.
See, he's trying to appeal to the young men. He's trying to. But meanwhile, what does he call us? He calls us a kid. This kid's getting it wrong. This kid's deceptive editing. Hey, little bro, you're being... he's so condescending. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand us. Okay? He doesn't understand my fucking generation. He doesn't understand the reason why Nick Fuentes is so successful. I'm doing the same fucking thing. Okay? Dave doesn't understand any of this.
Look, like I'm an ANCAP in the sense that if you ask me what like the government economic policy should be, like they shouldn't have a policy. And what should the foreign policy be? Like there shouldn't be a policy. What should the border policy be? There shouldn't be a policy. Like none of this should exist. So that's like I'm an ANCAP. That's what I believe in. And I still, despite my maybe like my humility about like whether any of these, you know, philosophies are as airtight, irrefutable proofs as they claim they are, I still do, which I can never get away from, is the fundamental libertarian insight, which I think is just correct, which is that morally speaking, the characteristic, like the moral character of an action can't change whether it's done by a government or a private person. That's just impossible.
Yeah.
Like, and so yes, in that sense, I'm an ANCAP. Now, do I think
Everything about dipshit Dave is smug and pretentious. No arguments, I'm just better than you. I have kids, I'm famous. I'm too good to debate you. Yeah, it's an argument by intimidation. Right? Nobody surely believes that. Surely nobody would believe that. It's trying to make you feel socially isolated. And that's what he uses big size for, to make you feel socially isolated. So that you won't continue in your advocacy. And he's using this to shut down the remnant right now. That's what he's doing. And that's what I find particularly abhorrent about what he's doing. Is he is just kind of dominating the remnant, trying to make us feel isolated, make us feel small, make us feel like we don't have any power, when really, we're the fucking engine that moves the world. Okay? So fuck off, Dave.
I think nation states are going away anytime
You don't have kids as the same species of argument as you've never been to Israel. Yeah, you've never even had kids.
soon. And do I think that am I going to spend my time arguing about that? Probably not. I don't think that's like the best use of my time. I suppose I could be wrong. It's a calculation we all have to make. Strategy is tough, and it's not the same thing as theory, no matter how many people like to say it is. But like, yes, in that sense, I am a pure anarcho-capitalist libertarian. But you can be that, and you can also recognize that like life is complicated, man. And there is like, okay, let me just say this. You're an anarcho-capitalist. I'm an anarcho-capitalist. Do you, for a second, Jacob, think that the thing I respect about you more is that you're an anarchist rather than a minarchist? Or do you think the thing I respect about you is that you bust your ass to support your family and give them a good life?
Yeah,
Like, genuinely, which one do you think I respect about you more? Now, what do you think you respect?
Again, total strawman. I've never disputed this. I've never once disputed this. Like, Dave thinks that I just, whenever anybody deviates from anarcho-capitalism 1 inch, that I just cut them off. This is not true. Not true in the slightest. Never happened.
About me more. So I'm just making the point that even if you are completely right on theory and somehow you've figured it out, that it's as simple as never aggress, no matter what the situation is, it's never morally acceptable to aggress, which I think is goofy, frankly, and ridiculous. And I think no serious libertarian
Dipshit Dave. Dipshit Dave.
believes that. I know Ace asked me that on Twitter the other day, and I got nothing against that guy. I don't know much about him, but he asked me, "It's pretty simple, dude. Is it ever morally acceptable to aggress?" You think that's simple? I don't think that's simple at all. I think there's lots of situations I could think.
There's no yes or no answer. What do you mean? I can think of 2 right off the top of my head. Like, I mean, come on, man. Like, it's pretty simple. Either it is the case or it isn't the case. Yes, you can expand upon that. But either it is or isn't. Law of excluded middle.
Think of where, like, yes, it would be acceptable in these extenuating circumstances. But let's say you're right and you've cracked the whole goddamn code. You're perfect. You know, and that's right. You're never supposed to aggress. The homeless guy shitting on a playground is a hero. The dad should let his kids get killed before he steals a penny. None of that makes you a good person. None of that actually speaks positively to your moral character. Go be a good person to somebody. Go go after you've like gotten in an argument with your wife and then walk down the stairs stewing, and then you get into the kitchen and you go, all right, shit, that was actually kind of my fault. And then you walk back up and you go, all right, look, I'm sorry. I was too snappy. I should have. That is more impressive to me in terms of like your moral character than whether like you're a commie or a libertarian.
Again, Dave goddamn knows nothing about me. Dave knows nothing about me. He's just assuming.
Anyway, so there's my commie insult back to you. Be a good person, and it doesn't matter that you're worse than a Nazi or a commie. But I'm just saying this point to go. I think there's like there's a real issue amongst that, especially among some of the younger libertarians. And you know, again, I guess the reason why I want to address any of this shit is because I do care about that on some level. I think those guys should strive. Listen, I will try my best to strive to like still.
Nicola, for $5 Australian, thank you very much. Dave, do you know who else is goofy? Advocating for there to be no tax. No else is goofy. Sorry, advocating for there to be no taxes. I mean, how else would we finance the military we're putting on the border? And yeah, it's very goofy. Yeah, let me just do. So much of this fucking video. Let me go do a quick BRB. Hello. Yeah, let's do like a fucking hyperspeed, 2-speed until it gets to something relevant. Because I mean, we got a fucking whole hour left. This video is so long, really too long, right, guys?
Still stay in touch with you guys as a community, you know, and still like respond to things if there's libertarians who are like, hey, we think you're messing up or you're not representing us in the right way. But maybe I would also ask some of you younger guys who have never had to go through any of the goddamn pressure I've gone through, who, look, just being quite frank, since we're, you know, they've been kind of disrespectful to me, have never moved the needle in the way that I have, or even, you know, slightly. Maybe you guys should also have a little bit of humility, that there might be a little bit more to life than I've figured out goddamn everything about philosophy in my 20s.
Yeah. No, I think that's fair. I think that the
Most of the biggest innovations in physics came from people who were very early in their career. Very, very young people. Now, why might that be? Because they don't come into it with this sort of church mentality, this orthodox mentality, that there are certain rules you don't break. They come into it with a fresh pair of eyes. I think the same is true of philosophy. It is from the new philosophers, it's from the fringe that you get to the truth. Look at the objectivist movement. Stagnant, dead, who cares? Until, you know, a new influx comes in. Where does it come in from? This guy, right? Who else is providing this influx? I don't know of them. Alright, like, this is a thing across fields. To just be like, these people, they're so young, so they couldn't have possibly figured out anything. It's so insulting. Like, fuck you, boomer.
I don't know if pushback's the right word. The only concern I have is like, this is complicated. This is getting into whole life is complicated, right? Like, I know people who I think have even like their political ideologies I think are just fundamentally wrong and evil, and yet because I know them, because I go to church with them or I went to school with them, I know they're like actually like good people. But as you said, the libertarian insight is that we can't sort of divorce, you know, if something is done by a private person versus if they're, you know, wearing a badge or they're government official. And I do think that even though like I agree with you on sort of like the philosophical framings that we talked about, and I'm not with Zulu and his crowd in terms of like they're more in that like objectivist anarchist camp and all that. But I am like,
Oh, Exile to the Void for 100 ARS. I'm sorry, I don't know that currency. Zulu, I was on your side, but then I realized Dave has 860,000 followers and children, and you don't. So now I will break the NEP against 1,000 people for the greater good. I get a penny, indeed. Thank you very much for the, I suppose that those are stolen pennies you gave me.
I think you know this. This is a real struggle. I know you struggle with this too, but like the whole immigration thing that's going on right now is really tough because on one hand, I agree with you that there are, and I think open borders libertarians are goofy when they don't acknowledge this, that there are absolutely consequences and perhaps even potentially like fatal consequences to just kind of saying the libertarian position is open borders, and so therefore we have to, as you said in your debate with Alex and Rasta, you know, that we have to bite the bullet that there is no limit to who can come in here, period, right? And that could like, you know, that would even rule out an Ellis Island sort of immigration policy.
Motherfucker, biting the bullet means that we acknowledge the consequences. It's like, okay, now we acknowledge the consequences, now can we debate? Now let's talk about the principles. And you guys keep eschewing the principles for what works. I wonder if there's a philosophy about that. Can you tell me what the philosophy is? Like, I want to have like a Dora the Explorer screen. Where I'm just like, can you point out the philosophy I'm talking about? And it's just one big word, pragmatism. Just in bold letters. Hey, the map, there's the map, blah, 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 blah. Can you think of the philosophy I'm talking about? And then, what else is there?
But I am somewhat concerned that this is even just towards you. I think even towards fellow, you know, like me talk libertarian guys who I'm friends with beyond you have moved more in the sort of like supporting the current immigration policies, at least in part. So I know you've said like, well, maybe it's too heavy-handed, and I hope you could like, you know, find a way to deport these people in a way that's not as heavy-handed or as violent. But I don't know. I guess there's part of me that's kind of going like, if Zulu and his crowd were just criticizing you on that, I'd have more. I agree that we should have these dialogues in good faith with respect to be like, you know, I've always told you like, I don't like, I get your concerns with immigration. I don't completely align there, but I still view you like an overwhelming.
Again, Jacob, if I had been less inflammatory, none of this would be happening. By pretty much by tacit admission by Dave. If I just been like, oh, you know, Dave, I think you kind of handled the Mises thing a little bit incorrectly. I think there's, you know, I'm just a little fairy. I'm not too threatening. Don't worry about it, Dave. There's a little fairy here. Don't worry about it, Dave. I'm not so threatening. If I had done that, zero things would have happened. Zero things would have changed. I would not have moved the needle. In your words, right? Nothing would have happened. There was an elephant in the room, somebody had to point it out, or libertarianism was dead. Okay? That was the situation I was in. for years. Again, for the people who just joined, I went over this. I DM'd Dave Smith. Let me just bring up my notes here. You can go back in the stream to see all the evidence for this. I DM'd Dave Smith in good faith on the 3rd of January 2024. Then, Liberty Lockdown episode released on the 9th of February. The one where he says, we've got to put the whole entire fucking military on the border, and we got to kill all the fucking Mexicans. That type of shit, right? He didn't actually say that. Okay, I know he didn't actually fucking say that. I'm joking, guys. I'm not joking. I'm making my pivot from political commentator into comedian. If Dave can go the other way, I can go that way, okay? And then I start getting to mean towards Dave 20 days later. That is the timeline Dave drew first blood, okay?
Positive, because like you're right on, in my mind, you're perfectly right on everything else. But I do think that there is a concern from some in the movement that, you know, as much as like you're advocating that for like, maybe not directly, you're saying, but you are in a way advocating for like Palestinian children to not be aggressed against by the Israeli government and the American government. But there are, like, talking about like families and whatnot. Like I do know families and people who have, you know, been torn up because of, you know, Trump's immigration policy. So there's a real tension there, right? And
no question about that. And there's a real debate to be had about.
And I want to be fucking real here. Dave doesn't think, by his own words, if you look at his words and analyze what they mean in practical reality, Dave would have to hold that Trump's immigration policy doesn't go even close to far enough. Because Trump didn't recall the entire fucking military and enact martial law and declare a war on immigration. He didn't do that. He isn't shutting this shit down by any means necessary. He didn't do any of that. So Dave, by his own words, should think that, Trump's policy doesn't go far enough. So I don't want to hear Dave here being like, oh yeah, no, of course there are all these concerns about Trump's immigration policy. But then when I bring them forth, he's like, oh my God, this is so goofy. It's so goofy, man. I didn't say that. That's so goofy, man. Fuck off.
About all of this stuff. And I think that certainly I wouldn't say that I support the way the administration's been doing. I mean, I think it's been as mismanaged as could possibly be. And yes, there's also a point that that's somewhat predictable when you're talking about the government doing just about anything. So there's a real argument to be had there. I think maybe that's an interesting, you know, like fuller conversation than we'll maybe be able to do justice on this show. But I do think that, like, look, the reason why I keep harping on these kind of like fundamental thought experiments or these bullets to bite, and one of the things at least I kind of respect about the way Zulu's framing this is that I feel like he is one of the few ones who's going, oh no, I'll bite those bullets. But then you're like, look what biting those bullets actually is, and that's kind of the whole point I was trying to get to. Now
you don't even have to get Dave to bite a bullet. He'll just openly say, without any pushing, that he wants martial law in the US. He'll just openly say it. Like, look what that leads you to, Dave. Worse than Trump.
I think these guys would say that, or I think from their perspective, perhaps, which I think, you know, I think a lot of these guys are a little bit delusional when they're trapped in their own perspective, that, you know, they're like, you know, well, the reason Dave's taking these comfy debates, but he won't debate one of us. And to their point, I understand where this could be reinforced by the view that, as you said, when I debate someone like Alex Nowrasteh, I do hold those poison pills against him. And I go, well, are you willing to bite this poison pill? And he goes, I don't really want to bite that. And then you go, okay, but you're talking as if you would bite that poison pill. And so then they'll go, oh, see, he'll debate that guy because he can get him on the poison pill thing, but we're willing to bite the poison pill, so he can't get us. I would say, like, from my perspective, it's like, no, I was looking for the best, most competent debate opponent I could get. I was trying to get, what's his name? The case against education. Brian Kaplan. And then he couldn't do it. And so I got Alex. I tried to get Brian before, and then I ended up debating Spike Cohen about it. Like, I was always trying to get the best guy, but that was because I think like from my perspective, I go, biting these bullets are just so fundamentally unserious that it's not really even worth debating. And, you know, they could argue that they don't think that's the case, or I don't know. I saw at one point Zulu.
Yeah, so this is his attitude. And this is why I say he's in the hug box. It's like the objectivists who are like, well, it's not even debatable whether anarchy is proper. That's not even, or compatible with the objectivism. That's not even debatable. So they just filter out the strongest opponents to their philosophy. Namely, me and the other anarcho-objectivists. Dave is doing the same thing. It's not even debatable, somebody who bites these bullets. And he just, with that move, he filters out all of the strongest opponents to his closed borders position. That's just true.
Zulu said in the video that he had predicted the reasons why I would turn down a debate with him in the video, but I never made that far into the video. So I don't know if you did. I don't know if this is one of the things he predicted to be the reason. Not that it proves anything if he predicted it, but like, I don't know, dude. I'm not even saying I'm against it. It's just that the debate comes down to like, that's so self-evidently wrong. That, okay, and like anybody who thinks it would be anybody who thinks a dad who would let his kids die rather than steal a penny is really moral, you go with him. And anyone who thinks that's the most horrifically immoral thing a dad could do, you come over here with me. Like, is that the debate? Like, I'm kind of open to the idea, but what are we even debating now? If you're talking about issues like,
yes, people. I have a tweet about this. Tweet to this effect. Let me pull this up. Do as Dave Smith says. If you at all care about biting bullets or anything of the sort, read my pinned tweet. I am Bart. I am Bart. Dave Smith is not endorsing Bart's strategy. Not even slightly. A vote for Zulu is a vote for the NAP.
Talking about like, hey, okay, so all your points, being made, what level of like mass deportations can we support? What are what is the human toll of that? Or even questions which maybe if we have time we could get into some of them, like was the Mises Caucus, like a failure, or who exactly failed? I think there's lots of room for good faith conversations on all of those topics. And to be honest, in the spirit of what I've been saying this whole time, I'm a little mixed on all of it. There's real issues to be discussed with all of this stuff. It's just like, I guess the problem is that with this particular debate, it's like, I always, or at least I think I pretty reasonably try in debates to always match the energy of my opponent. But it's like, if you're coming at me in a wildly disrespectful, like you're a cancer on the liberty movement, then the debate is going to become like a blood sport. And I have the ultimate.
Again, let me go over this again. Dave drew first blood. Jacob was in this stream earlier, and he acknowledged that Dave drew first blood. Because I DM'd Dave in good faith on the 3rd of January. Then he said that we're worse than communists or Nazis. Then I got mean towards him. Dave drew first blood. So Dave is just completely lying here. He keeps liking to say that I'm lying, but as you can all see, I've got the fucking chat logs. Okay? Dave is saying like, oh, I'm going to match your energy. He didn't fucking match my energy. I'm matching his energy. He's projecting. Okay? Dave started with this inflammatory language against the open borders advocates. And then I fucking matched that energy. Oh no, boy, you can't say I didn't fucking match that energy, Dave. How do I match that energy against a much bigger opponent? Well, gee whiz, I've got to engage in some sort of mimetic warfare, perhaps with a ZZ meme. Maybe that's exactly what I fucking did, you retard. And Nicola, for $5 Australian, thank you very much. You know what else is not a serious position, Dave? Abolishing the FDA. I mean, you're going to harm my children because who will keep the food safe? Yeah. It's this bullshit. Whenever you get into these, like, public property arguments, like, any of these statist objections that come in, any of them come in, and it's just, well, I'm just protecting the kids. I just care about the kids. Said every fucking statist ever. Said every politician ever. I just want to protect the kids. As if that can't fucking go awry. And then ANCAP Joe for £10. Thank you very much. Do you have any recommendations for material on debate strategy? I've seen Leonard Peikoff's episodes on argument from his objective communication lectures, but not too much else. So I'd say the main thing is just try and get into some debates, and you'll sort of learn it. I would say my main strategy is basically to kind of map out the opponent's argument with like the Socratic method. Find out what their position really is, and try and find some hole in their argument, some contradiction, and then press on that contradiction as hard as you possibly can. I will be releasing a full course on debate at some point. I don't know when, because I don't know how much work will go in. Pardon me. I don't know how much work will go into it. But yeah, keep a lookout for that. Yeah, I would say, Michael Moreno, but unfortunately not possible anymore. But yeah, that would be the starting place. Just try and get yourself into some debates. You don't have to stream them or anything. Just, start doing debates on Discord. Start with text, then go into voice, and it'll sort of train you, because these like low-level blood sports debates, they'll fucking come in with some crazy shit, and you got to be able to respond on your feet and be able to project out exactly what they're going to say 3 steps down the line, so you can plan for it. And you got to really know your philosophy to be able to deal with whatever they throw at you and do these integrations in real time. Like, it is a very good exercise to learn your philosophy in and out to do debates. Like, I think it is utterly important to do debates.
Ultimate ace in my hole, which is just that, like, you believe you should sacrifice your own kids, so you got nothing to say about anything to any reasonable person. Whereas, like, I just think in some ways a broader conversation about a lot of these things might be the right thing to do. That's kind of what I was hoping for when we did that. When you hosted with me that the spaces where we kind of had everyone on, but then everyone always complains about the spaces.
No. My problem with the space was I had a fucking retarded point of contention. It was, did Dave Smith violate his principles by voting for Donald Trump. No. No, he didn't violate it by voting for Donald Trump. What he did do was he violated his principles to support Donald Trump. He violated his principles left, right, and center to get his audience on board with Donald Trump. He was constantly doing this. Constantly violating his principles to run cover for Donald Trump. That was my problem with Dave. And that's why I didn't go in that fucking space. Because it was an ill-formed point of contention. And also, it was like fucking like, starting like goddamn midnight. Like, I'm not going to stay up for that. When I'll get like fucking 10 seconds to speak. Fuck off. Now I get a full debate with you, Dave. Because I didn't do that. That's how it works.
Is that you end up arguing with a whole bunch of different people, and this person got too much time, and that person didn't get enough time, and then the accusation is like you
Right. Yeah, let me just explicate that. Let's see here. Anatomy of the Libertarian. The presumption. Actually, what would be the easier way to do this? I could just bring it up. Libertarian. Let's do this on stream. Animations. Source. Oh no, not source. Output. Project. Interruptions. Oh, this might lag a bit. Yeah, so Jeremiah Harding, 65% of the time he's allowed to speak. Fucking so long. So many points he made. Rebecca Massey, completely uninterrupted. Monhop, if you can see here, he's getting constantly fucking interrupted in these little sections. Constantly interrupted. Constantly. There's a clear dichotomy here. There's a clear dichotomy. Is that Arch? No, I'm on NixOS. So I can show you. If I do like, on NixOS, that is I believe, is Dolphin, I think, comes with KDE.
intentionally gave that person more time, and you're like, dude, I didn't even run the thing. I don't even know any of these people. I didn't know Michael Tracy was going to come in and talk for so damn long. So like, I don't know exactly what the best format is to do that, but like, I'm down to have those conversations. I thought I was like, my response to the whole Mises Caucus thing at the end was essentially that like, hey, this thing failed and it's all my fault, and so blame me for it. But I'm happy to talk more about that. But anyway,
don't worry, Dave. I'll blame you. Hey, hang on. Wasn't that my thesis? That I was blaming Dave for the failure of the Mises Caucus? Weird. But now Dave is apparently making a whole response to that? Weird. But he agrees?
But like, those are interesting conversations. I don't know how long you want to go for tonight. I want to make sure if we're going to move to those conversations, I do just want to address the one last thing about the video, which was the accusation that I was.
Yeah, no, that's totally ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Well, I mean, look, dude, I don't know how much of this even needs to be addressed. Once again, with those two, I'm really just at this point, like, also like they've blocked me and talk shit to me behind the block. Like, even when I was fairly open to a debate at one point, but like whatever. I don't really wish to engage with that anymore. As I said before, I think there's some really weird stuff going on there, and I don't really wish to be a part of it. Look, dude, the idea that I was calling for violence against a particular woman when I made the statement that I made on your show is, as you said, absolutely absurd. I said it on the Christian Libertarian podcast to you and your buddy. There were, I don't know how many people watched the show, at least like several thousand people watched that show.
Yeah.
Okay, so thousands of people heard that show 2 years ago, including you. Not a single one of them came away thinking Dave just called for the violence of this person. And yes, dude, Zula, I even saw that Zach guy, who like I said, I like him, I respect him. He had at first said, hey, I think there's some real reasonable criticisms in this video that you should address. And I was like, okay. And then I saw him arguing once it got to that point where he was like, yeah, you guys really did dishonestly edit this video. And then Zulu was like arguing that he didn't somehow. And it's like, dude.
Okay, let's go over it. Because again, I have all of the chat logs. So, Kofi Campbell, hold your breath real quick. This is the tweet he's referring to, where I say the philosopher is posting the clip. Zach is saying that's not really what he said, blah, 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 blah. Clip is deceptively edited. You want the actual clip? I said, I literally didn't cut anything from his segue between him talking about how he called Foe as bad as a commie or a Nazi, and him saying that there are some things worth killing people over, and blah, 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 blah. He's claiming that I did. Okay, let's find out. Here's my elaboration. Look at the words I said. I said I literally didn't cut anything from his segue between him talking about how he called Pho, or Pho, rather, as bad as a commie or a Nazi, and him saying there are some things worth killing people over. That is true. There is not a single cut from him saying calling you a commie or a Nazi is the nicest thing I can say, to him saying that there are other things, that there are some things worth killing people over. Yes, I cut other things at that section of the video. I cut other things at other sections of the video, rather. But that is not relevant. I did not cut anything during the point at which he segues between calling Pho as bad as a Nazi or commie, and him saying that there are some things worth killing people over. And here's my message. The jump cut doesn't remove any context. He just goes off into some irrelevant parenthetical. I cut back to when he returns to whom he was calling a commie or Nazi, and he says that is the nicest thing he can say, and that is what he what he really wants to say is TOS. Immediately after that, he says the whole "there are some things worth killing people over" thing. I do not cut the third section at all. He literally goes directly from calling you a commie or a Nazi is the nicest thing I can say, to what I really want to say is TOS, to some things are worth killing people over. Let me just bring up that image. So this is the first section. Let me just open this in a new tab. I don't take it back. That is as bad as being a commie. Cut at the end of that little thing. As bad as someone in America today who's a commie or Nazi. Cut at the end of that. Calling you a commie or a Nazi is the nicest thing I can say. You notice no cuts in the audio in this section. Okay? So that's the first thing. Let me bring up the entire unedited clip.
And a great career.
So this is from the LCI. When it's grayscale, that wasn't in my video. When it's colored, it is in my video. Now, the vast majority of what the LCI shared on Twitter is completely unutterly irrelevant. I think nobody could think it's relevant.
Like I make good money. And I've been handed nothing. Well, okay, listen.
I think maybe this is where it starts being somewhat relevant.
Given any money at any point, like money, I wasn't a trust fund kid or anything like that. I've earned what I have, but I'm not saying I was an orphan and I.
And by the way, I uploaded this entire video, unless it's YouTube. Let me just get that up. Let me just pull up this video, unlisted on YouTube, and anybody can watch the entire video that I've got playing here. Deceptive editing evidence. Let me copy the link to that. Copy video link, and I'll send it in here. So anybody can watch this entire video. This is the entire context shared by the Libertarian Christian Institute. I contest that the vast majority of this video is completely irrelevant, doesn't change anything.
Okay, listen, I have not been handed anything, but I haven't been given any money at any point. Like, I didn't come from money. I wasn't a trust fund kid or anything like that. I've earned what I have, but it is true that I'm not saying I was an orphan and I never had any help in life or anything like that. But I'm just making the point that a lot of these guys are like people who are whatever, like have whatever job, and they don't have any kids, and they're going, whatever, just don't put your kids in public school. And it's like, well, look, I mean, in order to be in a position where you don't put your kids in public school, and you either put them in private school or you homeschool your kids, like, well, if you put them in private school, that's fairly costly. And if you homeschool your kids, that means one parent presumably isn't working full time. Yeah, like that's not everyone's in that position.
I work my ass off so that my wife can stay home and homeschool our kids.
Right, it's very hard. Look, you have to make, if you have multiple kids, you have to make figures, like be in a situation where you can do that.
And I would contend, by the way, none of the people on Twitter who are saying, well, it was clearly deceptively edited, actually watched this entire fucking 13 minutes that they shared. Zero people. They just saw, oh, there was a 13-minute video shared. I guess there was some more context in there. I contend that none of them actually fucking watched it.
In most situations, you have to be somewhere in that ballpark. And the average, the median household income in this country is something like $70,000 a year. That's the household income, So not everyone's in that situation. As a libertarian, you know that you are forced to pay property taxes for public schools. You're also robbed to pay income taxes and lots of other taxes as well. And there's also these truancy laws in many parts of the country where you're actually forced to send your kids to the school if you can't afford anything else. And so to say that person whose kids are forced into this situation, I'm going to put their kids in danger because I'm sorry, I don't take it back. To me, that's as bad. And to be clear, when I said to that Pho lady that you're.
And this timestamp is where it appears in my celebrarian video.
As a Nazi, maybe worse because you're in libertarian language. I don't mean to say she's as bad as a Nazi in Nazi Germany.
Maybe I should. Now it's actually getting super relevant. Playback speed, normal speed, playback speed, faster. Do it to 2x.
maybe worse because you're rapping in libertarian language. I don't mean to say she's as bad as a Nazi in Nazi Germany who was putting a kid in a gas chamber, or a commie who was starving a Ukrainian to death. I'm saying you're as bad as someone in America today who's a Nazi or a commie. Like, just to be clear.
What she's
What you're
advocating
advocating
for
is as evil. And look,
Which, by the way, is a distinction without a difference. So I'm not saying you're as bad as a Nazi back in the 1940s. I'm saying you're as bad as a Nazi today, who wants to take power and start gassing Jews. That's how bad you are. Okay, great. And thank you very much, Pookie, for becoming a member.
this is the thing when you have kids and you're not in the situation that they're in, is that when you have kids, you go like, you start to understand what it is. And you understand that other kids are as precious as yours. Like, I understand that other kids are as precious as mine. I care about mine more, but I also understand that like your kids are as precious as mine are. And it's just this thing where you're like, oh, I know that seems shocking to some of you, that I would say you're as bad as a commie or a Nazi or something. But like, if I was in that situation and I couldn't afford to do anything else, and I was making 30 grand a year, and I needed my wife to work because I was only making that, luckily I'm not in that situation, but if I was, and I had to send my kids to public school, and you were advocating that crackheads be allowed to sit down next to them in the second grade, like, if you were putting my kids in that situation, listen, let me tell you something. Calling you a commie or a Nazi is the nicest thing I could say. What I actually would say, I feel uncomfortable saying on a podcast, on air.
Don't let the Christian titles fool you, Dave. Go ahead. Go on.
Look, I'll just say this, and I mean this. There are some things worth killing people over. And there are some things worth dying over. There are some things worth dying in order to have a chance to kill someone over. And for me, that's it. If you're talking about putting my kids in danger like that, that's what I'm talking about. So I'll say it kind of vague like that, but that's to me the point. And by the way, I think that's actually consistent with Christianity. Like, I don't think I'm
the Bible says that there's nothing more shameful than
Yeah, so he's talking about these specific open borders advocates. He thinks they're putting people's kids in danger. And if you're talking about putting people's kids in danger like that, there are some things worth killing people over, and there are some things worth dying over. Now, thank you very much, Zelf Null, and Legends Reign for becoming members. Let me just, real quick, look at the part in the script where I actually reference this clip. What do I use it as evidence for? I say, this is not merely an off-the-cuff, poorly worded rant by Dave either. To be sure, it is that, but not only that. Dave would double down on sentiments here a few weeks later. Which sentiments? The sentiments that he wants to take the entire military and put them on the border and secure our border. Those are the sentiments I'm using. So I'm saying that he is reinforcing... oh shit, have I disconnected? What the fuck? Hello? Am I still here? Can you guys still see me? Am I still live? Stream health? Seems to be fine. Yeah, still here. Okay. Sorry, Restream just had a little bit of a fart there. So yes, I'm saying that he is reinforcing these sentiments, these aggressive sentiments. I'm saying his rhetoric, right, is still in this super forward way. And that is the way I don't comment on that in the clip at all. If he wants to fucking talk about whatever Fat and Jack are saying about the clip, he should go to them. He should go to whatever they're saying. Right? I didn't fucking deceptively edit it, though. I didn't fucking do shit there. I'm not saying, oh, and then I have in here, see, he's saying murder good. That's not in this fucking script, is it? Not in the video either. Of course, Dave didn't fucking watch the goddamn video, so he didn't know that. It's not there. I'm saying that he's reinforcing these sentiments. And now let's see what I say on Clinton Russell's podcast. But first, thank you very much to Exile to the Void for the 100 ARS. Again, sorry, I don't know what that currency is. Zulu, what's your job on the Hoppian Covenant? I'm going to be leading discussion on theory some days. $30 the hour. Selling clothes made by Bolivians in my sweatshop the other days, and selling rotten meat. Helicopter pilot, of course. Very lucrative work. But yeah, let's see what I said on sorry, not Clint's podcast. I think I said Clint there. Jose's podcast, The Morning Dump. Which, by the way, a very good podcast appearance. You guys should watch it. Jose seems like a pretty good guy. I've only interacted with him a few times. He's been solid. What can I say? He's been solid. I have no problems with Jose at all.
All right. I mean, if you guys in the chat have any more questions about theory, let us know. I think we'll probably meander out of there. I'm kind of curious. I guess maybe we can kind of get into the controversy. I guess the first one. I guess we can maybe dive back in a second and kind of the actual substance. Although there has been a thing that developed out of all this. I guess some sort of clip you did, and then people debate. Point being is, it does seem like, to me, particularly, I'm not saying you agree with this, obviously, you're about to give your opinion, but I fucking despise Jack and Foe. They're fucking awful. They're just, and I see, and I don't know, I feel like when I've seen this, I did not interpret that as like Dave threatening to kill Foe or something. I guess you could get there, but it's like, as I said, with a good faith thing, that's not really like, I don't know, you really get there from there, like you have a whole body of work of things he said in the past, it's like, doesn't really comport with it. So it just seems to be like coming to that conclusion seems bizarre. And I also did talk on the phone, I didn't ask him directly that, but I do remember the way he characterized it. I was like, I don't think speaking out of turn or anything, I think he finally said, like, he clearly thinks it's ridiculous, because it's like, what the fuck? But I know, I will say, I think this is part of what caused the issue with me and Dave, because I was completely blinded to whatever that was going on, because they had me blocked, and I've had them blocked for a very, very, very fucking long time. So I was like, I literally was like, I saw a couple of posts, like in the replies about it. So I thought it was like a nothing burger. Apparently, it was a pretty big deal. Everyone was making a big deal out of it at the same time as my shit was going on. So I just kind of your thoughts on that, I guess. I mean,
Again, I'm including crazy amounts of context here because the fucking Dave Smith fans, they love saying a clip out of context. So we gotta fucking watch this, I guess.
Not to give any opinions on Foe or Jack, I was just bringing it up freely, fuck them. But just kind of thoughts on that. Like, do you think that was Dave calling for the murder of Foe? Like, just kind of, I don't know if you want to answer anything about that. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, yeah, so I would say, I'm on a good enough terms with Jack and Foe. I mean, Jack's been always streamed together a few times here and there. But I would say, like, one thing I have to, like, keep in mind here is that they're going to be particularly sensitive about that. Jack's going to be particularly sensitive about that. I mean, his wife, like, I think, like, if somebody was saying that about Dave's family, he wouldn't be like willing to, like, go like, okay, what is the most charitable interpretation? You're like, you got to acknowledge that a little bit.
I don't know. I mean, I guess I disagree a little bit. I mean, I guess I can kind of get where you're coming from. You are, but that's my point. Like, you can be coming from an emotional position, but I'm not necessarily going to let you forgive you for it. Like, I do think, I'm not going to forgive, not that I'm like necessarily upset at them about it, but point, it's still ridiculous. I think it's still rational. I think to me, it's clearly, if anyone looked at that, to me at least, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because I do know Dave, but I kind of interpret it with a good faith and like, well, I've seen him say this, that doesn't seem to match up. I don't think he's calling for Foe to be killed. Perhaps he is. I mean, one thing to ask for clarification, but it does seem like everyone kind of ran with it like that was the case. So I will say, like, I've taken like pictures of the timeline in my editing timeline, right? And like Dave does literally go straight from talking about calling you a Nazi, the kind of thing I say, what I actually want to say, I don't want to say live on air, into like a class clip of like, well, there's something worth killing people over. Now, I don't actually provide any interpretation of that in the video. I don't say, look, he's calling for the murder of Foe. When I was watching that during editing, I was like, okay, well, this guy's, he's being fairly hyperbolic here. He's being fairly like. That's how and to be real quick, that's how I interpreted what you were saying. To be very clear, so there's no confusion. I wasn't at all thinking you were saying that, but because when I actually found out, I was confused. I had to like backtrack, like, wait, what's going on? What was the controversy? Because I didn't see any controversy in the video aside from like, oh, here's some pretty good, fairly decent arguments. But sorry, go ahead. Yeah. So like, I'm like, because people have come in and they've been saying I was deceptively editing Dave. It's like, no, I wasn't. I edited out. If you look at the whole context, people are like, oh, but you did edit out some stuff there. It's like, well, yeah, I can't include an entire like 3-hour long stream in the middle of my already 3-hour long video. Like, I've got to cut some stuff out. But the stuff I cut out, it's not nobody's been able to point to me and say why the stuff I cut out was relevant. Like, what specific context did I deceptively edit out? Like, people said that to me, and I said, okay, what specific context? And they're like, you did edit out something. It's like, no, what specifically did I edit out? That changes the meaning of what they've said. And so I just want to get that across. Like, I didn't deceptively edit Dave at all. Those are his words. And if you're offended by those words and you don't like those words, well, don't come after me. Go after Dave, because in that section, I don't cut from calling you Nazis, the kind of thing and say whatever you want to say is worse than that. There's something worth telling people over. I don't cut at all in that section. So if you think that is me signaling that Dave is calling for someone's death, well, maybe that's on you, and you've got to consider that, like Dave Smith fans. If you think I'm deceptively editing that to make it sound like he's calling for someone's death, well, then maybe that's your position on that. I do have Biblical Anarchy. So specific context missing was what Dave talking about. If I was poor and had to send my kids to public, so it sounds like there was like a preamble to that statement, and that's what got cut out. It was if I was poor and had to send my kids to public schools, and you put my kids in danger, I'd do something. So that was the context I guess people say was missing. Which, I mean, yeah, I mean, I guess let's clarify it more. And you put my kids in danger. I don't know. I just think it's so ambiguous that it's kind of hard to get from there to there. But like, whatever. As you said, I mean.
And by the way, he thinks that open borders rhetoric in general puts these people's kids in danger. That's what he was saying.
Whether or not you want to consider that deceptively edited to cut that out, I don't know. It's debatable. I understand you're making a 3.5 hour long video. I'm a fucking retard when it comes to editing. And so like I can only imagine I'd be like, just kind of blindly, you had a million cuts during that. So like I don't know. I feel like it's almost also a little bit of a flip of bad faith, somewhat, to be like assume something here. I don't know, because it's like maybe you could say you should have included that, but you are going through and including lots of clips, and you can't. It's like at some point, like, what do you expect me to do? Include an entire podcast within my own podcast? So I mean, I know perhaps it would have been better, but then you could also make the argument it would have been better to include the entire podcast to give context. Like we could do a little bit of reductio absurdum. At some point, you have to draw a line, and you can be upset about it. But at the end of the day, it sounds to me like you're saying that you didn't even really take it as like necessarily a death threat or anything at the time. You sounds like you were just using an example of kind of like a hyperbolic language around the idea of like public property or something like that.
Yeah, that was what I was trying to communicate with that clip. And now to be clear, like his literal words taken like at face value, like I can absolutely see why you would interpret that as a death threat. Like it's not completely outside the realm of reason. I did take it as like this is the rhetoric he started putting forward. Where that's sort of what I wanted to point out. Like this is the kind of attitude he has to. I use it as evidence that like he really does believe in his policy of taking the entire US military and putting on border and securing our border. Like he really does want some very violent border restrictions. That's what I was using as evidence for. Because some people have previously said when that clip first arose, it's like no, he's just saying he wants to take the military home. That would be good. It's like no, he doesn't just say that. He said a whole other thing, and I really don't like that other thing. There you go. So anything else I need to clarify there? I think I've clarified pretty clearly. If that's a turn of phrase. No, I was not deceptively editing Dave. No, I did not do any cuts where I said I didn't do any cuts. No, I wasn't saying anything about whether Dave was calling for murder. I did none of those things. This is just like sort of a comprehension issue almost at this point. Like, there's no more I can do here. I'm just show you these fucking clips. Like, there you have it. That's the entire fucking context. I sent the fucking link into the chat. And I can link it in the description of the stream as well. The entire context is there of what was in my video versus not in my video. And I pause it. Vast majority of fucking people, especially goddamn community notes writers, didn't actually goddamn watch the video. They didn't watch it. I know they fucking didn't. Monhop, for $8 Australian, thank you very much. For what it's worth, I fed the entire transcript into multiple LLMs, and they spat out fuzz interpretation. It's very hard to fucking pronounce "fuck" correctly without the accent. I'm sorry, it's very difficult. But yeah, like this isn't insane. Like if somebody was saying this about Dave Smith's family, there's no way, I don't believe for 1 second, that he goes, okay, well, what's the really charitable interpretation here? How do we really charitably interpret this? Like, he doesn't do that for a second. Let's be real here. Like, so I completely understand. I stand by what I said on Jose's podcast. Lock me up and throw me in fucking jail, I guess. I stand by what I said on Jose's podcast, that it is completely understandable that Jack and Fa would be particularly sensitive about that. Jack, because that's his fucking wife you're talking about, right? Completely understandable. That's not, there's nothing crazy there. Chronic for $5 Australian, thank you very much. Well, Dave, don't you know that unless you support the IDF, you're putting Israeli kids in danger? I guess some things are worth censored over, indeed. And yeah, Casimir's still cooking the chat. Yeah, Casimir's been a big presence in this chat. Great stuff going on. Anyway, that's I think that's the last clip I have to show. Yeah, I've shown everything else, so now I just gotta fucking power through the rest of this goddamn debate. See if we can fill out more bingos here. Let's get it going, boys.
I mean, I'm sorry. That was the most dishonest editing imaginable, dude. He cuts out the part where I'm obviously making it a hypothetical. Like,
three stages of hypotheticals. You're like, if I was poor, if I only made $30,000 a year, and my kids were put in this.
Again, just keep all that, everything I just said there in context here for how he's going to say the most dishonest editing ever. By the way, dishonest editing that Dave says he didn't fucking see. Dave did not watch this part of the video by his own admission. And he's saying, this is so dishonest, this editing here. So he's seeing a cut of my video and saying it's dishonest editing. Well, how about this, Dave? Maybe the fucking cut is dishonest. If you don't like the cut, maybe that's dishonest. How about that? How about that one?
In the school.
I'm sorry. Yeah. It's too ridiculous. Obviously, the point that I was making, and I'm sorry, I didn't misspeak on this. Like, it was very clear if you listen to it. I was going, look, man, like you guys, because at the time they had bit the bullet, now they're pretending they hadn't. But at the time, they bit the bullet and said, yes, we should be against all restrictions on public property, meaning immediately.
Yeah, in about 20 minutes, Dave will explain how he doesn't understand forestalling, so you'll get your don't understand theory bingo spot. Yeah, I have seen this video, so that's why I was saving that one for, because I want to really go into forestalling.
Libertarians should support, like, homeless junkies being able to go into the 4th grade elementary school girls' bathroom or whatever. And look, obviously, in this scenario, it doesn't matter what libertarians say. None of this is happening tomorrow. We say abolish the state. Okay, the state's still here. But I was just saying to them, I was like, look, I was making the point that I was just making just now. Like, these people don't have children. They don't understand.
You know, my main point with fucking Dave and Fa and Jack. Fa and Jack, they're fucking perfectly capable of defending themselves. And they're adults. They can defend themselves. They can make their own points. But why does Dave have to wrap that up with me? He has to wrap that up with, therefore I must have been deceptively editing my video. How about, Dave, just say what they're saying is wrong. Explain what they're saying. Explain why you think that what they're saying is wrong. Why does that imply that I deceptively edited? I stand by my video. I stand by every second of my video, Dave. Okay? If you've got a problem with how Jack and Fa have used the evidence in my video in their own beef with you, take it up with them. Okay? Take it up with them. Because nobody's taking it up with fucking LCI. Nobody's taking it up with fucking Jacob Winograd, that Dave said this on his podcast. Right? So why take it up with me?
understand what they're saying. I was talking to two fathers as I was saying it, and I was going like, look, dude, I'm not in this situation, but like, imagine I was in this situation where I'm making 30 grand a year, and I'm broke, and my wife's working, and I can't homeschool my kids or send them to a nice little private school, and I can't do all these things, and then you were actually putting my kids in danger in this hypothetical situation. There's some things worth killing over, there's some things worth dying over. It was not a fucking call to violence to any libertarian.
No,
it was a
absolutely.
warning. It was a warning to libertarians that you're talking to people who are in that situation, and if you're saying this to them that understand that normal, decent, moral parents will kill to protect their children, there's as big a
Dave, you said calling you a commie or a Nazi is the kindest thing I could say. Speaking of yourself. So no, it doesn't track that this is just a warning that, well, the average person who calls Jack and Fat as bad as a commie or Nazi, they're thinking this, guys. That doesn't track as an explanation. Again, that's all I'm saying.
contrast as you can have. Zulu won't steal a penny to save his children. I will kill to save my children. If you want to think you're on the moral,
I'm gonna kill that black bastard, and I've got a special set of talents, and I'm gonna kill that black bastard. I was going out every night, and I'm looking for that black bastard, and I wanted to beat him to death. Come on, Liam Neeson, you gotta calm down.
moral high ground there, great, dude. Good luck with that. But I was warning them that, like, you're advocating for something that is something that people are willing to die over, like, which is the protection of their children. You're advocating for something that you know will endanger real children in this world. That's what I was saying. Anybody watching that honestly knows that's what I was saying. And, like, no, don't give me shit about, like, well, what was I supposed to do? Keep the entire 2-hour podcast? No, but if you were going to play that, you could keep it.
But by the way, if people don't know the reference, it's on The Guardian, by the way, so this is fine to publish in the UK, apparently.
Story. This is true. I'm not going to use any names, but I was away and I came back and she told me she had been raped, but she handled the situation of the rape in the most extraordinary way. But my immediate reaction was, I asked, did she know who it was? No. What colour were they? She said, it was a black person. I went up and down areas with a cosh, hoping I'd be approached by somebody. I'm ashamed to say that. And I did it for maybe a week, hoping some black bastard would come out of a pub and have a go at me about something, you know, so that I could kill him. And it took me a week, maybe a week and a half to kind of go for that. And she said to me, where are you going? I said, I'm just going out for a walk, you know. She said, what's wrong? No, nothing's wrong, fine. And it was horrible when I think back, but I did that. And I've never admitted that to, and I'm saying it to a journalist, God forbid.
Holy shit.
It's awful. But I did learn a lesson from it when I eventually thought, what the fuck are you doing, you know? And I come from a society, I grew up in Northern Ireland in the Troubles, and I knew a couple of guys that died in.
Anyway, that's
keep the chunk
the
where it's
reference
obviously
we're
a hypothetical. You could not defend after the fact that, like, what do you mean? What was missing? Like, sorry, dude, you're not that stupid. You're lying. You know that you cut that apart. They're like, at best, most generously, you go, like, it sure doesn't sound like. What are the odds that I came on the Biblical Anarchy podcast to call for the death of, like, a...
And they're like, oh, Dave just said to kill this woman, and I'm just going to sit here and nod. No,
I goddamn no, Dave. Let's talk about the odds there. You went on the Liberty Lockdown podcast, and you talked about how you wanted martial law in the United States. Not crazy.
I followed up by saying the verse I already quoted earlier, which is, if you don't provide for your family, you're worse than. So I was like making that point because I knew exactly what you were talking about. If you responded to what I said, or I said, like, the pernicious part about this is, at least with a public park, you're not forced to go there unless you have the means to opt out, and not all states even allow that. If you have the means, you're forced to send your kids to school. So, and Jack and like, their whole arguments being like, well, you should just not send them. I'm like, it's just, that's where you're like, yeah, this, like, call it not being pragmatic, call it being divorced from reality.
What the fuck could have possibly precipitated this statement on tape, bro? I think he was talking about the Black Lives Matter movement. Like, he was trying to, like, relate about, like, you know, I used to be a racist, but then now I'm not a racist. Now I understand. So he was like, you know, one time I went out with this caution. I was looking for some black bastard, which is very funny. That's a very funny thing to say. Yeah, no, I love that fucking clip so much.
So, like, it's just, if you guys, you know, look, I remember this.
look, I mean, a lot of people, I don't want to say anything about them specifically anymore, but like a lot of people, and I remember this from, so like when I was a youngin in the Liberty world, and I was first coming up, when I first started my podcast, you know, there were these guys, like, and again, I'm not even trying to trash these guys. I mean, I have my issues with Kokesh at certain points, but like, I don't care. I have no idea what he's doing now. There were like Larkin Rose and Adam Kokesh, and there were these guys who were kind of put in that vein of like the theory bros, and they were way out ahead of me, and they had big platforms before I had anything going on, and I watched these guys just kind of fall into irrelevance, because they kind of never spoke to the moment, they never spoke to like the crises that actually mattered, they never really knew anything about what was going on in the news. It was always kind of.
Let's see if Liquid Zulu ever speaks to the moment, shall we? Let's see if Liquid Zulu never speaks to the moment. Hey guys, real quick. What was the biggest internet movement since net neutrality? Could it perhaps be the Stop Killing Games movement? Let's see. Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that the founder of the Stop Killing Games movement? Isn't that Liquid Zulu? Hey guys, you know, remind me. I'm real shoddy in my memory. I'm riddled with dementia here. But wasn't Liquid Zulu there right in the beginning, saying how the Chinese virus was a lab leak from the Wuhan Institute of Virology, and backing it up with a whole bunch of virological evidence? Let's look at Liquid Zulu's GitHub real quick. Let's look at his GitHub real quick. Actually, I don't even have to fucking go on the GitHub or whatever. Scripts. Essays. Lab leak. Let's see. This might be. What could this possibly be? Oh yeah, it's an entire fucking video script where I go over all of the goddamn evidence for a lab leak and had multiple debates based upon this script. By the way, I was not able to publish the script because I would have been censored. My channel would have died. It's all here. I did all the fucking research. I did the fucking debates about this. I was there in the beginning. I was speaking to the issue of the day. You can see the fucking timeline of this because it's on Git. Alright? So yeah. There you go. Just a thought. Liquid Zulu does, in fact, address the problem of the day. Nicola for $5 Australian. Thank you very much. I sure am glad that putting the entire military on the border will never endanger any real children, only fake ones, Mexicans, homeless. Indeed, yeah.
Kind of like, I got my non-aggression principle, bro, and I don't really need to fucking. But whereas, like, I was like, now, dude, I gotta really understand, like, how the clean break led to the war in Syria. You know, like, I gotta really understand all this. I gotta really do my homework. I gotta read all my shit. I gotta know what's going on today. I gotta have answers to all these different things. And I'm just saying, it's like the guys who just had their pure theory. Like, again, like you said, like, maybe there's a role for people doing that. Hey, I mostly agree with those guys' theory, not completely. I kind of have the same feel. Like, I agree with them except for immigration and a couple other topics, probably. But like, okay, it's just that. To me, that never really seems to make an impact or move the needle. You know, it's like the theory guys say, if you ever compromise the theory at all, then you never move the needle. But then at the same time, none of them ever want to disavow Ron Paul because like they all kind of know that like he moved the needle more than anybody else. Even though, again, like I said at the very beginning, right, my first criticism of the video was like, fucking, you could say the same things about him, say any of them, right? Like where he wasn't as radical, wasn't just.
No, try and do just as an intellectual task. Try and take a single argument I make in that video and apply against Ron Paul. You haven't done that so far, so go ahead, try.
Just a theory, bro, would add his theory, but would always talk about the issues of the day. And so I guess, like, in a sense, a lot of those guys, it was like we were talking past each other, all of us, because a lot of them would just say back, they'd be like, well, the answer is privatize the school, or we should just be pushing toward privatizing it. And it's like, yeah, dude, but here's the thing. That's nice if you just want to be an irrelevant theory bro who writes books about the theory.
I already did yeah, he says I'm irrelevant. Yeah, I've already done that. We're getting very close. We're getting very close, boys. This space is vibrating. Just imagine it vibrating.
That's already been worked out by a lot of other people and then kind of act like you added something to it, even though like I'll say this is one thing about me is I never acted like I was adding anything to the libertarian.
I do act like I added something to the libertarian theory, because I fucking goddamn did. Multiple things, in fact. Who before me had the argument that group property is impossible in the same form that I did? Nobody. Who before me had my argument in contrario? Nobody. Who before me had fully solved defensive force as a logical implication of Deus Ex let exclusion stand principle? Nobody. I'm making advances to the theory, Dave. You didn't. That you didn't doesn't mean that nobody fucking did, retard.
In theory, I always just said, I've read these guys, and then I read these guys, and these guys persuaded me over these guys. Like,
I'm just a comedian, guys. I'm just a fucking comedian. I don't know anything.
Me that like Jacob Hornberger is wrong on immigration or whatever. And it's like, but so if you want to be one of those irrelevant theory guys, like, okay, if you actually want to get out and start getting your hands dirty and moving the needle all in the way I am, then you actually have to have more answers than just that. You know, you actually have to, when you have an immigration crisis and a homeless, encampment on the street crisis and like all these different things, you have like major cities across the country where there's needles on the ground and there's people lying in their own shit and piss. You actually have to have something to say about that, other than, well, in my utopia that wouldn't be there. Like
exactly.
Well,
And
okay.
there's an element of like maybe they're so focused on philosophy they don't know enough about just basic human psychology. And I think that part of like to touch on something you've done recently that I thought you handled brilliantly, which touches on this, was your conversation with Nick Fuentes. And you got, and I think Tucker did the same thing. You guys came from different angles. And I sometimes feel like whether we're talking about wanting to disavow people of statism or wanting to disavow people of anti-Semitism or other, wrong things, right? And yeah, I think there are bad ideas in the world, and that it is better to try to persuade people to not be those things. But I think there's this weird, I don't know if I want to call it woke, but there's this weird kind of thing where it's almost like some of the libertarian purists are acting the same way like a woke leftist will, or like the Zionist will, that you just talked to Nick Fuentes and didn't sit there and immediately like disavow every statist and anti-Semitic and whatever thing he ever said, as if like, and like, what would that accomplish, right? Like that conversation would have been completely unproductive. It would have persuaded no one. Whereas what you did was have a conversation where you're like, building a repertoire with him, talking about your past beefs, talking about like stuff he's been through that is kind of like no matter what you think about his beliefs, the fact that like the stuff he went through at like 18 years old is just absolutely like insane. Like I can't even fathom what he went through. And then it's not like you then just did that the entire time. You did go, hey, let's talk about our disagreements, but doing it in the most charitable way possible and prioritizing the most important disagreements that you wanted to talk about with him. And it's like, that's how you move the needle. That's how you persuade someone. And sure, like having some background in understanding philosophy and understanding ethics is important for being able to evaluate geopolitics, right? Like that helps you to understand why Israel's war in Gaza is
Casimir, entirely correct. Ron Paul would not sit and cope for 1.5 hours straw-manning a person he can just debate.
unjust and, something approximating or approaching genocide if it isn't, right? But then like how you convince people of that who don't already have that view isn't just by, like endlessly theorizing at them. You have to have conversations with them, and that's how you move the needle. And that's
especially with right-wing critics, because that's the whole criticism. It's like, yeah, you're lost in your highfalutin ideas, but here in reality we're getting killed. And I watched I remember, part of the impetus for me having all the alt-right guys on back in the day, like when I had like Richard Spencer and Christopher Cantwell and those guys on, was that I had watched Adam Kokesh go out and just get destroyed by these guys in debates, and it fucking burned me up. Oh my god, I remember being furious about it. There's like,
I wonder if there might be a parallel here. I wonder if there's a certain debate, certain type of debate, which Dave just goes out and gets destroyed in. And that just gives me a certain impetus towards going out there and trying to unseat him. I wonder.
It was like, yo, you're going up there because he'd literally go like, I remember in debates with alt-right guys, they'd be like, hey, our country's being replaced. We're being overhauled. We're going to be a radically different nation in like one generation than we are today. And we have no ability to stop that. And he would go, well, the answer is the non-aggression principle. I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you got to have something a little bit more tangible for them. And so I do think there's like, look, like this in a way is one of the, like back to the thing I said about Ayn Rand being like why Barry Goldwater failed because he wasn't like philosophically pure enough or something like that. There's this unbelievable disconnect that it's amazing that libertarians have still not been able to like grapple with, reconcile with, that you're like, hey, so you're telling me you're philosophically perfect and yet you're losing.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I'm not losing, Dave. I'm winning. I'm winning every day. More and more and more and more and more. So much so that you decided to have an entire 3-hour conversation coping over me and trying to have a debate via Chinese whispers. I'm winning, Dave.
We deduce that philosophical consistency is not like what really moves people. I mean, how much more evidence for that do you need? And then to go like, no, you have to, like I see it, like just in terms of like, if you believe that we got to get through to people, and look, you can make the argument in a way, like, Zulu was like, I'm not speaking to the remnant anymore, even though, am I not in the same way that Ron Paul was? How am I not speaking to the remnant? How are we not all speaking to the remnant anytime we tell the truth? That's really what speaking to the remnant is.
Telling the truth is speaking to the remnant. No, that's not what that means. 2 + 2 is equal to 4. I'm speaking to the remnant. That speaks to the remnant, don't worry guys. No, speaking to the remnant is saying the radical, controversial truth on the most important issues of the day. That is speaking to the remnant. That is reaching the remnant. That's what that means. It's not just saying the true thing. Which, by the way, Dave, you fail to do most of the time.
Everybody speaks to the remnant all day, or part of the day. Like that's part of what life is, or that's part of what telling the truth is in any capacity.
It does speak to something that Dave doesn't actually know what the remnant strategy is, but yet, as I have proven, Dave Smith rejects the remnant strategy now. He rejects it. Again, I've got the fucking chat logs, Dave. I've got the fucking chat logs.
So you do it. But the idea, like, I'm sorry, when we sit in this moment that we're in today, and like if any libertarian is going to go, hey, there are these crises that genuinely threaten to destroy the country, and they're all the result of like big government isn't understand gigantic super states and the policies that they impose on people, and also the technology has allowed it so that a guy like me can get on gigantic platforms, like really like have a huge audience of people who hear what I have to say. In these moments where the trust and the belief in all of the institutions has evaporated, and we can speak to bigger audiences than ever, and there's these crises that are going to destroy the country, that in that moment the answer is to like insist on ideological purity to a level that like you should be suicidal essentially. It's just okay. Well, good luck. You go do that and see how that works. And I'm gonna go keep doing what I'm gonna do. You know, and that's kind of that.
No, I agree with that. I want to touch. We kind of mentioned it and dropped it, the whole Mises Caucus thing, because I do think that, looking back on it, there are. I think it's not just you. I think there are mistakes that were made strategically. There were just things that we couldn't predict that happened. But just more meta level, I don't think that the project was a failure in terms of I think it moved the needle, or at least injected something into the movement at the party that I still see people talking about. And I think if we're going to talk about principles at all and marry that to strategy, I still think that what the Mises Caucus kind of the bread and butter, the decentralized revolution and starting local and sort of trying to I still think nothing has. So in one way, what you said earlier, the world is changing around us, right? And I agree, there's a lot of things shifting. And yet, I think the strategy that you and us Mises people had when we kind of started this thing back in 2018 and then through 2020 is still the same, which is that radical pragmatism that we talked about earlier. It's the idea of on the most important issues of the day, we're going to speak the uncompromised, unflinching truth about what's going on.
Well, at least one person is able to fucking goddamn explain the remnant strategy. Of course, it's a fucking actual Christian who's actually worked out his Christian worldview. Dave, goddamn hasn't. It's just when you say the true. It's just when you say the true thing. And the true is the species of what works. What works is the true thing. So I'm doing the remnant strategy whenever I'm doing the true thing. Goddamn, Dave, no, fucking off. That's not what that means.
Going on in Israel, but what's going on in Ukraine, all these things, and connected to economics and things like the theory. You brought up, I said this to Zulu when I talked to him last, on Theo Von show, you gave a brilliant monologue explaining what libertarianism is to a huge audience. So you still connect it, but you talk about real world things, then connect it to the theory.
Yeah, radical pragmatism. Let me just pull up real quick a quote from Murray Rothbard, which I cited in my fucking video. Radical pragmatism of any sort, whether anarcho or Khomeini or whatever, is virtually a contradiction in terms. That is from On the Duty of Natural Outlaws to Shut Up. Of course, Dave didn't fucking see this, because he only watched goddamn 20 minutes of it. So, radical pragmatism? Nonsense, says Murray Rothbard. It seems like maybe Liquid Zulu, maybe he's not just this crazy outlier in the movement. Maybe he's actually carrying the torch from Murray Rothbard. Maybe he's actually saying exactly what fucking Murray Rothbard said. And let's go further. Let's go further with my fucking statement that law is a subset of ethics. Let's look at that. Let's look at that. Let's go to my course. Let's see what the first episode is. The nature of law. If ethics is a normative discipline that identifies and classifies certain sets of actions as good or evil, right or wrong, then tort or criminal law is a subset of ethics identifying certain actions as appropriate for using violence against them. The law says that action X should be illegal and therefore should be combated by the violence of the law. The law is a set of ought or normative propositions. Who said that? Who's this guy? Murray Rothbard. Wow. He said that right fucking here. Turns out Liquid Zulu isn't just this fucking crazy asshole who's making claims out of nowhere. Turns out this is actually what fucking Murray Rothbard believed. If Murray Rothbard existed today, Dave Smith would say he's crazy and too attached to theory and unconcerned with reality. That's what Dave fucking Smith would say.
But then on top of that, this idea of how are we going to solve these problems? And I think we're kind of even something as controversial as immigration. The only way to really solve that is that we have to go back, at least forget anarcho-capitalism. Let's just go back to federalism. Let's go back to letting the states have their own sovereignty to set some of these things. And I don't think that decentralization, no matter what issue we're talking about, is sort of the only viable path forward. That's not some kind of suicidal accelerationism, which we don't want.
I mean, I guess so. Hey, look, there's a few things that just come to my mind, but then let's talk about the Mises Caucus stuff a bit.
Again, I'm not a fucking accelerationist. I've never claimed accelerationism. That's never been my strategy. I've never said, let's just accelerate into the worst possible thing, and then libertarianism will rise from the ashes. I never fucking said that. Not once. So that's just a complete straw man. Pardon me. Yeah, let's do one final BRB, and then we'll power through the rest of the video. Next, we've been going 4 hours now. Jesus Christ. Do not worry, gentlemen. My Zenith is now Zorked. Did I miss anything? I think so. Okay, right. Let's check Twitch. I don't think so. Nope. Okay. Cool. So let's try and power through the rest of this video. Fucking go, chat. Let's go. We're in this together. We're through it to the end.
But dude, what I've always been following is the Ron Paul model, and whether or not that's his political strategy, just like
You've always been following the Ron Paul model. I'm sorry, but I just gotta.
That the object of the Mises Caucus was to take over the Libertarian Party because this guy is the candidate. All that, but it didn't work out. Reassess and think about. And I was like, I remember telling you, Tom, this after I go, it's really just occurring to me now, but I've taken it as such a given for so long that it's like we got to try to recreate the Ron Paul revolution. And I don't know, the Ron Paul revolution was so awesome. So obviously, why wouldn't I want to?
Yeah, he's just trying to.
The Ron Paul model.
He's always been with the Ron Paul model, though. Apparently not during that podcast.
Whether or not that's his political strategy, just like his communication strategy, right? And like Ron Paul would always, he'd always lead with the most important issue and what the most important thing, the crises that are facing the nation, and he'd be great on those. And then if you asked him about it, he was quite happy to tell you that like he had like this set of underlying principles that was the reason why he drew all these conclusions. But also he would say things like, even in Rothbard's great essay, what was it, the Paleo-Libertarian Strategy, where he says, look, there are these issues like, and one of the ones he mentions is pornography being what's the libertarian position on pornographic magazines being out on a newsstand in public in plain view of children walking by? And what was the Rothbard and Ron Paul answer? Like, let the states and the local governments figure that out. Now that's not exactly the pure libertarian position, I suppose, but like also, as I've kind of gotten at, it's not exactly the pure libertarian position that on public roads there ought to be no rules about anything either. And so like,
Exactly, yeah.
he would always be like, yeah, dude, like, I don't know, just like whatever's reasonable there. And I do think like, by the way, this is a point I wanted to make. I think I may have said this to you in a previous podcast, but this is one thing that I want to throw at the theory bros, because I remember back when I was kind of a theory bro, and this might be like, I want to say this was like in 2010, maybe 2009, if I'm like roughly guesstimating. So I was born in 83. I'm like 25 or whatever. Did I do the math right on that? Something like that, 26. So I remember I was like obsessively reading about libertarian theory. And I remember the first time I ever got to easements. And like the kind of theory on easements or whatever. So for libertarian theorists, nerds, know this. And I remember there was some part of me that was like, hey, that was kind of bullshit what we just did right there. Like we kind of just yada over that whole contradiction to our worldview. Like it's basically like you get to a point where you're like, okay, but what if somebody's completely landlocked? Like what if you just got like an enemy and you got a lot more money than them, and so you buy all the property that surrounds their house, and then you go, hey, you're not allowed to trespass. You got to stay and starve to death in your house. And then all of the anarcho-capitalist theorists, like I remember Walter Block explaining this and just kind of being like, this don't make no sense, man. But it wasn't like a big enough thing that I just overlooked it because I wanted to have this unified theory of everything in my head.
Okay, so no ability to explain easements, he says. Again, let's just go on over. Again, liquidzool.github.io/libertarian ethics. You can get to this from the main page. Just going home. Here are a bunch of fucking reviews of my content. Oh, who's that? Stefan Kinsella. You guys know him, right? Whoa, Stefan Kinsella. He likes it. Shadiversity. 1.65 million subscribers as per the last build of this website. Bunch of fucking good reviews in here. Tech history. He's liking my shit. Bunch of reviews here. You can just click on courses here. Click on this. Click on get started. We're looking for easements. Where might that be? Homesteading and property rights is right here. The Blockian Proviso. Right here. So, Dave says there's no answer for easements on libertarian theory. So, what that means is, Crusoe has come in here, and he's homesteaded all of A. And the supposition is that he hasn't homesteaded B, so he does not own B. Okay, but there is Friday out in C. So, Friday has contradictory duties with respect to entering B. Because he's allowed to enter B, because nobody owns B. Nobody owns B, so Friday is allowed to enter B. But entering B implies entering A. But he does not have the duty to enter. He has a duty to not enter A. Because Crusoe owns A. Whoopsie daisies. So Friday both has the duty to not enter B, and he does not have the duty to not enter B. That's a contradiction. Okay, so how do you resolve this contradiction in the base case? I'll leave Dave. I'm not going to give him the whole thing, because he can read my fucking course if he wants. I'm going to just, in the base case, when you homestead this ring, you also homestead the donut hole. When you homestead the donut, you also homestead the donut hole. This is why it's called embordering within Hoppian terminology. You emborder B because you're excluding people from B. You're controlling B. Now, why is this important? How do you resolve this specifically? is because of a concept called forestalling. And by the way, I get this diagram from Łukasz Dominiak, 2017, The Blocking Proviso and the Rationality of Property Rights. Okay? This is not me just speaking out of my arse. Okay? You get this from the concept of forestalling. So, if the other thing was the case, if there were people in C and people in B, well then Crusoe is actually forestalling property from both these people. He's acting as if he owns something which he doesn't own. That's what forestalling means. This is a very powerful concept which Dave Smith does not get. And it is the concept which allows me to get a bingo, a bingo, and a bingo. And bingo was his name-o. Really, like, Dave has not kept up with the libertarian theory. Everything I said about him was entirely correct. This is not a crazy thing to get in the libertarian theory. Came out in fucking 2017. Like, he's able to keep up to 2017, surely, with this debate. Like, there's nothing crazy here. There's nothing crazy here. And Dave is going to try and claim that there's no way to get to an easement, to get to a theory of why easements are justified on the libertarian theory. But as I showed in my course many years ago, that's completely false. As Dominic showed years before that, it's completely false.
But like, no, the correct anarcho-capitalist position really to do from our principles is like, tough, you own that land and you got the right to say, hey, you can't leave. But what happens there?
False. False. That's not correct. That's not correct.
Jacob, then we gotta go to war because no one's gonna accept I just gotta starve to death on my property. So because we value peace over conflict, we just kind of went, nah, right, fine, make an easement. Like,
again,
really
this is Dave's answer to it. It's just, well, because we value peace over conflict, because we want this more, our wants override the reality. Okay, so what do we call that philosophy, guys? Dora the Explorer. Can you name the philosophy? That's right. It's pragmatism. Look at the super chat in the chat, lol. Fuck.
First principles that like you have to make that easement.
This one? Or like, did someone super chat to me? The Dave Smith, sorry, it might have unloaded. Do you mean the one where Casimir was saying that he would fly me out? Because, yeah, no, I already went over that.
By the way, that's a challenge to the theory, bros. Do you guys all reject easements? Like, is every libertarian theorist wrong about this? Because, like, where do you really get that from first libertarian principles?
I don't know. I mean, but at the same time, like, you can use your property to aggress against someone.
I'm not aggressing, dude. I'm just telling you can't trespass on
Monhop says, the fact that he talks about labor mixing and retroactive slavery shows his understanding of the theory hasn't developed from where it was at 2009 at best, yeah. And it wasn't particularly well developed in 2009 either, because we were already way past labor mixing by that point.
on my property. That's not aggression according to libertarians. Is that aggression to say you can't trespass on my property?
So
it's a hole in libertarianism is the answer, dude.
Yeah.
Someone asked Dave to steelman the open border position. I mean, I'm sure you're right, but like I just it might like deloaded or something. I don't know. Yeah, no, Dave can't do that. 100%, Dave cannot do that.
I don't know, but like if I like, I don't know, if I surrounded you.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so like I thought about this too. Like, you know, like it'd be really weird, right? Like if I surrounded you with things I owned that, like, you know, like a rope that like in poison, right? And I was just like, no, this is my rope. You can't touch it. You can't try to, you know, get around it.
Whose property are we on?
No, that's a good point. Yeah, no, I guess that
you're on your property, dude.
Yeah.
You're on your property. I'm not doing anything to you. I just voluntarily bought all the surrounding property from your neighbor who owns it, and I'm simply saying no trespassers allowed. I'm sorry, dude. From first libertarian principles, yeah, you're allowed to do that. But look, here's my point. My point isn't therefore you should reject libertarianism. My point is that there's a hole in it. Every other theory has like 65 big holes in it. So like I still go with ours over the years. I'm just saying, like, give me the answer to this. That why, from a libertarian perspective, can I not voluntarily buy up all the property around you and then simply say that I do not consent to you entering my property and I will shoot trespassers?
No, I think you're right. I mean, this is the Nirvana fallacy, which is that like there is no. And I think sometimes libertarians we can do this where we think we have the answer for everything, but that's not libertarianism to be true. Doesn't mean that we now can prevent every bad thing from ever happening.
That's right. Well, that's right. But also in that area, we just go, all right, well, you gotta let that guy pass through because, like, come on, it's just unreasonable.
Again, this is what I was saying before. Dave has taken the incorrect solution here. Just like, okay, well, I guess there's a hole here. Instead of trying to solve this, I was going to go, I guess theory's pointless. I guess theory's pointless. Guess what philosophy he ends up in? Not radicalism.
Reasonable. And so I guess my point is that, like, even if I heard you mention on one of your shows recently where, like, I had said the thing where, like, you have the best claim to the land or something like that. It's like, yeah, dude, look, this is my best interpretation of, like, after.
Yeah, right there. The blocking proviso and the rationality of property rights by Łukasz Dominiak. Libertarian Papers 9, 2017. Yeah, exactly what I said.
Taking, not being ideologically captured, yet hearing all of these philosophers and then taking in, like, what I take away from it is that you go, look, and I guess I would say something like kind of starting with argumentation ethics or something close to that. I think it's pretty reasonable to say that, like, peaceful solutions are preferable to violent solutions. We kind of all demonstrate that by talking with each other, and you know what I mean? Like, it's preferable. The idea of self-ownership, you know, someone I saw, even when I tweeted this, someone goes, ask him to explain how we have self-ownership. He sure couldn't do it with Andrew Wilson, you know, explain it now. It's like, yeah, but, like, even the way you word that, like, we don't really have self-ownership. We believe that we ought to have self-ownership. Which also, like,
oh my god. Okay, let's go into that, Dave. So, you're a legal positivist, then. Are you going to endorse legal positivism? That the law is just a set of social facts? Okay, can you defend legal positivism? Let's see you defend that. I've not seen that. That you just assert that. As if it's an uncontroversial truth, but it's not. It's not uncontroversial.
Like, I have the Christian problem there, where I say I think self-ownership is a cool legal idea, but I think God owns everything. So I can't actually fully affirm self-ownership. And now I've upset all the theory.
Right. So in a sense, I in a sense agree with you, and I actually think all these moral theories kind of fall apart without God. You really, like, I actually don't think you can really get to any sense of morality really without.
You can't get to any sense of morality without God. Okay, so Dave, God says you gotta not steal a penny and let the Martians blow up the world. God says that. Well, unfortunately, you can't get to any sense of morality without God. So you're gonna have to bite the bullet there. Whoops-a-daisies. Whoops. Turns out, Dave, there are reductions against your position as well. As it turns out, any time you present any ethic, there are reductions ad absurdum. Who could have foreseen this coming?
Without God, but again, that's a topic for another conversation. To really get the objectivists mad. But I do think that's true, and I think that even like I actually even like a whole other 3-hour conversation. But I actually think that Descartes' starting point, which Zulu correctly points out that he contradicts in his own writings, but the starting point of, like, I think therefore I am actually isn't that unreasonable. The starting point, like, yeah, that really is all we know. Is like I know I exist. I don't even really know.
Okay, so primacy of consciousness right there. I think therefore, that's a reasonable starting point, guys. Just reasonable. It's reasonable.
You exist. It just seems more reasonable to act as if you do than not. And I think that's like, I feel this way across the board. Like, the idea that we all own ourselves is just a more reasonable starting point than that anybody else owns anyone else. Because there's inherent, like, victimization in that. And so like I don't know, I guess I do in a sense, like, where, like I said before, where, yeah, like, I'm still an ANCAP, I'm still a radical libertarian because I think that's the correct, like, policy. I do have just much more humility where I go, look, I think reality being objective, even the objectivist's first starting point, is not actually something we know for sure. Like, take it on faith.
No, not taking on faith. So the starting point is existence exists. And consciousness is the perception of existence. Consciousness is consciousness of existence. So why do we know that for sure? Well, because if you have the primacy of consciousness, that consciousness comes first, that there can be consciousness without existence, or that existence comes from consciousness, you have a stolen concept fallacy, because consciousness is consciousness of existence. Right? So, you require existence to even have the concept consciousness in the first place. Stolen concept. You can't have floating consciousness out here without any referent, right? Anything it is conscious of doesn't exist. That's how I'm sure that I'm right. And thank you very much, Man Sharma, for the 10 gifted memberships.
Well, that's right. I mean, look, well, you just go, how do you know we're not in a sophisticated simulation that could simulate everything that you've ever experienced? Well, the answer is you don't, but there's no reason to assume that.
I know that I'm not in a simulation. I do know that. Dave doesn't know that, because he doesn't have any fucking epistemology, but I do know that.
That's the case. It seems more reasonable to assume that we're perceiving objective reality. So like I said, I'm just humble about a lot of more broad questions, and I'm more and more certain that, like, what Israel's doing to Gaza is horrifically wrong, and that we shouldn't be supporting that. So, like, that, I'm sure that is reflected in my public persona, you know. Now, to the Mises Caucus stuff, you know, it's all, again, there were some good things that came out of all of it. There were some failures that came out of all of it. There were some really bad decisions that I personally made in the whole thing. And like, there's no end to that list. Like, a bunch of mistakes that I made, including supporting and allying with a whole bunch of people who I never should have, that I regret very much.
I wonder if anybody pointed this out in a documentary, perhaps 3.5 hours long, pointing out Dave's many errors with respect to the Mises Caucus and which philosophy underpinned all those errors. I wonder if anybody's done that. Somebody should make a video like that. They really should. It'd be a great video.
Much. Not the, not like the core group of people I love. I don't regret, working with you and Heiss and Scott Horton and stuff. But, there's obviously going to be the most pressure and the biggest magnifying glass on what we did. If like Zulu feels like he set Twitter on fire or Liberty Twitter on fire, not Twitter, I'm sorry, that's Liberty Twitter on fire. Okay, dude, we had that shit blazing for years. Like, if that's the sign of victory, then let me tell you.
Yeah, when the fuck did you have it blazing, Dave? When you were being a radical. Dora the Explorer. Can we explain when Dave was setting Liberty Twitter on fire? It was when he was being a radical. And did he change from that? The answer is yes, he did. Well done, guys. Yeah, Dave, you the entire thesis of the video is that you changed. That you discarded the radicals. That you moved away to pragmatism. That is the entire fucking thesis, retard.
Tell you something, son, get in line. It's like you have no idea what it's like setting that thing really on fire. When I was a kid.
Oh, let me tell you something, son. Let me tell you, fucking little bro. Kid. Fuck off. Thank you very much, Adriel L, for the $5. Thanks for giving me the joy of entertainment through work. You're very welcome.
Jay-Z and Nas had beef, and it was like the two biggest rappers in New York beefing, and Jay-Z had one line in a song. Nas, like, one of the guys in his crew was called Jungle, and then Jay-Z had a line because he was like the biggest rapper in the world at the time, and he had a line where he said, "The little homie Jungle is a garden to me," which was a great line. It's like, it seems like a jungle to you, that's a garden. You think that was like Liberty Twitter on fire? Let me tell you something. I'm walking my shoes from 2020 to 2022 or something like that. Yeah, I mean, look, there's no question, like, we brought a lot of energy into it. We tried big thing. We had a lot of lofty goals. A lot of it didn't end up working out the way that we hoped it would. Some things did happen. There were some tangible victories from it. I also think, like, do you remember, I remember at one point where a few of the post-libertarian guys split off and they did the Mises GOP.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Again, let me state, for the record, because a lot of new people are coming into the channel. Such an irrelevant guy, but a lot of new people are coming in. But I'm so irrelevant, but a lot of new people are coming in. The entire time that Angela and the Mises Caucus were going for the strategy of freeing Ross Ulbricht, I was cheering them on. And when it happened, I had a fucking celebration like you've never seen before. Right? I said that was easily the best thing that the Libertarian Party has ever achieved. Easily. But Dave doesn't know any of this context. Right? So he's like, oh, but there were, some fucking success. As if I don't fucking acknowledge that. I did acknowledge that. I fucking did acknowledge that. Because I'm honest. I'm fucking honest. But that doesn't excuse everything else that they did.
Yeah. How'd that work out? The whole premise of it was this is going to be more pragmatic. This is going to be realistic.
Indeed. How did the Mises GOP work out? And the whole premise was we're going to be more pragmatic, and it didn't work out. Shouldn't that tell you something, Dave? Should that not tell you something, Dave?
Republicans, you can actually win real political power. But like, am I beaten?
Indeed. It doesn't work when you try and be more pragmatic. Crazy. I wonder if somebody made a video about that, Dave. I wonder if anybody made a video about that.
Any of those guys, I don't know, they tried something, man. Like, they tried, has Joe Bishop been successful with the Republicans? I don't know, he's trying. He's probably made some gains and had other things that he would have, it's like, I always, with all these libertarian strategies, I always think, like, a lot of us try a lot of different things, some of them work.
Again, I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine with fucking Joe Bishop trying whatever he can with the Republicans. What my problem is when the most consistent motherfucker is getting out there and eschewing principle, saying that principle is retarded, saying it's autistic. That is my problem, Dave. I was very clear about this in the video. I think Dave might just actually have some sort of learning disability at this point. Like, I was very clear about what I was talking about. But thank you very much, Admetos, for becoming a member. I believe you've also been a member before, so thank you very much. Or at least you've donated before. So yeah, recurring donations coming from people, I always appreciate it. I do recognize when that happens. So I really do want you guys to know that I do appreciate it. Like, it is a very big boon to sort of the morale around streaming. And, you know, when I first decided to start streaming seriously, consistently, I immediately got a whole lot of support from you guys. And that means a whole lot. Like, that is why I'm willing to, you know, impromptu, okay, I've got a stream I want to do, you know, early this morning. You know, last night I saw that they had this reaction. And I was like, okay, well, I'll do a stream on that tomorrow. Like, that wouldn't be happening if I didn't have that kind of support. Otherwise, it would be like, okay, well, you know, I've got to cordon off my time. Whereas for this, I was able to, you know, go like, okay, I can dedicate the day to editing together all these clips, getting together all the context and everything to really make this stream as good as it can be. And that happens because I get this support from streaming. And it really is a large amount of support I get from streaming. I very do appreciate it. And as I was saying that, thank you very much, Matt Hartley, for becoming a member. There's another one of the guys on the coal mine. And there you go, Caleb, for $5. What is your opinion on Mentis refusing to do debates? I think that is incorrect. I think that you should do debates. I think that is a good idea because it helps you refine your theory. It helps you learn how to maneuver around, because there are an infinity of ways, pardon me, that people can come at your theory from. And if you do debates, especially bad faith debates, oh boy, you can refine your theory down into a fucking diamond, right? You can really learn how you have to know it back to front to be able to defend it from whichever direction of attack they're coming from. Because you can never predict exactly how they're going to attack you. Like just with the Dan Sanchez debate I did the other day. I didn't fucking know that he was going to go the whole right of, well, Dave is a hero specifically because of his support for anti-war stuff. It was like, okay, well I didn't expect him to go that way. I genuinely did not expect that. But because I knew my position back to front, I was able to maneuver it into a position where I could bring it into the philosophical theory of history, get that concession, and then prove from that point that therefore his anti-war advocacy is irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. So it's a very powerful tool to be able to, in real time, integrate and manipulate your theory to figure out where it lands and how it contradicts with what they're saying. That's very powerful, I think. And Capstone asks, did you debate off camera a lot? Not really. I would argue with my brother and everything. Classic shit like that. But I basically, when I started doing political stuff, I was like, you know what, a great way to collaborate with people in the political sphere would be to do debates with them. So I just immediately went into it, but I really took to it. And thank you very much, Mon Sharma, for the 40 rupees. Sending another support bomb, Zulu. Wait, I guess we'll see. I mean, yeah, thank you very much for that, for all your support in the stream. You've been big support for a long time. Actually, I've got a fucking painting that he sent me in person of what is it? The Watcher over the Sea of Mist, something like that. And he sent me an actual print of that painting, framed and everything. It's very nice. It's in the other room right now. Yeah, let's truck along.
In some ways that they don't. Look, there's no question that what we ultimately went with, which was essentially a lot of us supporting Donald Trump in exchange for trying to get some stuff out of the administration, that there are pros and cons to that can be debated for a long time. And I certainly think, I think there were some people, I didn't support the strategy initially, and I ultimately went with it because just at that point it seemed like the only play where something positive might come from it. And one of the things I've been quite open about this, but one of the biggest mistakes I made, besides supporting some candidates for president that I certainly shouldn't have, was that
Kira Sakamune says, for $5, thank you very much. You can get to conscience is with Descartes' method, but if you arrive at consciousness before existence, with it you're living in Lululand. Well, I think it does start with consciousness though. Like it starts with I think and therefore I am. Like I think it's still primacy of consciousness. And then Philosophus 1 for $2 US has been donating throughout the stream. Thank you very much. Glad the donations are encouraging. Indeed, they are.
I just always, I guess I took it as a given, like I took it for granted, that like if we were in charge, we would pick a really awesome presidential candidate. And that would be the thing that led to all this excitement. And it wasn't until I pulled out and I was like, shit, I got to try my best to get someone really good to replace me. And I started going around trying to convince people. And like, I mean, at this point, I don't think I'm giving anything away to say that, like, I really tried to convince Judge Napolitano to do it. I tried to convince Mike Cohen to do it. I tried to convince some other people I won't mention that. I tried to convince Scott Horton to do it. I tried to convince a lot of other people to do it. And every time I was trying to convince them to do it, I realized how difficult of a sell it was. Like I was like, yo, and let me say, I'll tell you, part of the reason why that was such a difficult sell was that I had to be honest with them and be like, look, if you want to do this, forget even like the arrows that you're taking, forget even like the major risk, which is like, again, I think people who aren't in the arena, it's very easy to judge other people who are, but like, let me tell you something I particularly found out this last year.
There we go. Another 5 gifted from Mon Sharma. Thank you very much. That's very much appreciated, actually. Like, this support is very important. Like, I really do appreciate it. I cannot emphasize that enough. Like, you guys have been great throughout all of this. You've always supported me. You've always been great. Especially, Man has been there since day one. Right? He's always been there in my corner. Very much appreciated.
There are real risks to this game. Like, if you really started getting traction and you're like leading the abolish the CIA movement, like, you're taking your life in your hands. There are killers out there. There are really bad people who take that very seriously and also will lose no sleep at night over this. But forget that, Jacob. That's not even the thing. That you're gearing up to maybe be putting your own life in jeopardy if you're successful. The fact is that before you even get the nomination, other libertarians are going to try to ruin your life. And I know you've dealt with some of this shit yourself, and I'm not exaggerating here. And try to ruin your life in a way that you almost can't imagine. That you're like, wait a minute, hold on, that wouldn't be off limits to you? Like trying to destroy my marriage, trying to get my kids taken away, then like, hey man, if you don't have every damn hole in your personal life.
And Harrison Wells for another 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. Great support on the stream. I love it. Thank you very much, Harrison. Very much appreciated. This is probably going to be my most supported stream ever. This is insane. I got to do more fucking. Got to bait Dave Smith into another response, I guess, and then we can keep this train going, guys. It's genuinely brilliant stuff. I love it.
Plugged up, then like you really got to think about this before you made that decision. But if you go out there and you try to do this, even short of like people trying to ruin your life, you'll have 3.5-hour movies made about what a terrible person, what a cancer you are. If you're guilty of being as pure as Ron Paul, you're still gonna have to deal with all that shit. Hey, don't tell me
Fuck off, Dave. No. Why I made that movie against you is specifically because. What did you say, Dave? What was it you said?
That supposed to read what you might be missing. And I was like, I remember telling you, Tom, this after I go, it's really just occurring to me now, but I've taken it as such a given for so long that it's like, we got to try to recreate the Ron Paul revolution. And I don't know, the Ron Paul revolution was so awesome. So obviously, why wouldn't I want to do that?
So Dave Smith says that he abandoned the Ron Paul model. I said that he abandoned the Ron Paul model. And I'm just crazy for saying that, I guess. Wow. Crazy old Zulu, making shit up, I guess. Thank you very much for the $5 Australian connoisseur of cookies. Hey Zulu, if you're more polite and demure, maybe someone like Dave might deign to acknowledge your criticisms. Yeah, indeed. If I had just approached him with a polite DM back in I don't know here. I just approached him with a polite DM back in the 3rd of January 2024. Maybe he wouldn't have said that he wants to beat the entire Mediterranean border on the 9th of February 2024. Maybe that wouldn't have happened. Who knows?
For a second, again, like I don't want to harp on this again, but that was the thing that bothered me the most about it. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. Ron Paul supported Pat Buchanan for president. So don't sit here and tell me that you wouldn't have been tearing him up the same way. Like, so that, and then it was like an eye-opening experience to me. And I completely admit this is really my fault because, man, did I get out over my skis. I'm like, if we take this thing over, we'll run it well. And I really underestimated the challenge that would be. And but the thing is, once you realize that, like, oh, we can't get any of those people to run because why would any of them? All the people who you'd want to run, let me tell you something they all have in common. Whether you're talking about Ron Paul or Judge Napolitano or Tom Woods or like whoever it might be, Spike Cohen, whoever it might be. Let me tell you one thing: all those people have in common. They have really nice lives. like they're very successful. They got money, they got wives, they got kids, they got like a lot of things going on. And it's like, why the fuck would they jeopardize all of that to try to lead a movement of people, half of whom won't even be grateful for it? You know, like that was a real wake-up call to make. And ultimately what we ended up going with, it was like, oh geez, thank God Chase won. That was like, that was the best case scenario.
Words you never thought you'd be saying.
Yeah. But so once I'm at a point where I'm going, thank God Chase won, then obviously, yes, there was a big screw up in my calculation of all of this. And I've never shied away from taking the full responsibility for that. But again, I learned that through the process. But so you could say, oh, hey, at first you were saying, you're going to run. You're going to get up there. You're going to say Ron Paul shit. We're going to do Ron Paul revolution shit. And that's going to like wake up. That's going to spark the minds of all these people.
Thank you very much, Not Edgy Woo, for becoming a member.
But, and you could frame that as like, you used to be a radical and now you're a pragmatist or something. But the truth is, like, as I said before, I was always fucking a radical who believed in being pragmatic. I mean, I don't know. I'm still the same thing. What happened is that after it became clear that there was no viable option where this was going to spark a Ron Paul revolution, like we just didn't have the candidate who was even potentially capable of doing that. And that's just the truth. Like there just simply was not one candidate. I don't mean this is a shot to any of the other guys. There were some good guys and some not so good guys who ran. But like fucking, I like Josh Smith. Like he's a good dude, like, and he's a good libertarian. I'm not like trashing him. I'm not like taking shots at any of the other guys. The fact is there was no one there who had any chance of like creating some big moment out of.
Let me just delve into my screenshots real quick. So there was division caused by going against Josh and ousting people who didn't perfectly line up. Fractured the base to a degree that we have the results we see today. This was after the 2024 LNC. So, just for context.
Out of running the party. But then there were these other options that previously were like unforeseeable that had presented themselves. And it was like, I don't know, at the time I felt like, well, we'd be crazy to not at least think about this. Like, I mean, it's like if we had at one point, it was before October 7th, there was one point where Bobby Kennedy really wanted the nomination. And, I kind of had that attitude. And it's before October 7th. This is before he was really bad on the Israel stuff. But I was kind of like, well, fuck.
But fucking goddamn, Dave. My entire point with the yellow washing section of that video and the wine and bust section of the video is that when you yellow wash these people, you inevitably end up with Bobby Kennedy. You inevitably end up with that. It was unavoidable. It's because of your basic strategy of, yeah, no, this guy's a fucking socialist on 90% of issues. Oh, but he's good on COVID, so I guess he should be the fucking president. No, fuck off. Matt Hartley for $5. Thank you very much. Now listen, Zulu. Dave isn't a pragmatist who has abandoned libertarianism. He just thinks that we should do what works best instead of being the best libertarian. Yeah. If only we had a title for that. Thank you very much for the money.
God damn. I mean, how do we not at least consider this? Because this changes everything. Yes, it's not exactly what we planned. It's not a pure libertarian at all, but he is a guy who's at least running on being great on COVID and great on Ukraine, which were like the two big crises at the time. And then he's even talking shit about the CIA and the surveillance
That was a Kofi thing me.
state and the neocons and this, and you're like, shit, dude, a famous millionaire from political royalty who's really good on the top few issues and maybe would get a lot of interest generated. I mean, I just think at that point, like, just as an adult, you'd be crazy to not at least consider that possibility. Then October 7th happened. It was like, oh, forget it. He's out. He's
then the pause heard around the world happened.
The pause heard around the world, the longest pregnant pause in pregnant pause history. And so then, like after that.
Yeah, so Rothbard on the Kofi says hopping on the Dono train for, I can't reveal that amount of money actually, because it's hidden on Kofi, so I don't want to reveal. But yeah, thank you very much, Rothbard. Yeah, very good.
The first time Angela called me and told me that that she had been to Mar-a-Lago and that Trump was coming to speak at the convention, I was in disbelief. Like, I just could not believe that was real. Like, what the fuck are you telling me? I just swore to secrecy before she told me, which was a good life lesson for me to never make that agreement. So because I'm going to tell you something you can't tell. And I went, okay. And she told me. And I was like, okay, fuck. No, I swear I wouldn't tell. And I did. I'll reveal that. I did tell Scott and Michael Hayes. And I'm sorry for betraying your confidence, Angela. But I just like at that point, I was like, yo, I can't not tell.
You know who was terrible? Was Mike Termat. You know why he was terrible? Because he betrayed the confidence of Rechtenwald.
And I went, okay. And she told me. And I was like, okay, fuck. No, I swear I wouldn't tell. And I did. I'll reveal that. I did tell Scott and Michael Hayes. And I'm sorry for betraying your confidence, Angela. But I just like at that point, I was like, yo, I can't not tell the guys I started this with that, like, this is what the person who we put in the spot wants to do. And holy shit, this short is different than what the fuck we thought we were going to do. But also, hey, I can't really blame her for at least, like, Angela was also drowning at the time, largely because of me. And so what was I going to tell her?
Monhop says, by the way, RFK was initially pro-lockdown and only changed down the line. This post from 2020. Yeah, it's like, these people, like, they're just allergic to principles. They just want any, like, oh my god, this guy's relevant. He's big in the right. And he said libertarianism. Whoa, we gotta get in there. We gotta, please, sir, please, sir. Please, sir. Like, it's such a weak, pathetic attitude. And I don't respect it 1 inch.
Tell her that you shouldn't go pursue this option. Now, I do think that she and maybe some people around her, I think they might have flown a little too close to the sun, and then it's real easy to start rationalizing to yourself.
Thank you very much for the $6 Input Error. Congrats on 15,000 subscribers, or they're very nearly. Yeah, I didn't know that I had 15,000. The future, if dubious, will be made more interesting with all of us in it. Indeed, yeah, and I think we're on a very good trajectory. Me and mine. I think we're gonna get there. I think we're gonna reach Dave Smith's worst nightmare and become very famous.
Yourself have the political calculation here is just to support the administration, and like, but that's not what I'm doing. You know, I'm the guy calling for his impeachment and on national shows and shit. So, like, you know, again, with all this stuff, I think there's, and I guess maybe this is part of the reason why I wanted to talk to you about this, is that the stuff with Zulu, and like, we can do that debate if he wants to. The stuff with him, it's almost become too.
We can do that debate if he wants to. I do want to, Dave. I do want to do that debate.
You know, it's like too disrespectful to where that's how that's gonna go.
Too disrespectful, Dave. Again. Let's just pull this up again. Dave, you drew first blood. You can't fucking use this as an excuse to go blood sports against me. If you want to fucking go blood sports, I'll go blood sports. Okay? But you can't use the excuse that I went blood sports first. You fucking did, motherfucker. You did. Okay? I'm perfectly willing. I've been willing the entire time. The entire time. To be having a cordial debate. Not for a second did I dispute that. Not for a second did I say, we gotta fucking get in there and destroy Dave unprovoked. Okay? I've always been willing to have this cordial debate. Who has been refusing that? It was fucking Dave.
But like, we could do that if we want to, but that's how it's gonna go. It's gonna be like that. And you know, I don't know. I guess like my heart's just not really in that anymore. Like, this has gotten enough attention and I'm talking about it on a show, so I guess sure, I'll do the debate now. But it's just like, I don't know. You know, people are like, well, you debate Archie Flower, you debate like these guys. Like, yeah, because we were trying to do a thing. We were trying to do a big thing. That was part of the project, and I thought it was part of the thing. There's no thing now. Like, there's no, I don't know. I don't care. Okay, you have the movement. Whatever the movement is, once you cut me, Ron Paul, Hopper, Tom Wood, Scott Horton, the Libertarian Institute, the Mises, like, once you cut all of us out of it, whatever, and Kate Reason, I'm sure I'm no good too. Whatever left that's there, if you call that okay, it's yours, you have it. But I guess the point is that with all these things, I think actually like a good faith conversation about this would probably be more productive than like a death sport who's going to take out.
Right, exactly.
But in the good faith conversation, I think most of you guys might realize, like the critics, like, okay, it's easy to criticize. Again, it's always easier to be out of the arena. It's always easier to backseat drive. But it's not that none of it was wrong. It's just that it's more complicated than you might think it was. And we were real people in a real situation having to make real decisions about what to do next.
No, I 100% agree.
And we got Wall Street. I mean, I don't know. We got something for it. Yeah, we got.
No,
you know.
I agree. And you know, Bobby Kennedy being in there is interesting. It's not libertarian, but in some sense, it's kind of fun watching him make some people squirm and get upset at some of the things he does. But I think that, I mean, first of all, I remember when I found out that it was happening, which was probably close to the time you found out, maybe a little bit later. And I was like, so what are we just doing? What everyone said we were going to do all along. We were like, this is a joke. But like, I can understand why some people maybe who were like the super critics then kind of like do this historical revisionism of like what we did, and they're like, that was the plan all along. And I'm like,
again, I don't think they signpost this enough. I was not in those super critics. I was not one of the people. Find the tweet from me where I was super angry that Donald Trump was going to be at the LNC. It didn't come from me. I don't think they signposted this enough. This is for Jacob if he ever watches the rest of the stream here. I wasn't one of those people. You should have signposted more clearly that I was not one of those people who was super angry that Trump was going to show up at the LNC. I wasn't one of them. Again, this is the problem with the package dealing. Because Dave's audience watches this, and they're like, oh, this Zulu guy, he's just the same as those sorts of people. And this is the problem with all the fucking strawmans and everything. And this goddamn... And that's why I'm confident in this softball interview point. By the way, fucking 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 fucking bingos. I made this bingo board before I ever watched this video, by the way. 4 bingos on it already. That's why I'm confident in that softball interview point. Because, I mean, goddamn. Like, I was not one of those people. You did not defend my arguments well.
if that was the plan all along, then it was like, one of the most eloquent, like sophisticated heists ever pulled off on like multiple people. And you,
I mean, I was in the dark if that was the plan all along.
Yeah, I was like, and I went to Michael Heist's wedding. Like, I'm the one who married him and his wife. Let me tell you something. It was like, Heist is like a brilliant political mind in a lot of ways. I was like, but he's not that like conniving or anything.
Well,
to run this long con to be like, I'm gonna like, like in 2018, he's like, I'm gonna get Donald Trump to come to our convention.
Yeah, I mean, look, all that stuff's just goofy, and the idea that we even possibly could have coordinated that would happen.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, goofy.
insane. But also, like, dude, that, I mean, it should be brought up just because Michael Hayes got mentioned that I just, like, I'm fine. Blame me for all you want to for the shit. But man, did Michael Hayes just take a ridiculous amount of shit for doing absolutely nothing wrong, man? For being like the most passionate, the most committed activist in libertarianism that I've ever seen, who I've ever been around. The guy literally was working for peanuts to try to make this thing happen. He started the whole thing by himself before he had any of us on board. And he worked tirelessly for years and years and years. And like took real arrows, like took like all types of vicious attacks and smears, really sacrificed. You know, like I wasn't in the situation that Michael Hayes was in. You know, I was like, I mean, I wasn't as successful as I am now or anywhere close to it when we were starting. But I was already like, I was making good money in an independent lane where I was like, you know, I got to do all the fun stuff. I got to have the biggest audience, then give the headline keynote speech, and then have all the people want to take pictures with me afterward. Like my job was cushy in a way through this whole thing. Whereas Michael was a guy who's like banging out like.
Well, I don't agree with you on everything, Zulu. Dave Smith being a leader of anything libertarian is a joke. Fitting, pardon me, sorry. Fitting since he is a comedian, indeed.
$30K a year with his side hustle and the Mises pack for the first like 3 years of it. Like maybe got up to doubling that at some point or something. You know, like was getting.
The guy who made a lot more money out of the LNC, out of the Mises Caucus, allegedly, Angela McArdle made a lot of money out of it. Allegedly, she made perhaps like a couple $100,000 out of it. Allegedly, you know, people allege this. I can't say anything, but, you know, people allege this. People allege that her husband set up a dummy LLC in Delaware to hide that she was funneling funds to him. And people allege that that from giving money to that LLC, they made a net massive negative return. People allege that there was some phony consulting business. People allege that, you know, I'll tell you why I'm not able to say any more than that. It's because Angela McArdle is a litigious bitch who has already threatened lawsuits against people for talking about this, so I can only say alleged. And as an aside, you know, let's talk about, you know, just, hey, this is the Libertarian Theory Corner, guys. Boop, 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 boop. Alert, a Libertarian Theory Corner. I just had a random thought, unconnected to anything I just said. Actually, threatening people with lawsuits with respect to defamation or libel, because you don't own yourself, because you don't own your reputation, that's actually an aggression. So if somebody were to threaten a lawsuit because somebody said a lie about them, or allegedly said a lie about them, that would actually already be an aggression. Boop, boop, boop. Sorry, that's the end of the Libertarian Theory Corner. And that was just a random thought I had, by the way. Yeah, just a random thought.
Getting like articles written about him, like things like, oh, you'll never be able to have a real job with a wife and planning on starting a family. Like fucking put everything on the line for hardcore libertarians. And then to see the way he was just utterly betrayed by so many of these people. Like I can't tell you, and this is part of the reason why, because it's more so about him than it is about me, but it's part of the reason why I was like snappy with Jose Gallison, where he goes like, oh, if Dave doesn't respond to Zulu, he takes the L. And I was like, what L do I take? What L do I take if I never talk to any of you ever again? What do we actually mean by this here? What L do I take? But in fact, I don't take an L by talking about this. The only W would be for me to just ignore this. I was sure my wife told me the other day.
Let's look into the psychology here for a second. Like, oh, what L do I take if I never fucking talk to any of you again? Like, he thinks he's above us. He thinks he's above the riffraff. Like, we're just down here with all our infighting, and he doesn't have to care about any of that. I'm fucking above you, motherfuckers. Fuck you. That's what he thinks of us. I don't think of us that way. I don't think I'm above any of you. Dave thinks he is above us. Dave thinks he's above all of us. What do I fucking lose if I don't fucking talk to any of you again, you fucking fuck? Fuck off. How about that?
I was trending on Twitter for 10 straight days as all this shit was going on, having nothing to do with any of this shit. Like, there was nothing that like, oh, he needs to.
I'm so fucking famous, you fucking mong. You fucking mong. I'm so fucking famous. I don't have to fucking talk to any of you cunts again. Fuck off.
Address this. It's just like I kind of give a shit about this, but I gotta say, like, you know, people like formulate, people who sit and didn't like contribute or attempt to any of this, which, like, fine, I don't care, like, that's okay. No one's saying you had to join the Libertarian Party or the Mises Caucus for that matter, but like, I watch people who didn't like ever lift a finger for any of this sit there and go, here's what it is, they sold out. They used to be radical and now they're pragmatic. I'm like,
how about this motherfucker? I'm not able to join the US Libertarian Party. I don't have US citizenships. Am I just incapable of providing any valid criticism now, I can't be involved in any of your proceedings. It's not possible for me. You fucking Hmong, you're so fucking beneath me, you fucking cunt. Fuck off.
Like Michael Heiss would be like, hey, New Hampshire, could you guys just not like, would that be okay? Like, you know, just
Okay, I probably should have so take a quick mark of that. 4 hours and 53 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick mark of that because I'm going to have to do a quick censorship job. I have to bleep that one on the inevitable upload, but whoops.
Watch this whole thing. If you could just not do that, and then everybody's like, whoa, oh, so much for a decentralized revolution. I guess now we want central. Like, again, it's like, this shit is just so dumb, dude. And this does get to like kind of the point that a lot of us have been making for a lot of years here. It's like, guys, if you ever want to do anything here, there's got to be like a baseline of like decency to your people who are trying to do something for you, a little bit of loyalty. I'm not saying loyalty, like, I don't give a shit, dude. You've heard every goddamn one of my arguments about immigration. I've been on your show to you many times, and you still come away going like, I don't really agree with Dave on it. Like, okay, whatever. You supported Josh Smith, and when I was supporting Michael Rectenwald, tell me, was that weird for 1 second in our relationship ever? You know, Jose Gallison never joined the party or the caucus, right? Like, I don't care about it. We can have a million disagreements, you know? But it's like, just like, don't betray people. Like, have like at least a little.
Dave, talk about fucking betrayal. What loyalty do we owe you? What loyalty do we, and I speak as we, what loyalty do we, the remnant, owe to you, Dave Smith? After you fucking betrayed us? After you led us on? After you fucking dangled this little bit of hope for us? That, don't worry guys, the Libertarian Party is going to become, we're bringing the liberty movement into the Libertarian Party. Don't worry guys, you dangled this fucking hope above us, and then you fucking snatched it away. Dave, you have no fucking loyalty. You have no fucking loyalty to the remnant. You're the one who lacks fucking loyalty. We were loyal to the fucking end, Dave. Okay? There's nothing to say here. There's nothing to fucking say. Everybody who's there knows it. The Mises Caucus came in and they told us that they were going to speak for us. That they were going to bring, finally, they were going to bring the radical libertarians into the Libertarian Party. Finally. And what did they do? They turned coat. They betrayed us. The Mises Caucus betrayed us. We didn't fucking betray the Mises Caucus. The Mises Caucus betrayed us and expected us to just fall in line. What a laugh. What a fucking joke. That we, the radical libertarians, the remnant, would fall in line and just obey whatever the fuck Michael Heiss says. Whatever the fuck Dave Smith says. Fuck off. No, we're not gonna fucking do that. We're gonna rebel. You know how we're gonna rebel? We're gonna engage in mimetic warfare. We're gonna point at the elephant in the room. We're gonna scream Zal Zulu from the top of our lungs. And that's why I fucking did all this. That's why I fucking did every step of this. I wanted to shout to the remnant that no, we still exist. We still have a voice. I want to say that to you guys. The Vanguard can still speak, even to these giants, like Dave Smith. We can still speak to them and unseat them. They're not immortal. Nobody is outside of our reach. Okay? If we just work hard enough, if we're just disciplined enough, nobody is beyond reproach. Nobody. Not even Dave Smith. Especially not Dave Smith. Thank you very much, Man Sharma, for the 100 rupees. I remember how excited and disappointed everyone was with the Mises Caucus. Zulu is right. Indeed.
Little bit of like, okay, there, you know, like it just seems to me like I guess that was kind of like my like part of the thing that bugged me about the whole thing was it was like, guys, you got people out there like taking arrows for you, like real arrows, like in this moment when just, I mean, dude, I'm getting it from all ends of the spectrum. I mean, arrows flying from every camp you could imagine. Like in that moment, you go like, let's try to take him down.
Like, let's not like at least kind of have his back. And again, I don't really give a shit about me because it doesn't matter if any of you guys have my back, to be quite honest. But like, I do want to think about it with Michael Heist. It's just like, I don't know, man. It's like a very similar thing to like where I said like, how we'll never be able to get someone to run for president. We'll never be able to get like someone good to do this. Because half the shit is going to be torn apart by your own people for like, for not biting the bullets of yes, pornography should be available in full view of kids, or you should sacrifice your kid before you steal. Like this is again, as I've said.
No, again, because you betrayed us. That's why we're against you, Dave. Because you betrayed us. Because you and Michael Heiss and Angela McArdle and all those people, they betrayed us. That's why we hate you, Dave Smith. That's why we hate you, and that's why we will always hate you. And you're never getting the fucking Remnant back. You're never getting the fucking Vanguard back. You're never getting it back. Never. He's up there in the clouds. He's up there in the clouds, and he thinks because he's up here in the clouds, he can just speak down to all of us. He can just speak down to all of us, and it doesn't matter. We don't matter to him. He can just step on us in his way to fucking work. Right? He's just up here in the clouds, but he doesn't realize the base of his fucking foundation is getting hit out from underneath him. He doesn't realize this. And sure, he might continue floating up there. And he might float from ideology to ideology. But the fundamental point is, he will have forever lost his foundation in libertarianism. That is the danger posed by me towards Dave Smith. He's never getting that back. I will ensure it.
It's fundamentally unserious, and you can't have a serious movement if that's how the people in it are going to behave. And so that's my thing, that ultimately, like, whoever you want to blame, but blame on me, that's fine. But the reason why I'm not very big on the Libertarian Party in general is because, you know, I just don't really see, like, the viable option there. I don't see, you know, after, like, kind of stepping back after 2024 and, like, all this stuff, I go, I see a very small political party that has a very tiny group of members who seem to love, for the most part, nothing better than feeling good about themselves and bragging about who won the latest drama and who is a better person because they're more pure than the other one. And while I may have gotten into a lot of libertarian drama in the Mises Caucus takeover years, that was always only because I saw it connected to like this bigger thing. That like if we could take this thing, we could run the right person, we could have another Ron Paul revolution. And believe me, if it wasn't for that, I would not have been spending my time arguing with like state chairs of the local affiliate LPs. I just wouldn't have.
No, there's a lot there I agree with, and I think that like there's this unfortunate thing with the LP, which like makes me not completely stop paying attention to it, which is that it has the name libertarian in it, which is kind of like this albatross around our necks as libertarians. Is that like, which was half the reason I wanted the Mises Caucus to take over, was because when we looked at what the Libertarian Party looked like before the Mises Caucus, with fat naked guy on the stage and then being completely embarrassing during COVID, I was like, okay, I don't care if the Libertarian Party never wins, but can they at least be libertarian? Like, can they not like make the libertarian philosophy and ideas and people look like jokes? But you're completely right that there's an opportunity cost to trying to make the LP even just not embarrassing, let alone successful. And part of it is beyond, some of it is just the pitfalls of democracy, right? Both in the system we live in this country and that the LP is organized democratically. And so you're kind of fighting democracy on two fronts there. But then the other problem is a culture problem. And it's and to be honest, and I think you would agree with me, it was at least by the end, it was a culture problem in and out of the caucus. Because even towards the end, like the stuff going on with LPNH and stuff going on.
By the way, we have apparently reached 1,000 chat messages today, so everyone give a Zal Zulu to celebrate.
And it got crazy.
100%. A big wake-up call to me was the thing that happened with Blake Masters. And that was something that really, it soured me on the whole project in a way. It certainly colored like my mood of the whole thing, because it was like, again, all the guys not in the arena could say however they feel or whatever they would have done. But I led this thing that succeeded in 22. And we took over the third biggest political party in the country. And it was a weird gamble that we all made together, where we went in on it and we're like, hey, I think you can do this, actually. We could take this thing over. And this was, I was the height of fully planning on running for president. Like, I had made my decision. I was going to do this. And that was what was happening. And I was going to I was going to dedicate my life and these years of my life to leading this like cause. And I had totally staked.
By the way, I want to give some context here. Who Blake Masters won against, by the way, Blake Masters not a libertarian at all. I looked over his manifesto back in the day when I had my old Twitter account, so you can't see it anymore. But I did point by point analysis of his manifesto, not libertarian at all. So the person who he unseated to get Blake Masters in there, actually a guy who sued the Hawaii government to remove their mask mandates. Seems like a fucking great guy, right? And instead we get Blake Masters. Cool.
Take my entire reputation on it already. I had made this, those years, like whatever, I know, one of the guys who, what I mentioned again, we were talking about before, who made these videos, say, like, his thing is that I was extracting value out of the Libertarian Party. Like, I led the Mises Caucus so I could go around and collect speaking fees, which, by the way, let me just say, if you, first of all, I'm not exaggerating, I probably make 20.
Again, I think they should have signposted more heavily that this is not me. I've never been against speaking fees. Again, basically the whole video was talking about me. It's like, oh, and this guy, he made this video. the Dave Smith sycophants, they watch this and they think, oh, this Little Zula guy, he's against capitalism. Like, they need to signpost, if they're going to make a fucking 2.5, almost 3 hours video, pretty much entirely about me, 90% about me, they need to signpost when they're not talking about me. Which I do very clearly in my video. Because I actually fucking share quotes from people. J'accuse. I actually share quotes. Crazy, right? Sick Fox for £20. Thank you very much. I'm an artist and you convinced me that I don't own my art. Your work in general has been enormously valuable to me in my quest to be right. I appreciate it and look forward to benefiting from your future endeavors. Well, thank you very much. I very much like seeing whenever I have reached someone, even if I don't necessarily reply, whenever I get a comment which says that I've reached them on this topic, on pragmatism, or on the AR video, or on the IP video, whatever it is, whenever I see a comment come up into my notifications saying that I've reached someone and changed their mind, it really does boost me. It's a very good thing to feel. Because that's what I'm really here to try and do. I'm trying to... I mean, I've seen Sick Fox around quite a bit, actually. I like to see these pillars of the community being born, and I can see the progression that they're taking, and the logical, like, cause-effect relationship that they have there. Like, it is very gratifying. So I love, if you have a story like that, you know, send it in. I might not be able to respond to it in full, but just know it is appreciated. And thank you very much for the money.
Times what my biggest speaking fee was per weekend right now. Like the idea that, also, by the way, the reason they paid me speaking fees was because they charged money for the tickets, and I had brought all of the people that I was not extracting wealth out of the Libertarian Party. I was like I was going to state conventions for my flight plus $2,000 or something like that and giving an hour speech. Like, it's just like the idea that I was like extracting wealth out of the Libertarian Party is like frankly absurd. I brought the people into the party. The reason why all those people wanted to see me speak at the events was because they were fans of my podcast from before when I had done the, you know, like, it's just, anyway, it's ridiculous. But I was going on, essentially what happened, right, was that during COVID, Joe Rogan decided that I was his guy. I had been on a couple times before. He just loved everything I had to say about COVID so much. He just started having me on all the time. And Tim Pool and all these other guys started having me, and I just...
Hot Bleach says his friend, who is an indie music writer, was convinced by my IP video after he debated him about his political beliefs. Well, that's great. Very good. But yeah, Dave is basically just big timing. Like, oh, I was on fucking Joe Rogan.
Just wore the banner of the Libertarian Party and the Mises Caucus whenever I went into any of these things. And so I like made this my identity. I went all in on this. Like, we're doing this thing. And it made a lot of sense, you know, after the year 2020, again, at the time, you know, hindsight is 2020. This was in the year 2020. But after 2020 and the lockdowns, it was like, well, fuck the Republicans and the Democrats are Joe Biden, so screw them too. And so obviously, hey, there's this third option. It was like it made sense to me that this is how we should sell the thing. And so then we win. We take over everything. We win every single position by super majorities. And the takeover is complete.
How did you win that, Dave? Sorry, how did you win that? Could it perhaps be because you were radical? You were endorsing a radical message? Could that perhaps be an element in the victory? Maybe. Who knows? If only somebody made some sort of a 3.5 hour video about this.
And the Mises Caucus is now taking over the Libertarian Party. Immediately, like, the problem started to arise. And I was like, ah, shit. Like, there was a whole thing that, like, I insisted on taking over the Twitter, but they wouldn't let me take over the Twitter. So they let me and a committee have the Twitter, but then the rest of the committee kept tweeting shit that was like not the right thing. And I was like, can't you, like, guys, haven't I just demonstrated I'm the best at doing this? Just let me do this. But then there's all this, you know, and Angela's like, well, we have to have someone who's technically on the board. And then also we have to have this dumb chick from the previous administration on the Twitter thing too. And then she's tweeting. Anyway, but so then we get the Senate race. And in Arizona, we got Blake Masters, who was once an anarcho-capitalist, had written on LouRockwell.com, had written some of the most beautiful shit ever. It was like a pure ANCAP. Then he had linked up with Peter Thiel and these guys and became like not an ANCAP anymore and more of a right-wing populist, but like someone who still privately told me that, like, dude, I still agree with everything Murray Rothbard said. I just think this is kind of like the wind and the direction we're going in. He told me the only thing I disagree with Murray Rothbard on is abortion. It was literally the only thing I disagree with him on. And I was like, oh, that's me too.
Yes.
Okay, that's not bad. Now, I don't know. But then on the other side, you had Mark Kelly, like the worst Democrat in the country, right up there with the worst. And then you had Mark Victor, the Libertarian, who's polling more than the gap between the two of them. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, shit, dude, is the first thing that this organization that we just hijacked going to do keep out potentially one of the best senators in the country and give it to one of the worst Clinton Democrats? And then I came up with this fucking scheme where I was like, yo, I think we could get this guy to come kiss the ring of the Libertarians, and then we drop out and support him. and this could be the biggest power move that the Libertarian Party's ever pulled off. Like, we actually changed the outcome to this. And he comes on my show, he comes on Ron Paul's show, he sits down with Mark Victor for like a 40-minute interview, giving all of us assurances about how libertarian he's going to be. So it's like now, it's like not only did we play Kingmaker, but we got like assurances, okay, maybe he doesn't come through on this, but we got you on record saying this. And I go, hey, ain't that pretty neat? Biggest power move the Libertarian Party's ever pulled off. And I got so much shit. And to your point, it's not just outside the caucus, I had so much shit from within our caucus for that. And it's like, dude, now look, to be completely fair, it did not work out. Mark Victor dropped out. Blake Masters still ended up losing. But like, okay, at the time, the polling said it was a coin flip, and he was the different. Like, we went for it. So anytime you go for it, it doesn't work out. All right, you could say you were wrong, but I guess the point just being that
you weren't wrong. It waited too long because at that point Mark couldn't actually drop out. He was still on the ballot.
Well, that's right.
That was the issue.
There were other problems like that too. But also, so what had happened at that time was that I had just gone back on Rogan's podcast, and I had done this breakdown of the war in Ukraine, which was I think the first few years. No, I'm sorry, the first few months. It was maybe like 6 months old at the time, and this video went super viral, like more viral than anything I'd ever done at the time. The clip got like 10 million views on YouTube, and then it was all over Twitter and everything. So it was like this big bump in like notoriety that I had gotten over being against this fucking war, like which was like, you know, it's a nuclear power, they're like a proxy war on their border. And so I was like, oh shit, wow, look, dude, this is so set up perfectly, man. Like, we just took over the party. I have this huge moment right now. And then it's not just that Mises Caucus members disagreed with me about it, but the vicious attacks that I came under after that, where I was like, yo, like, but you guys, you're acting like I sold my soul because in this one moment, instead of just running away, like what was going to be achieved by me not doing this? Like nothing. None of you even think anything. But like, and so anyway, I guess yes, that did open my eyes a little bit to like there does become a level where, as much as a lot of these guys want to pretend that there's no difference between theory and strategy, like it's all one thing, but obviously there is a clear difference between those two. And if your level of purity or your level of ideological capture allows you to never be able to strategically do anything, then this is unworkable. Then like,
okay, and he's talking about the fucking Mises Caucus here. Okay. How about you respond to, I don't know, there's a certain person who I think has a specific theory of strategy which could perhaps be responded to in this section. But I don't know who it could be. I really don't know who it could be.
Then we're not a political party anymore. We really are just a book club or, you know, whatever. And so like that was a big eye-opening thing to me. That really did. It you know, I'm not saying that's the reason why I didn't run or anything like that, but I thought that took a lot of the wind out of my sails. And like, you know, I remember, I don't remember if you were on the meeting or not, but I remember
I didn't speak, but I remember that meeting. Yeah.
So Hayes brought me into like this meeting of the Mises Caucus organizers from around the country, and it was like one after the other, just going off on how betrayed they were that I did this. And I'm just sitting there where I'm like in this position where it's like, guys, I'm coming into this like huge career, like I'm moving the needle on this major issue. And like after all I've done to like for this whole thing, this is now, like I don't know, it just seems so crazy to me. It was like so like, and I was just like, oh, this isn't serious. This isn't like a serious political project. If you're allergic to even that level of like maneuvering. And so yeah, I mean, I certainly don't think the answer is that we should ever just like support Republicans or stop.
I wonder if there's a certain person who made a video essay where he talked about the principle of spoiling elections and when it should happen. I wonder if there's some sort of video essay about that. Could it perhaps be, I don't know, Anatomy of the Celebritarian? I don't know, it sounds kind of similar. What could it be?
Talking about the things we care about, and certainly the move isn't, if you go to Republicans, your support to not, you know, as soon as they start violating, you know, your principles, to not call them out for that. But the idea that like we're supposed to just sit here and be pure angels and never engage in the real world, to me just seems like obviously a losing strategy.
No, I think that's 100% correct. I think that if there's anything to say from all of it, I guess, just to kind of, you know, maybe to wrap it up 2.5 hours. I know I want to be respectful of your time, and I'm sure both of our wives probably want us to get off and spend some time with them. But yeah, I think that, you know, it's one of those things, like nothing risked, nothing gained. Like I still think that there's a lot of lessons learned from that, and at the end of the day, like so we now know the pitfalls of that strategy, right? So we know, like, I guess we learned what not to do, maybe. But I think that I would not sell yourself too.
Hey Dave, just like when you fail, you got to go back and analyze. Well, maybe you got wrong. Now, let's think back. Was there perhaps a person who, at the beginning of the Mises Caucus, was pointing out a problem, a subversive infection within the Mises Caucus, which would cause the exact problems that we see? Who could that person be? Could it perhaps be Liquid Zulu? When he made that video, these people are destroying libertarianism. And he made the point that these neoprags were necessarily going to lead to a destruction of the Mises Caucus unless they were dealt with. Could that perhaps be the case? And could it perhaps be the case that exactly what I fucking predicted would happen? I wonder. I fucking wonder.
I know you want to blame yourself and be like, it was a failure, it was all my fault. And like, I guess, yeah, it was a failure in terms of like, it ran on very lofty promises, right? It ran on very like, which was kind of like my thing that I was probably frustrated at. I'm sure you were too, was that like, I kind of was thinking, we're going to take over and we're going to be like, we're not even.
Hey Dave, considering you spent 2 hours and 30 minutes crying about Zulu, how about instead you watch that 3-hour video would be better use of time instead of this butthurt. Yeah, I mean,
like even with like people in the middle who might seem reasonable and be like, I don't know if we should really like give you guys all the control. I was like, no, you understand. Once we're in control, we're gonna have all these people coming in, we're gonna have all this money, and it's just gonna be, and then just none of that materialized. I'm not
No,
even saying
that's for sure. Look, I also thought there was a feeling that for sure that once we took over the party, we would see an influx of people who were like, okay, now we're
yeah, it was physiognomy of the comedian. That was it.
And that just really didn't happen. And I think part of that was just that my audience was only so big.
But to be real, fucking Dave has like barely aged. I mean, like he's got to be what, like fucking 60, 70 now. He's barely aged in the past like 10 years. He's got to be on some fucking sort of adrenochrome program.
At the time, and we got the percentage of people who we were going to get were already on, had already come in. And then, and honestly, like Heist and Angela and some of those people probably speak to this better than I can. But I do think there was a fundamental misunderstanding of the situation that those guys had, that I guess I to some degree had too. Although maybe I just never gave this the appropriate amount of thought. But I've made this comparison before on the phone with Michael Heist when he's been explaining this to me. But one of the things is like when the Palestinian resistance like first embraced terrorism, like really started like it was like in the 50s when like the real hardcore like the maybe the PLO, like the precursor to the PLO, like Yasser Arafat and those guys really got in. They were like,
thank you, Dave. You're the best for giving me more Zulu content. And there you go. That is the pragmatic benefit of Dave. There you go.
They were like borrowing, I know you know this history pretty well, but they were like borrowing a lot from the Algerian model, where Algerians had basically embraced terrorism to drive out the French. And they would have this constant cycle, which is not that far off from the cycle you see today in Israel Palestine, where essentially they would do these like provocative terrorist attacks to get them to.
I wonder if there's some sort of a cycle which is identified in a certain 3.5-hour video. A cycle perhaps of evasion, maybe? A certain cycle which would describe precisely the Mises Caucus's rise and fall. Perhaps, maybe.
To respond to them. And then when they'd slaughter a whole bunch of people, they'd read about it back home in French newspapers, and French liberals would go, hey, je ne sais quoi, blah, 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 and be like all upset about the slaughtered people. And eventually they drove the French out. And so they were like, hey, we're going to do this with the Jews, these European colonizers here in Palestine. But there was this fundamental like miscalculation that they made, which is that the Jews weren't the French. They weren't like a mother country back home who had some of its, forces out here in France. These were, settler colonialists or refugees or whatever you want to call them. They were starting a new life here. And there was no Poland or Ukraine for them to go back home to. And that just wasn't going to happen. And in a similar sense, I think that there was a feeling amongst the Mises Caucus that a lot of the old guard and the perennial haters would be gone after we took over. Whereas like there wasn't an understanding that like, no, this is these people's entire life, and they will dedicate everything they have to spoil your next thing. Like they'd rather burn the whole thing down than give you a fair shot and see if you can do something good with it or not. And that was, I think there's just no question that like, again, Mike and Angela would know more about this than me, but I do think that was like a real force. That was something that we just did not account for. So like I said, there's a long list of mistakes. Look, I feel like,
yeah, considering the LP reposted Zulu content, I'd say Zulu has quite an influence indeed. And they reposted it, and then quickly had to take it down because, oh my god, this is offensive to Dave Smith.
I said on the caucus floor when the last vote came in, or the second to last vote, like when it was clear Chase was going to win, before it was like Noda versus Chase or whatever, but like when it was clear that Chase had beat Rectenwald, I remember saying that Heist and Rectenwald and like our whole core group that was there, you might have been there with, or maybe you weren't there, I don't remember.
I wasn't there.
My
My wife
there
was
that one.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my wife
maybe. Yeah. No, that's okay. Good excuse. But I said to all of them, I was like, guys, my only demand here is like all class. Like we won in Reno, we lost in DC, nothing but class as we leave this thing. Like, and I literally walked around the room. I forced myself to walk around the room to like by all the haters. Like I just crossed. I was the first one to shake Chase's hand and say congratulations, and then I one of the first ones, and then I walked around through the tables, all the haters, and just let them all talk shit. Like let me just walk. I will take my lumps on this. Like I ran my victory laps in Reno, and I will take my defeat here. And then of course like half the guys who I said that to started blaming everybody else and why it's everyone else's fault.
I wonder if just to draw a parallel here, he runs his victory laps after every debate he does. I wonder if he'll take his lumps after he loses to me. Let's take a prediction right here. I think no. I think he doesn't appear on podcasts after he loses to me. Maybe he does. I respect him more for it. Maybe he does actually appear in podcasts after he loses to me. We'll see, because I am going to debate him.
Fault, just whatever. And most embarrassingly, the guy at the top. But they blame everything except the obvious thing. That was completely his fuck up of the whole weekend.
Yeah.
Anyway, it was just horrible, just so cringy. But look, I mean, I just feel like that's the attitude to have after a thing like this, especially when I was the leader in many ways of it. Is like, no, this was on me, and the failure was on me. I mean, like, I certainly I never should have floated out the idea that hard unless I was 100% knew I was going to be able to do it. I gave, I planned on doing the whole thing and then backed out of it, and then all the people after I backed out of it were really up shit's creek and really, struggling, and there was no other plan. I mean, there just wasn't. It's not like, oh, they should have done this. There wasn't another option. Like this was what the whole thing was hinging on. And sure, you could say maybe it's a failed strategy if it's all hinging on one guy, but when you're that one guy and then you end up pulling out, it's pretty hard to not, as a man, look at that and go, yeah, that's on me. Like these guys were relying on me to do this, and ultimately I decided not to. Now I regret that decision. I think it was the right decision in a lot of different ways, but I still did get a bunch of people to do a thing on the view that we were going to do this other thing, and then pull out of that. And so like, I think it's only right that I should look at that and go, yeah, that's my fault.
And that speaks to your character and your integrity, and I understand that. I just think there's also something to learn here, which we can end on this. I'm sure you'll agree that, like, as much as I value libertarianism, I mean, I work for the Libertarian Christian Institute, right? So, like, I've made my podcast is biblical anarchy. Like, I decided my whole strategy is just like, whatever, I'm gonna wear this stuff on my sleeve and just force the conversation because that's just what I prefer to do. But even on my podcast and in my conversations with people I know, I'm always telling people, I think libertarianism is a beautiful philosophy, but it's kind of more like a tool. It's something I use to evaluate like conflicts in the world and economics and kind of like make sense of figure out like who's in the right, who's in the wrong, and things like that. But the tool is only as good as the culture of the people that are using it. And I think what we've learned through all this in the LP and liberty movement is that you have a whole group of people who believe in liberty, and yet their culture, as we described, is quite toxic and quite divisive. This is why I just think, as a Christian, that like what's going to save our country, what's going to rescue the republic, all these slogans we have. Liberty is important. Don't get me wrong, but I think that this does ultimately, at least to some extent, reflect the heart of a nation that's kind of walked away from God and that's embraced secular values, that's embraced all these false idols, including sometimes making libertarianism an idol. And so part of what I love about you, even though you're not a Christian yet, we're working on that. Do I get that?
So the problem is that we have rejected God, but as explained within this stream, actually, Jacob Winograd, he rejects God in the way that he endorses theft. Thou shalt not steal. That seems pretty cut and dry to me. I don't know. Didn't you recognize in the video that he's right to pull out his plans to run? Yeah, because he's not a libertarian. And I agree with him that the libertarian candidate for president should be a libertarian. I agree with him on that. So, yeah, good. He stopped running.
But I think Ben Shapiro said that like someone gets like 1 million, heaven points if they convert them. So are you worth like 2 million or something because you don't support genocide? I mean, I don't know. but directionally, you're saying that you're doing the thing that I'm talking about, which is that although you are talking about liberty and you talk about economics, talk about philosophy, but you're also just kind of appealing to like our better angels and like pushing to the fact that like there's something broken in the culture, like there's something that drives people to look at what's going on in Gaza and be completely callous to it. And part of that's philosophy, but it's not 100% philosophy. Yeah. It's religion, it's ideology, it's broken. In fact, just like the entire history of Gaza and Israel is like a history in like not just what violence breeds, but then what ideology breeds as well. So I think that's something that we have to so you can say this was my fault and all that, but I think there's a deeper problem that's underlying all of this, which as much as my podcast is about trying to preach liberty to the Christians and normal people, it's also about trying to to everyone, maybe sometimes especially the libertarians, to say like why things like even if you're not one of those people who's like even if you're not a Christian, you believe that Christianity matters so much to the West and to liberty and to the values we hold.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it goes back. I mean, part of it is like my personal relationship with God, but part of it is also just having a bit of humility and going like, all right, I mean, if you are a libertarian, like, are you so comfortable saying it's a complete coincidence that the concept of individual liberty has only ever arisen in Christendom?
I mean, is he gonna respond to anything in the rest of this video? I don't think so. I think we can probably head it off there. With let's check the bingos. We have 1. We have 2. We have 3. We have 4. 4 bingos. That's a bingo. I think that is pretty good. And yeah. Very long stream. I'll see y'all next time. Play the song. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah. Okay, okay, yeah, let me play the song whilst I go take a piss. I really need to fucking take a piss. Hold on, let me, Did you send it in my DMs? Send it in fucking DMs. Quick. Casimir. Quick. There we go. There you go. You guys can listen to this whilst I go ahead and take a piss.
The vessel, liberty kin, a tale or a grift. Who thought he could win? Dave Smith, the prodigy, fresh free the glens. Rothbard, like a warrior, amen. And if he absolute, no compromise side, not a guy sharp as a claim or side. He stormed the LP, misses on his banner high. Toppled the pragmatists, made the yoga cry. Well, purge the fraud, stamp from unnatural law. He rode like a Highland bull, neck floor in his hands. Hailed the hero, the flame, the liberty, calling out shame. Like Macbeth, told you promised the remnants. Isaiah's true call, but soldier soul for a they're no man at all. That's a cry for true Zale Zulu dropping truth bombs slicing through your screw. When you whine and you cope, your idols are fraud. Time to cut the rope. Echoing the heather wind principle, remnant rising, leaving you behind. Nay mercy for the weak. Liquid scalpel carbon deep, you can't speak. Victory's nectar turned to venom in your veins. Mrs. Cold-kissed crown, but you forged new chains. No more absolute, you bent like a willow windstorm. Culture war trinkets, leaving principle torn. Attacking the faithful, the remnant you swore to defend. Infiltrate and corrupt like a serpent sly bend. Big tent, bollock stuffing it with grifters and knaves. Fraudsters and foes, digging liberty's graves. Your platform, aggressors preach peace where you wink. Inconsistent as weather on a Glaswegian brink. Roper spins in his doom, crying, what have you done? You toss natural law for an outlaw's gun. Phrase shepherd to sheepdog, herding the blind. You fall fray, the crag leaves a crater behind. Isaiah preach the truth, but you're mocked with your crew. A celebrity clown, your time's almost through. That's the cry, pray the true Zale Zulu dropping truth bombs slicing through your screw. When you whine and you cope, your idols are fraud. Time to cut the rope. Echoing the heather wind principle, remnant rising, leaving you behind. Nay mercy for the weak. Liquid scalpel carbon deep, you can't speak. Weak philosopher, you didn't ken the basics at all. Mumbling through theory like a band's first crawl. Hypocrite's crown sits heavy on your brow. Quotes for your own lips, receipts piling high now. Andrew Wilson schooled you a humiliating route. Reality's claymore left you bleeding in and out. Then coward retreat, dodge incompetent foes. Intellectual poltroon hiding in podcast throws. Nay spine for the clash, just echoes of bluster. A debater's facade crumble into dust. Your rage at the pure, but cow afraid the fight. Betrayed the neck ye once held into the night. Tragedy unfolds like Hamlet's poison chalice. Your grace long fled, leaving only malice. Liquid Zulu lays it bare, 3 hours of fire. Your empire of sand consuming empire. That's a cry, pray the true Zale Zulu dropping truth bombs slicing through the crew. When you whine and you cope, your idols are fraud. Time to cut the rope. Echoing the heather wind principle, remnant rising, leaving you behind. Nay mercy for the weak. Liquid scalpel carbon deep, you can't speak. Now the fans in a frenzy, coping like drowned rats. Videos too long, credit intellectually flat. 3 hours of truth, that's your weak excuse. Precision's a virtue, nay weakness to lose. Too autistic, you sneer at the thorough and keen. But accuracy's blade cuts thorough and spleen. Seething and whine and protecting your false god. With feeble deflections, you stumble and plod. Zed rains down, mocking your fools. I'll stand bad arts, get buried in the highlands. And your idol's a husk. A tragedy goes from a star to a stain. The principle lost. Liquid's the beacon for the remnant's true fire. While ye clutch at shadows consumed by the pyre. Bow down, ye devotees, the bard's tale is told. Dave's full fray grace leaves ye out in the cold. Zeko fades in the mist. The 4 is rooted, one more name on the list. You don't have to join your false idol in shame. So rise with the remnant or perish in flame.
So yes, thank you very much to everybody who tuned in. Thank you especially to Chrysar for $20 US right now. Some profit incentives, you know that I value your contribution to the market. Indeed, I recognize that. A very good way for me to recognize it. And thank you to everybody who's donated. We've had some insane donations this stream. It's been a fucking marathon, by my standards at least. Thank you to everybody who's come along, even if you just come along to chat, come along to see what I have to say about this issue. I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart. Like, it really is appreciated. Zale Zulu, and let's get him. Let's get that bastard That black bastard. Let's get that black bastard, Dave Smith. And I'll pin him in the stream. Don't worry, guys. I'm going to be here for you. I'm going to be here for the remnant. It is the chicken's homecoming. They've come home to roost. His House of Cards is falling. And I'm going to make sure it falls all the way. So thank you to everybody who has been supporting my mission from the very beginning all the way up to now. Even if you've just been supporting it since the video, since my most recent debate, since whenever. Thank you for the support. It's really appreciated. ZZ, let's get him, boys.